5 years ago, I started as a complete beginner making games in my bedroom and documented my progress. Since then, I've achieved my dream of doing professional game development work and have over 35 projects of my own. You're about to learn everything I have as I explain in full, raw detail exactly how I went from embarrassing beginnings with no idea what I'm doing to making beautiful games across 4 countries for hundreds of thousands of people. There are hundreds of tips and tricks in this emotional passion project of mine, so I would deeply appreciate following the entire story as intended. But also, please feel free to skip around using the timestamps in the description to the games that sound the most interesting to you. Alright, here we go. Buckle your seatbelts and rev your engines to 88 miles per hour as we go back to 2020 where things all began. Happy coding, everyone. This is it. This is the first game I ever made. I have no memory of this whatsoever. I only remember one thing, which we'll come back to, but that's literally all I've got. And I'm just... It's always reassuring when the creator of a game gets the worst possible score when they're testing it. I'm still no better at anything. I still suck. Yeah, okay, I was right. Hey, this is my submission for Brackey's 2020.2 Game Jam. Already I'm cringing. That's definitely not a mouthful at all, but I do love the name. So the theme was Rewind, and here's my build on itch.io, which I'll put a link for in the description. I'm mainly playing this build so I can check if it actually works, but you know. So, the game, for the theme Rewind, I wanted to incorporate some ideas I've seen in some other platforms to do it slightly differently. So my idea was... I silly didn't realize the screen froze. I'll play the game again and I'll replace the gameplay footage now. Why wasn't I bothered to do that? I loved, and this is kind of how I got into, I think this is even my first Unity project ever, was following Sebastian Larg's raycasting tutorial, because I just thought it was really interesting. And this is like to build a platformer completely from scratch without using any Unity or any game engine built-in stuff. It's just pure math and lots of trigonometry and crazy stuff going on with like slope calculations and all this. It's a really long series and it's still really old, but it's still fantastic. Not to actually use. I mean, there's much better things out there now, which I would use pretty much every time if I was going to make a platform in the future. But to actually learn the fundamentals of just programming, because he is an excellent teacher, which he doesn't do much anymore. And because I was studying maths, further maths A level in the UK at the time, it was actually really good, just like solidifying my knowledge and actually implementing it in a way that made sense and was actually fun. And that's easily the thing that's going to carry on through this, is that there's been many things, even at uni, I'm in my 4th year now, finishing, that I already knew like 3 years ago because I made a game about them. And obviously not like, you know, the super in detail, but I'd been introduced to those ideas in a fun way. And I was like, oh yeah, that is nowhere near as difficult as you're trying to make this seem. I already know what I'm doing and I could get on with it. And that feeling never goes away. I must say, this is probably at least the best looking that I've ever gone into, because I learned about post-processing, how to use 2D lights in Unity using the new URP system, which is amazing. Yeah, and then I went on to actually make a tutorial about this as well, because I basically couldn't find anything at the time on how to actually do this, and I just had to figure it out myself. And that was actually pretty much the catalyst for the entire channel, because some of my tutorials, especially the really early ones that are still up, they have 100,000 views somehow. I'm not going to watch them or include them in this video, but like, still to this day, I don't understand how that happened. And it's just like a constant graph. It's just, they just still get views. And that was the first thing. If I never took part in this game jam and never realized there was a gap of like, oh, I don't know how to make URP lights, there's no tutorials on it, let's make one myself. And then all of a sudden, I have everything I have now. It's crazy how these things can just blow up like that. Yeah, a personal favourite of mine being lens distortion, which hopefully it works here. Yeah, so you can see the effect. So I wanted to go for a retro style, because Rewind to me is also, you know, quite, yeah, it's roughly on the theme, but retro. And not only did I style the main character after an old CRT screen, but I also wanted to make the game kind of feel like that as well, which is... Yeah, okay, well I just mentioned it, but the main character, this is the first time I'd ever made a character, like actually drawn the art and like rigged it up and like with hand animations, and you can see it's still my logo to this day. And the only reason it was ever my logo is because well, this was the first video, I needed a logo, and I was like, well, I don't want to use my face yet. And I just made this character, so why not? Let's just use this character again. And it's just stuck the whole time because I couldn't be bothered to ever make anything else. And now I just kind of don't want to change it. So that's the big thing carrying on for my first ever video is the logo and of the character. It doesn't even have a name.
I went for the graphic art style I did, and this lens distortion effect, if used correctly, can give just the right amount of curved effect I wanted, which looks very nice. So originally I was going to name this game after the main character that you can see here, which, as you can see, my art skills are truly, I'm wasted as a game developer. I should be an artist anyway.
True.
So I wanted to name the game after him, but I couldn't think of a name for him at all, so if you've got any ideas in the comments, please leave them.
How did I just say the same thing 5 years later than I paused and then said it in the video 5 years ago? I promise you, I haven't seen this in 5 years. I don't know if that's good or bad. That's really creepy.
But I went for Feeling Blue because not only had I kind of made my cave sort of blue, but I wanted like the main enemies of the game to be the blue screen of death. But I know it doesn't really make sense for an old screen, but it's fine. Game jams don't need a story, it's all about making fun games, right? So despite using Unity for quite a while, this is actually the first time I've ever used the animator, and I knew that my art skills would not be good enough for...
First and only time I used the animator. I hate animating things by hand, and I know this is clearly probably an unpopular opinion, but I just do everything in code now. I like animating everything with either tween, which is like tweening things between positions in code instead of hand coding everything here with the timeline, and or using springs, so just kind of bounce things around by purely just setting a target destination, which I 100% will actually use later. But it's really interesting seeing how this all developed, and I gave it a go, and it just wasn't for me, and I was like, that's fine. You got to try all these things.
A full-on pixel art, and I didn't have the time to really learn how to do that. So instead, I used keyframing with all the different parts. I made everything an individual part, and as you can see, made the best run cycle that's ever been put in a game. Might I say, it's quite perfect, really. This is my favourite one. The wall sliding looks pretty nice. I can get a tutorial on this as well, but just stealing everything from online. This is a Brackey's game jam. Brackey's might as well have made my game as well, to be honest. I basically just copied everything he's ever done.
Why is that still so
true?
So
as for the art, I used my Photoshop equivalent of choice, Affinity Designer, which is a great option, I find, for this type of art style. Because one, it's a...
Still is, huge takeaway. There's Affinity Designer 2 now as well, actually, which is on sale kind of all the time. It is one-time purchase, absolutely fantastic. Not sponsored, wasn't back then, certainly wasn't now, but it's absolutely fantastic. I still use it every day. In fact, you can see, no, I can't see, it's not there. It's normally in my dock. I open every day. No paid subscriptions. Yes.
One-off payment, I think it's £50 at the most. I think
You are kidding me, I just said... I paused a second before I just said that. Again.
It goes on sale quite often though, so you should be able to find it cheaper than that.
Even the sale.
Also, Ace Bright would have been perfect, but I didn't have it, and I bought this like 3 years ago. So, you know what, I just thought I will be able to make do, which is also another reason why I went for this type of art style. But I did make some pixel art, as you can see, it's kind of shamelessly copied from a certain Brackey's video where he talks about how to use 2D lights that I definitely didn't copy, especially for the level design. It looks extremely different. Yep. Anyway, so these are the sprites I made. So this is my original one, but excuse me, when it got put into the game, it was too bright for the background, especially because something it was repeated quite a lot. So I simply had to come in and turn it down a bit. I really like this end result actually, because when they all get put together, it looks really nice, and a few more tiles down here. This is actually the first pixel art I've ever made, and I'm really happy with how it turned out. I'm really surprised, although, to be fair, post-processing effects can fix like the vast majority of problems, so it's not all down to me.
Yeah.
So I'm aware that this is by no means the most elegant solution, but the way I did my animations was that I took the player controller script I had, which had all of these states in anyway, because that was how it controlled all of its movement, and added a supplementary animation script that I made myself, which also gave me the wobble effects because I wanted.
I don't know what I was thinking back then. Please use a finite state machine or just use Unity's state machine thing with all these transitions built in. I don't like using the actual transitions in the Unity's animation. I'd much rather control them through code. But please use a finite state machine. Don't do this.
To apply them regardless of which animation is being played, so they had to be separate, and that was just using a sine wave motion, which is quite nice. So I just made these balls match up with what is written here, and then just from any state it transitions. It's probably the worst at just basically the brute forcing a method to animation, but again, it works, and that's all I was going for this. My OCD, and you know, it was quite annoying not making everything.
You'll find that it works. It's pretty much. I could probably rename the channel to that.
And the code during the end of this. Hey, I'm learning that. It's fine. So what have I learned from my first game jam? Well, to sum up, I would say stop being so ambitious, because I didn't even get the sound effects here, and I stayed up way too late working.
Still never got the sound effects. I don't think I've pretty much ever included them in any of my projects, unless they've been made by some amazing other people. But I certainly haven't.
On this to get it in before the deadline. But I was like, when I first set out, I was like, yeah, I'll make a 2D platformer controller without using rigid bodies, using completely custom raycast system, which I did, wasted the first 3 days on it. Not needed at all, but I just had to do it because, of course. And then, you know, the lights, the post-processing, all the animations, the font finding, that I can definitely all do because
100% the best takeaway here is just the fact that you don't realize how many different things you have to do. I'm a programmer that loves games, and I think, oh, I'm playing this game. How does that work? I need to think about it. I need to figure this out. So I just had to like make it, right? That's the approach I come at all my games from. You don't think about, oh, I need to be an expert in picking the right font and the art style and the lighting and the level design and just building the art and the animations and the code structure and how you transition between scenes and different players and input different methods, or am I using a controller or a keyboard or whatever else? Does it work? Does it not? And that's just tipping the iceberg of the crazy amount of things you need to know to be able to do this job, which is probably why it's still just a hobby for me right now. But it blew my mind, and I'm glad I even recognized that and learned that all the way at the beginning. Maybe I shouldn't have deleted this video.
done it before. Yeah, I knew what I was doing. So if you think your game is small enough in scope, like cut it in half again, and then the next day cut it half again, and then maybe you'll be able to finish on time. That being said, though, this is the first project, the first game really I've ever finished with proper art. So I'm really pleased with how it all turned out. I think it does look, if you ignore some of the rough details of the tiles not aligning properly, which I did find some software, I can't remember what it's called, I think it was like tile something like whatever, that makes tiles for you. You just need to supply it with one like middle tile which is fully filled, and the corner and like some decoration, and it will make the whole tile set for you.
I have actually no idea what I'm talking about right now. I remember vaguely using this software, but I think just making the tile set by hand is probably going to be better, especially if you were looking for a tool like this now, it's probably going to be AI generated or like generated fill images to like tile things correctly. You can have whatever opinion about that you want. I don't want to use that stuff. I'd rather just use an art style that I can make myself, because if I can't make it myself, I can't edit it myself, which means I am stuck with whatever it gives me. And if I want to tweak anything or add anything, I just can't. I have to remake everything from scratch to fit the new style that I do know how to make, and I just do it from the beginning. It's not worth the hassle.
I tried that out when I was going to make a full platformer, which is why I spent so long on the controller for it, which I would recommend to actually settle yourself on an idea and stick to it instead of changing around like I did. I just reverted back to my first idea, which was this, which with hindsight, if I had just stuck to it, I would have been able to get sounds working, which is a huge thing. I even got the sounds using SFXR, I think it's what it's called, which is the software that Ludum Dare.
Fantastic software. Use it all the time, please.
Recommends. It's perfect for sound effects. You don't have to do anything, you just have to press buttons, and anyone can press buttons, so I can at least make sound effects. Might not be able to do anything else, but I had that. And of course, if for some reason you play this game and you actually enjoy it, I would love to know. And if anyone wants to see the source code,
What? You should be more positive. I oh the self jokes are not gonna stop for a long time. That was like a good phase.
this, I'm more than happy to go over, make another video briefly discussing how I made it. But honestly, I'm gonna have to clean the code up quite a lot because it's all garbage. Anything I wrote from midnight last night until 6:30 when I submitted the game, it's all garbage. So the enemies, the main part of the game wasn't in the game 5 hours before I submitted it, which is quite ridiculous. I don't know why I didn't make the enemies immediately. That would have been quite important. But I just wanted to have a game that finished and looked nice first, which was a terrible idea. Don't do that. Don't be me. Make your game actually work first, then polish it because, you know, it actually works.
This is some solid advice.
In
Go me.
conclusion then, I think I definitely accomplished what I wanted to achieve. I made it fun for me, although admittedly it's probably not that fun, but game that I wanted to. I love the art style, I love how it all looks, and I've now got a new, potentially channel mascot with whatever this guy's called. I need a name for him. I
still do.
suggested some very weird names, Noodle being my favourite of them.
Hot. Funny, I actually did name something Noodle eventually. This is Smoodle. Unfortunately, the small I have a bigger one that's called Noodle, and this is small Noodle. From a charity shop. Thank you, amazing girlfriend. Got it. I think found it like a year ago now. Absolutely love it. It's with me all the time.
Not really a noodle, but hey, you know, maybe CRT screens like eating noodles. I mean, we don't know, do we?
It's true.
And
So much true.
as a nice reward for getting this far through the video, you're insane. Thank you very much. Here is what my character first looked like when I implemented that rotation. It didn't go well. Thanks for watching. Hope to see you next time.
That wasn't bad. Oh, you know what? Okay, it was kind of bad, but I'd still give that a solid like 6 out of 10. I think if I had to rate in terms of the game itself, I mean, it wasn't terrible. And I think some of the stuff I actually got across, like the stuff I was saying, was actually pretty good. The editing was terrible and the video was really boring. So the video is like a 3, and then maybe the content was like a 6. So let's give it like a 4 or 5 out of 10. I'm being happy because it was my first time seeing this. I'm gonna go with a 5 out of 10. Moving on. Okay, right, up next I think is going to be a little speed run of a lot of different projects that I know I made videos about at some point, but I think they are actually just lost. I can't find the full devlogs anywhere. So the first one is the universal mistake of gravitation. I still think that's a funny name. Shut up. And it's all about the same guy that I used in the first game, which I think is really cool. I kind of carried on the blank universe. And it's a very simple, using a lot of the same code, actually reusing it, which is good. You can build up a base of kind of reusable code that you'll use over and over again in your projects just to make things faster. I use the same URP, the same character controller, the same lighting, the same sprites, kind of the same everything. But the gameplay is completely different. You can see you now walk on around like the inside of a box. There's a few games like this actually, but I can't think of what actually inspired me specifically for this one. What did inspire me though was trying to figure out random generation, because I wanted this game to go on forever and I wanted every single time you played it to feel different. So we have these gems that you can touch and you get a score every time you touch one, but it also forces you to generate kind of the next section of the level, because you could theoretically just jump around and dodge the gems every time and not generate the next section of level to jump on, but then you wouldn't get any score. So if you want to win, then you need to make the game more difficult for yourself, and how much more difficult is kind of just randomly picked based on these different sections showing up. So every time you press the gem, it just spawns a new prefab representing that section of the level, and this was the first time I really kind of played around with different prefabs, random generation, stuff like that. And it's kind of a crude little mini arcade game example, but it has some fun. Like, it's a good replay value. I remember making it so you could walk across those spikes without dying, or like without falling in between the gaps was really difficult. It's quite funny this coming back to me now. But the next game is RenegAId, which doesn't work full screen. I went all out. This was a Game Boy game jam, which was basically make a game that looks like it could have been made by Game Boy. So the same color palette, the same like music restrictions, art restrictions, stuff like that. And it's like, I think this is awesome. So what I did was I just built the game RenegAId. It's a, I think an 8x8 board here, which is the game where it's called Othello sometimes, where you have black and white pieces and you place on the ends and you flip over, and it's just whoever has the most pieces left. I'm sure hopefully you've seen this game before. If not, you can give it a play over on it, or you can watch the video and hopefully you kind of understand a little bit about how it's working. And the biggest thing about this game is that it has AI. You can see I'm not playing against anyone, but the moves are being played against me. And yeah, this was really fun. There's actually, because I think I wasn't at university yet when I made this, but my big thing before coming to university, 100% the thing I wanted to learn by going there was AI to play video games. To play board games specifically, to kind of play against you. I've always had a massive fascination. I grew up as a huge chess nerd. So I always thought it was fascinating how, computer board game play kind of stuff came from that. And this was my first ever attempt. And as you can see, it is absolutely crushing me. To be fair, RenegAId is not my game. I don't really know what I'm doing. Or I didn't know what I was doing. I mean, I'm sure I would easily win if I played now. But it's really good. It's a good AI. Oh, they're about to create my entire row. Yeah, there we go. It's a good AI, really fun AI. I think this was very simple using a min-max tree. So it basically just takes the current state and it just thinks like 3 states ahead, I think, probably. And it just guesses which one of those is best for the AI. And it will just play down the path to make sure the AI picks its move based on which of these states in the future that it gives the highest score to. And that is a very, very massively oversimplification. I'll send some amazing resources. I think I used Code Monkey. He has a great min-maxing kind of tutorial. And also Sebastian Lag, once again, I think pretty much everything in my early days was Sebastian Lag. And yeah, I go on to do some kind of more complicated AI things in the future later on, but this was my introduction to it, and it was really fun. This game worked really well. Everything just kind of, it works, which is a great feeling. Adam, this was for Spooktober Game Jam. I honestly don't remember anything about it other than I got to work with an amazing partner. Oh, I'm really sorry. I couldn't find any footage or record of the communication, and I have no idea who this was, but they made the art, which is why it's actually good. We both did the gameplay, they did the art. So let's see what this game's all about, because I don't even remember making this one, I'll be honest. I remember. Yeah, I do remember now. So we were both big at the time on the kind of... I think everyone's seen games that move like this, right? And we were both playing a lot of them, whichever one it was at the time. And we thought, let's make one. And this is so funny. It's bad, but it's not that bad. Obviously based on Frankenstein. We took some vaguely Frankenstein-y sounding names and randomly generated loads of them. So you're given a list of body parts that you need to put into your monster. And then there's loads of other graves that you don't want to take their body parts from because they're not the right one. But no, you can deliver the rest of them. And I think, honestly, that's pretty much it. This game, he's not very good. I think you can still play it online right now, but I would rather you didn't. Oh my god, what is this? Okay, so when you finish the building, I don't remember, but I skipped ahead and I think I saw something. Proceed to give your life to your ultimate creator. Oh my god, I forgot about that. So yeah, you had the final piece of building your monster was to give away your own soul to bring him to life, and you had to pick whether or not you wanted to do it. I don't remember what happens if you press no, but I think we're going to press yes. No, wait, that was a mistake. No! Oh, that looks cool. You've created the ultimate monster, and in doing so, sacrificed your very soul. But there is one more thing left. The consequences. No! Oh no, what did we do? I've never made a cutscene before. This must have been them. This is awesome. Uh-oh, he's on. He's going to terminate me. That's how we ended it? Are you kidding? Okay, this is gameplay for Duality. This was a game I made which kind of combines duet and a twin-stick shooter. And unfortunately, the devlog I made for this game I think is lost. But you can see here, it's really simple. It's just my first go with random generation. This was an early 2020 mixing game jam. So one of the first projects I ever worked on, for the channel at least. And I think it's really fun. I mean, recreating Duet with my favorite mobile games ever, and I still play it all the time, with these kind of more uh, arcadey mechanics, I suppose. So it's more of an infinite game. Um, I think really works well, and it's basically just randomly generating either these green enemies or the walls that come at you, so it's not the same every time. And you'll see random generation coming quite a lot in my future projects because I really enjoyed from this that you can just play it over and over again. I very rarely, I think, make kind of like narrative-driven games. I like games that you can just pick up and play over and over again as many times as you want, excuse me, without like a fixed amount of content. And it's just different styles for different people, but this style is something that I definitely fell into a lot, and especially for game jams it's it's better for game jams, and I would recommend it for game jams purely because you don't want to. If you've only got a few days in a game jam, you don't want to spend one of those days purely on just making levels and designing them. At least I didn't. That's just a personal preference. But what it lets you do is it lets you put that extra time into the core mechanics of the game, making it more fun and enjoyable, and then it just kind of you do lose out on some of the handcrafted perfection of the levels you can get, but if you just want to have like a fun experience that someone can play around in a little sandbox with your ideas, then randomly generating that, as long as it's as long as it makes sense for your game, I think works really well, and it just allows you to make the other parts of the game even better. And that's what I do, and that's what I focus on. I think even still to this day, yeah. Okay, this project I could never forget. This was the best thing in my entire life at the time, and I still look back at this with the best memories ever. This was the first time I was ever introduced or invited to do a collaboration with someone else. I was so proud of myself. I think I had like 50 subscribers at the time. um, and it was a video game challenge where we all made like one level of the game one by one, and they kind of all pieced themselves together, but we hadn't seen the other levels or the other pieces that the other people had made, and we just had to hope that the narrative worked. And the only thing we were given is that we all had to use this same like guy, this sprite here, and the different animations that he had. And I think also maybe I was told I had to make it in 3D or something, because I remember this being my first ever 3D game as well. And I only do 3D very rarely because I just kind of don't like it. I'm not very good at it. But I really had loads of fun building this world, this universe, and there's some really clever tricks and like puzzle elements that I put in here, which I still think are really cool, and I think I'm actually alluding to it right now. But let's see if you can figure it out as we watch it. I'm really excited.
Oh yeah, man, I bow to you. This was genius.
The challenge?
And that's what Teep. This is a complete side note, but what Teep here, step 4, I was step 2. Okay, so I didn't even remember that. But Zanderwood is the amazing person to put all of this together. Absolutely love you. I know you're still making videos out there. It's incredible. Hopefully we can do something again sometime. Absolutely fantastic. And the other 2 devs as well. I'll be honest. I think you was Marlon Dev, and I'm really sorry. I actually don't remember who this is. I feel so bad. Okay. I am really sorry. But Wateep though, I think this is where we met, and we've done so many more collaborations from this point. It's just an amazing friendship, and that just goes to show what can happen when you start making stuff like this. And to anyone watching, please do. And I hope this video has enough little nuggets and little things everywhere of thinking you're not good enough potentially. Well, you've seen the mess of where I started, and even this project I think is a huge step up. Like this was my first time I actually like really tried or like really pushed myself to make something that I thought was like actually good. And it's obviously still very rough around the edges, but this was a long time ago, and I learned a lot since then. And by doing this project, so yeah, just try and get rid of the nerves and just put stuff out there and see what sticks.
Is a simple one. 5 developers come together to craft one continuous story across 5 different games. As the amazing organizer of this event, Xander Wood went first, but he threw the proverbial ball into my court to craft the second.
It's the start of me trying to do video editing. As I said, this is it's great.
Level. So without further ado, here lies level 2. For this collaboration, Xander Wood ordered some character art off Fiverr, and when I first saw that, my mind was immediately drawn to Paper Mario. As you can see, the resemblance is uncanny. The only problem with this idea is that I have never touched 3D before in my life, so this devlog is basically going to be me learning Unity 3D and all the basics that everyone should really know anyway. Well, when faced with something that you don't know how to make, the first thing anyone does is Google it. So I came across a tutorial from none other than Brackey's all about how to build a first-person 3D character controller. Now, for Paper Mario, it's very clearly not a first-person game, but I was hoping that I could just take the controller and then just sort of rotate the camera around and it would work. And just like that, I have the player moving around.
And I think just taking like random inspiration from games you've played and just thinking, well, what happens if I change this? How does that bit work? And just doing it because it's fun or stupid. Just do it. Don't let that hold you back thinking that it's stupid. This is how I learned everything. You know, I'm not saying I'm that good, but you pick up so many things along the way and it's just so fun while doing it. I don't know where I'm going with this, but just have fun, experiment with things.
I was actually correct. You can just move the camera around into a third-person position, which worked perfectly. And I've tried to match the angle from Paper Mario as best as I could. So I did actually come across quite a strange bug where the player wasn't touching the floor. But I sort of fixed this by realizing that with this art style that I'm going for, it doesn't matter. No one's going to notice it. And I moved on. Jumping was a sin.
Now that's the best tip. That's how you debug everything. You just pretend that you just don't care about it and move on.
But I didn't like basic implementation using Unity's default gravity, so I decided to play around with it a bit and I found a 2D better jumping scripts which explained how to use gravity like it's found in Super Mario World, which gives the most satisfying jump I've ever come across. The only problem is that this was 2D, but I was just sort of, it's the same, right? Okay, so now I have a player controller that I'm very happy with and an algorithms exam tomorrow that I'm not, so that's it for day one.
It went well.
Today is the day for animations, because after all, I want this guy to be happy when he's jumping off a cliff and dies. So long and thanks for the fish, we hardly knew ye. Now up next, I wanted to try and capture the iconic Paper Mario outline to make it pop out of the background. So I found another Brackey's tutorial on this and followed it perfectly. I've never made a shader before, but voila, it works. But only in the scene view. Yeah, this is not working. Whoopsie, that was 3 hours wasted. Okay, we have a player jumping around the screen. Now all we need is some levels. So it's pro builder time, and surprise, surprise, I found another Brackey's tutorial explaining how to use this. Now, once again, I've never used this before, so I decided to keep things really simple and make 4 completely different and really complicated areas that the player can walk around. Now, as you can see, this is what I came up with after just 10 minutes of building everything completely by myself. The links to everything definitely won't be in the description because I didn't download it from the Unity Asset Store because I made all of this myself in 10 minutes. We can now move around the scene, but I felt this was missing something. So I decided to take inspiration from one of my favorite games of all time, Breath of the Wild, and add...
Still is. Better than Tears of the Kingdom as well, you can find me on that.
Interacts, what I'm calling interacts. So you can go up to something in the environment and examine it, and it will give you some sort of story, which I'm also going to use as clues for the puzzle you have to solve at the end of the game to get into the next level. Now, level spoilers ahead, so please go and play the level first. I've always loved ideas about breaking the fourth wall, and I thought, well, why not? Let's give the player the ability to break the fourth wall. So I hid subtle clues everywhere. I capitalized every single P in the game, in all the text boxes, which stands out quite a lot at the start. So if you notice it, then good on you. It tells you P, and then in the last level, on the floor, is all P.
This is genuinely my proudest creation, what I'm about to show you now.
Now, I didn't know if this was too obvious or if it was way too abstract, I can't tell. But to me, I thought that was quite funny. So when you're in the last area where the door is, if you press P, it's going to shift the camera around and reveal the code. Now, obviously, in most games, you can't move the camera like this, so I just thought it was a nice little hidden gem that you have to try and figure out. But once you've done that, the level is unlocked, and on to Richard's level you go. That is it from me. I'm going to end the video with footage of all the other devs playing my game. Hopefully, I haven't seen it yet, so getting frustrated. Not too much, but definitely Wowie, because his level destroyed me. Anyway, that's it from me. Thank you, everyone. Huge thank you to Zonderwood for putting together this collaboration, and a huge thank you to Wowie, Marlin, and Richard from Frozen Well for sending me their clips of them playing my level, which I'll put at the end of this video. Now that's it from me. Thank you very much. Hope you have enjoyed this devlog, and as always, happy coding.
That might be the first use. I say that at the end of all of my videos, or at least try to. I think that might be the first time. Oh, this is so cool.
Okay, here we are with Blank's level. Step 2. Let's try it out. I feel so dumb making commentary over a video game.
How do you think I feel now?
I wonder if this is just a typo or some kind of clue.
He got it.
The P's are capital, so I think there's something going on with that. Here, take this. Wait. Okay, the atmosphere is very cool, actually.
Thank you.
I really appreciate you feeling that. Oh, hey, this is Richard's enemy. New foe? Enough to feel my heart will whoa. Whoa. Whoa, whoa. Free yourself from this spell. Okay, yeah, the P's are something. Wait. Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah. I don't think that's supposed to happen, but. Oh, wait. Am I this stupid? Is this the solution? If this is the solution, I'm speechless. Well played. Let me see first. Oh yeah.
He's pressing P. He's pressing P.
Step 5 T E P. Oh yeah.
Yeah, you know, moments like that are why I make games. I mean, come on. I hope everyone that ever wants to make a game gets to experience watching someone else enjoy it. It's the best feeling in the world.
New exit. So much. Oh yeah, man. I bow to you. This was genius. I'm proud of myself because I got the P immediately at the intro.
Yeah,
but I did not see this coming. I did not see this coming. This was good. This was very, very good.
Thank you.
Thank you, Blank. Very cool.
Thank you, team. This is
now,
awesome.
Let's go to my. Oh yeah. Oh.
Okay, what the hell is this? It's 4 seconds long. I think it's just a sneak peek of something. That's what it's called. I remember this now. Oh my god. I made Luigi Poker. I remade Luigi I don't know what this abomination of a model is. I remember I deleted this devlog because I thought it was the actually cringiest thing ever because it was the first one that I made during lockdown.
Let's go!
Very loud.
Ah, Luigi Poker. Getting kids addicted to gambling before loot boxes made it cool. I'm gonna give myself 3 days to see if I can recreate this minigame. Can I do it? Well...
Best minigame ever, by the way. Absolutely love it. That's why I decided to remake it. And again, I honestly, I don't even know how regular poker works, so I know more about this than that. And this taught me a lot about randomness, dealing with hands and currencies, and winning and losing states and everything like that. And even if you don't want to go all the way and like make everything you come across, just think about how you might make it, and I think you'd learn a lot.
Let's go and find out.
Cringe. Not a bad little intro then. I mean, it is
2006, a time of such splendor, a world full of amazing activities lost to time. A lizard started spying on the public. You could go outside. But most importantly, Luigi Poker came out. Let's take a close look at how the original Luigi Poker works. You start with 10 coins, with 9 in the...
I'm genuinely excited to just find out how I did this because I can't even remember. But I remember the algorithm I came up with being really good, actually.
Bank and 1...
Well, okay, that sounded mean. That sounded like I'm bragging. I did this 5 years ago, come on.
In play. Over anti-Waluigi's shoulder, you can now see how the scoring
Waluigi is better.
Works. So 5 of a kind rewards you 16 times the amount you bet, so on and so forth, until only a measly 2 times your bet for a single pair if you win. On the left, you can see the card rankings, original Luigi model. This way I can have him staring deeply into my soul the whole time while developing the game, reminding me of the cold capitalist world we live in, while sucking away all my hopes and dreams one coin at a time. I found a pre-made model on Sketchfab, which looks
PS5,
just the
isn't it?
right amount of cursed for this project, and animations.
Oh my god, though. I eventually got one. It's over there.
On Mixamo to mimic his movements. Me? Make something on a channel called Blank Dev, which is the whole point of me making things? No, you must be crazy. We don't do that here. So it says it supports Unity, so I'll just download it, drag it in, and it all works perfectly. Yeah, okay, great, that worked really well, thanks. I thought the project ended here. I thought this was the end of the road. And seriously, what is going on here? Luckily though, my savior is here in the form of artificial intelligence. You know Mixamo, the animation website? Well, it turns out they have an upload rig feature where you can upload your own 3D model, and using artificial intelligence, they will automatically rig it up with all the bones.
That's actually a really cool feature. I'd completely forgotten about that, and genuinely useful if you've got your own 3D model, you don't want to bother rigging it yourself. Oh, there you go.
And everything. Even the fingers, which is freaky how well that works.
And it just works.
And it'll do it all for you. So I just plugged it in there, and thankfully it worked. Princess Green Mario is looking kind of lonely, so let's throw in some environment for him to play around in. As a wise woman once said, programming is the art of adding bugs to an empty text file. Well, what can I say? I'm actually something of an artist myself. Implementing these rules was super easy, barely an inconvenience.
So cringe.
In just one day, I managed to get it all working, and as you can see, I even managed to code the nostalgic Luigi garbage we all know and love. The most difficult part of this project was by far the animations, but the code for interpreting the results.
That was true, by the way. I didn't fake that. That was genuinely the first game I played. I remember I almost broke the computer.
Was actually pretty interesting as well. I realized I can use the amount of unique cards in your hand to determine what hand you have, and you can be sure to tell me how bad this code is down below. As for the AI controlling Daddy Greenlegs, the way I implemented it for now is to have him look through all of his cards, and any card that he only has one of, he will swap out. I decided to not animate this step because 1, I'm lazy, and 2, it always seemed a bit unnecessary in the original because you never see his cards anyway. Stay tuned for part 2, where I will be adding multiplayer and a few more features that will have to stay secret for now. And just like that, I managed to make it to the end of a Unity.
Spoiler alert, that never happened. I don't know what the hell I was thinking. I also remember that I completely changed everything about this. I think I just called it Animal Picture Poker because I was really scared of getting like sued for Nintendo fan games because that whole world was going crazy at the time. They just took down everything, and they still kind of do. So that's probably why I never carried on with multiplayer. But also because I overpromise on everything, and that's because I genuinely thought when I was working on all these projects that I would continue them, and then I just never did. I got shiny object syndrome and just moved on to the next thing, which is genuinely a bad thing that can happen. You don't want to get stuck in that trap if you are trying to complete a project. You don't want to be, you get through the fun part of the project, and then you get to the more difficult bits where you actually have to polish it and finish it to release it. And like, no, I can't be bothered to do that, and I'm going to just do the fun parts of a different project. And then as soon as that gets difficult, you jump over again and again and again, which is kind of the story of this entire channel. But that's fine because I told myself that that was the goal that I'm trying to achieve in my projects. And if that's all you want to do as well, then that's fine. You just want to have fun and learn a few things, then that's great. If you want to actually finish something, do not listen to me. Okay, don't do that.
Devlog video without mentioning the particle system. Who even thought that was possible? Thank you
This
very
was
much
back
for
when
watching,
Danny's
and as
particle system
always,
was a good
happy
thing.
coding.
Hey. That was a really short one. Okay, fair enough. Yeah, there's a little bonus episode for this one, which is twice as long as the original episode. Purely because people were interested in how I made the Luigi Picture Poker actual logic of telling which hands each player has work. And this is, again, a really interesting just algorithm by itself, game dev or not game dev, just computer science in general. This could be an interview question or something. And just thinking through these kind of things in a fun example of Luigi's Picture Poker, you get to thinking of these algorithms, and I promise you stuff like this came up first, second, even third year of uni of just trying to match these patterns like this. And I could just do it because I'd already done it before. And I mean, that's just how it goes. But let's see the explanations for how I made Luigi Picture Poker, and hopefully, if you want to make it yourself, this logic just works still. Logic is logic. It shouldn't have changed that much.
At the request of Simsalabim, here are the algorithms I use to determine the hands of the players in Luigi Poker. This video is part 2 in my Luigi Poker series. Be sure to check out the first video where I go over my devlog for creating it, and in this video I'm going to go over how it works. Well, if there's 5 different cards, well then the only way that can happen is if you've got complete junk, because you can't have anything the same, because if you had anything the same then you wouldn't have 5 different cards in 5 slots in your hand. So if you know that the cards.count, the length of this is 5, then you've got your garbage. Now I probably could have made a different return, but I just made it return 0, and to make this easy, the result is the score of that card and the type, because if you get the same score as Luigi then it goes on the type. It's like a secondary parameter for winning. So I had to pass it both, and then I made it so if you draw with Luigi then you lose, because that happens in most other games and I didn't like that about the original, so I made it a bit worse. So this result return parameter here is simply just something that holds the score and the best card type. And the best card type is if you've got 3 stars and 2 mushrooms, then it's going to return the star because that's the best card type that you've got when it's comparing against Luigi, just like in the original. Okay, so here we have the other methods. So if you have a 5 of a kind, now I went down in order of how good they are, because if you've got a
took way too long.
2 of a kind, let's say, or if you've got a full house, which means you have a 2 of a kind and a 3 of a kind, I don't want to go through my function and find that you've got a 2 of a kind and then return that, because it didn't find that you actually had a full house. But if you have a full house, well then by definition you also have a 3 of a kind and a 2 of a kind, but you don't want to return that because it's not the best hand that you could get with the cards that you have. So you go down from the best possible hand, and then if you don't get that you check the next one, and the next one, and then the next one, and so on. So we have the 5 of a kind cards here. Now if the cards.count is 1, meaning there's only 1 different type of card in your hand, then you must have 5 of them because you've got 5 cards. And we can turn the value of 16 and just value of that card, which is obviously the first one because there's only 1 of them. Now if you've got 2 cards in your hand, or sorry, 2 different types of cards in your hand, then I realised that that means that you have to have either 4 of one type of card and 1 of another type of card, or 3 of one type of card and 2 of another type of card. That's the only way that you can have 2 different types of cards. One of these represents a 4 of a kind, or we can simply look for a 1 or a 4, and the other one is by default means a full house, which you can return for the 2 and the 3. Now this is sort of similar logic carrying on here. If you've got 3 cards, or 3 different types of cards, then the only thing that can be happening is that if you have a 3 of a kind and then the other 2 are garbage, because if they were the same it would have got caught up in the full house before, so we know they're not the same. So if you have 3 of a kind and 2 garbage, that's 3 different types of cards. Or you can have 1 pair, another pair, and then more garbage. So if you've got 3 cards the same, you have a 3 of a kind or a 2 pairs. And once again we can just check if, well, loop through all of the cards. If we find one there's 3 of them, then we know we have a 3 of a kind. And if we didn't do that, then we go through and we find the one with 2, because that's just how this works. So I made this so we had the best card type, because for 2 pairs, you need to find because they're both equal, like 1 pair is equal to the other as far as how good they are goes, so you need to actually get the best suit of each one. So I looped through, found all the ones where there's a pair, and if that pair is better than the previous pair we found, then that type of card is saved. So let's say that the first 2 were a pair of mushrooms, and then the next one was a pair of stars, then the pair of stars is going to win, and that's the one that's going to be returned. And we're going to return the score of 3, because that's the score of 2 pairs. Now finally, because every other case here you can see we've got card counts equals 3, 2, 1, 5. Well, the only other number left, because it has to be between 1 and 5, is 4. So if there's 4 different cards, then the only option left is that there has to be only 1 pair, which you can just go through and find. And I added this down here because C# doesn't like it when you don't return code paths. Not all code paths return a value, so I just added like a failure here. So if I got a -1, then I knew there'd been an error. Luckily that hasn't come up yet. I don't think it's possible. I'm pretty sure this algorithm's pretty tight and it has everything covered, but just to be safe I added a separate error message here so I can check it, a rogue value, and just return clown because I had to and I couldn't be bothered to make a card type of null.
Okay, next up is an also deleted video for Panel Panic, which was my first game jam of 2021, so we're finally out of 2020. I remember being part of an incredible team for this game, having probably the best trailer that I will ever be a part of made as part of this game, but we'll watch that afterwards. The voice actor that we got for it, I love you.
Someone just uploaded the default Unity empty project. Less is more, right? Here's my devlog for the Blackthornprod Jam number 3.
There was an idea.
Bring together a group of remarkable game devs. And me, for some reason. So what is this game about? It's a fast-paced twist on Super Mario Party's River mode, taking inspiration from Subway Surfers, only with no budget, no time to make it happen, and hopefully no lawsuits. Before the jam began, I formed a wonderful team, each member working on something different.
Less is more.
We started scribbling ideas ranging from an old man tower defense game to an Indiana Jones inspired game with dinosaurs while you have to throw away money to speed up. That was all scrapped when we came across a truly masterful game called EnviroBear 2000.
Oh my god. Go and play this game.
This cultural phenomenon broke the gaming industry wide open and taught us a valuable lesson. Less controls equal more fun.
Yeah, and I'd still agree with this today. We're restricting ourselves, whether it be controls, color palette, inputs, that's the same as controls. You know what the point, just find some aspect of the game, restrict it, and you'll have a much more creative time trying to combat these challenges, and you'll get a really interesting project out the end. I mean, Getting Over It is a perfect example, and I would blow my way over. I would bet my life that I'm going to mention it at some point in this video, probably even right now.
I like to think of this as beauty coming from the chaos of not knowing what could happen next. You are always on edge in Getting Over It because you never know when you're going to move your mouse slightly wrong and lose everything. That is what we went to capture with this game jam. Day 1, I got straight to work on the river. I wanted...
Yeah, and I think that's still great advice. If you're ever struggling for ideas, just do something like that. Just take a restriction, apply it, and see what happens. Creativity thrives under restraints. I can't remember exactly what the right quote is, but it's true.
To try and be the first game jam ever for someone not to use a Brackey's tutorial, so I kept looking and found an alternative. I actually think it happens to look a lot better. Says here it's a 50-minute tutorial.
1 eternity later.
It's now 4 hours later and I want to die. Luckily, Yakas had a much more productive start to the day. He threw together 2 different types of character controllers, one for top-down and one for first-person. And we really thought about how we can implement this lack of controls. We had the idea that fish can jump into your boat, and you have to stop paddling and stop steering to be able to grab the fish and throw them out the boat because they're going to slow you down and attract the bear to make him go faster to try and catch you. This turned out to be way too hard, so we changed it so instead of having fish jumping in the boat, you've only got one paddle and you have to switch it from side to side to be able to move. Another reason lack of control is better for games like this is because it allows for randomness. Taking inspiration from the Spelunky style of procedural animation, we're gonna have a...
Let's see, okay, 4 years later, can I do it? Taking inspiration from the Spelunky style of animation, that's not what I said. Taking inspiration from the Spelunky style of procedural generation. Yeah, I was just...
set starting room, a set ending room, but everything in between is going to be random. The way we can do this is by making pre-designed river sections, some straight and some corners, and then write a little algorithm that will randomly generate.
And you can see here, this is using random generation in a much different context here, piecing river pieces together. But this exact algorithm is just from the universal mistake of gravitation. It's almost the exact same code behind the scenes, at least. And it's the same kind of evolution. You can see I started in a very simple case. Now we're building into a much more complicated case of random generation. And then from here in the future, we can build on this to make it even better. And you'd be blown away. You'd never would have thought that silly little game of jumping around a little box would somehow help and influence making a game with no controls down a river in 3D. But it does, and you never know what crazy things you're going to learn and pick up that will continue pretty much forever. And you always have these skills that will, help you in the future. And that's what I love about
a set number of these in a random order. We made a physics-based boat that gets pushed back by the current, but also moves forward whenever you paddle. And when we were happy with that, we had to figure out a way to make the bear chase you. What I came up with was a waypoint system. Each river section that's predefined is going to have points in it that the bear can travel through, like waypoints. nodes. Then, with this simple script, we can give the bear a speed which we can change depending on what's happening with the player, and he will follow these points behind you.
I think that's a smart way of doing it. I don't actually know how else I'd do it, other than maybe like faking the bear, so there actually is no bear, and it's just like a timer counting down of how close the red guy gets to you, which pretty much does the same thing, let's be honest, but there's always different ways of doing things, and that's just what we went for.
When he gets within a certain range, he will start putting you under threat, and then if he gets close enough, kill you.
I think that is a fantastic like death screen. I really love it. I think it was Desnes that made all of that animated it all. And we even have like an amazing intro with like a story, which hopefully we'll get to. It was brilliant. This team was the first time I really felt like I was like truly part of like an actual game dev team. Like this was a real studio, just with the amount of effort and planning and concepts and stuff we put into it. Which again has helped for jobs. I mean, I have jobs. I have an internship in game development at Introversion, the people behind Prison Architect, which is mind-blowing. And it's all thanks to stuff like this. I mean, I didn't think of that at the time, but it's helped. It's all those skills that I've developed.
The thing I've learned from this game jam is I highly recommend using a Jamboard, especially if you're working with a team, because we could all
Hold on. What is the Rock doing there? Okay.
because we could all brainstorm ideas. I think we ended up with 20 pages by the end of it, of all the different things that we knew we needed. This made communication between us extremely easy and 100% cut down on some struggles that we definitely want to avoid. Overall, we're all incredibly proud. I'm extremely happy with what we managed to make in the week. And we've already had some fantastic feedback. Someone asking for an Android port, and even people playing it on stream.
No, my mouse died.
I forgot about that.
I genuinely love all of you guys. Thank you so much. Take care of yourselves, and as always, happy coding.
Okay, but the absolute best part of this game is the trailer that we created from it. And oh my god, you're not ready for this, James. You are spectacular. Let's go.
I bet you thought running away from drop bears was easy, but this time, you're down the creek with only one paddle. When a drop bear gets hungry, the thing at the top of the menu is platypus, apparently. Paddle Panic! Coming out on all major consoles as long as they are HTML-enabled web browsers, and on itch.io specifically. Wait, so you're telling me drop bears aren't real? Oh, they're made up.
What a drop bear is.
Fantastic. I thought finishing university was hard, but... Oh, I can't do it.
That's so funny because I wasn't even at university when this video was made. He was talking about him, I think. I don't even know. and now I'm months away from graduating myself. And this game's still harder. Yeah, no, you're right. This is a really exciting time now because just 1 month after Paddle Panic, I entered another Brackey's Game Jam. And this is the first video and the first project I made that actually started picking up views and actually did quite well. And I'm really excited to watch this again. And I just remember this project as being like the best thing ever to me because it was a chance for me to recreate Super Mario Maker, which is, if I had to pin my entire game development knowledge and like desire and really what kicked it into drive, is Super Mario Maker. So the chance that I got to recreate it here is incredible. And you'll also see that the art style here is really influential for me. The kind of much simple graphics, the 2-color palette, is going to carry on for a long time into some of my best games probably ever, and one that you might have even seen before, which you might recognize this exact color palette for, and you might be wondering why this game isn't what you remember because it's not this. Well, let's see. We'll come back to that. I promise you, it all makes sense.
Brackey's Game Jam 2021.
It's cringe.
Point 1. Let's make this game.
That was game, I said there.
Now let's take a look at how I made it.
Before we can answer the title question and give you advice on how to avoid this yourself, let me explain what my game is about.
Oh, this is a One Division reference. I like that show. Was amazing. It kind of captured me artistically for a long time. But this is the first video actually which has more of an actual devlog structure. I've got day 1 and hopefully I follow this the whole way, but it's nice to see that I'm actually starting to try and for this video to be the one that did well. It's nice that I got rewarded.
I recently reviewed Minima on the channel, a super fun, fast-paced platformer. So yeah, I just kind of copied that. But I put my own spin on it, as always. I made some simple 8x8 sprites in Sprite, imported them into Unity, made a simple character controller to move left and right, custom animation system that doesn't give Link a brain aneurysm trying to understand.
Yeah, that's because I learned from my first ever video that we just watched, and it's still an amazing alternative. And even though it's a 4-year-old video from that tutorial guy, still fantastic. Please go and use it.
Now, Super Mario World ROM hacks and the speedrunning community that make them look so easy are a huge inspiration for this project. I really wanted to capture that hard as nails but deceptively easy feeling in this game, which contrasts the bright, colourful environment. To achieve this colour swapping effect, I originally just made a tile set of every different colour I would need so I could change the sprite as needed, but then I remembered a video which would allow me to build a system to change the colours of the tiles at runtime to anything I want using a custom shader. This is great because it means even me with absolutely zero colour theory knowledge at all can just quickly palette swap without having to remake all the assets. There aren't many things in this world I can do well, but luckily stealing colour palettes from online is one of them. Say hello to such exciting colours as red, blue, earth, and my personal favourite, Richard Hammond's bike. Alright, we have a shooter that can now shoot things at the player, so let's make the shooty thing that the shooty thing can shoot, and now let's make the player painfully die when he stubs his toe on one. I also added spikes, keys, key boxes, and a goal. Polish time, just like in Celeste we have jump particles. Coyote time. Oh yeah, screen shake. That's much better. I also realised I missed a few animations, so here we go, we now have wall sliding and jump animations. And while I was at it, I added eyes to the idle animation to make it fit with the rest.
Yeah, this is also using the same platform controller again as that first video, the raycasting thing from Sebastian Lang. So it's amazing how these skills kind of come together.
Sprites. Now you may have noticed one thing I haven't mentioned yet. A punchable wall. The player can break through this if they have enough allies to fit the theme of Stronger Together. These allies will be hidden throughout the levels, with 3 in total that you have to go and find. The player can then try and punch the block in front of him, and if he has enough allies, it will break. So to detect a punch, a player gets its X and Y position on the grid, add 1 to that to the direction it's facing. If it's a wall there, tries to break it. It's camera time. Understanding orthographic size in Unity is not as hard as I originally thought. The height is defined as 2 times the orthographic size, and by definition of the aspect ratio, the width is the product of the ratio and the height. This combined with a function that puts the bottom left of the camera in the bottom left of the grid gives us perfect room effect where I can set the room size to be 20, or 10, or 4, or 300.
Wow, so I was talking about how orthographic cameras work, even back then. And what's funny about that, me looking back at it now, is that in my year 3 of university, I took a virtual development course. I took a virtual reality module, and for part of that coursework, we had to completely from scratch make like basically a game engine renderer with the camera and game objects, and how you actually render those pixels and those polygon positions in 3D space onto the screen. And because I'd somewhat at least been aware of what different cameras are, that helped with that. And yeah, I didn't even know. I still didn't even know. I only just realized now. That's pretty cool.
Now you might be asking me, you said this video was about overscoping, what went wrong? I'm a dumbass. Normally you would just use the regular Unity built-in tile map, use the prefab tiles, and just paint in whatever levels you wanted for your scene, then move on to the next one, and 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 the next one. But because of my colour switching mechanic, I decided to use a custom tile map. But here's the thing, this game is a project I've actually wanted to work on for an extremely long time. Recreating Super Mario Maker is my biggest dream in game dev. So instead of limiting the scope of this Game Jam game to just making the game, I set about making the entire system for the future game I want to release, but cramming it all into the 1 week period. Because with a Mario Maker type system, all
Great idea, yeah, do that.
the levels are created at runtime, you can't just make them in scenes and load them in whenever you want because they haven't been made yet. So I had to spend days making a custom saving and loading system for all these levels. This was a lot harder than I expected, but it did give me really good insight into not overscoping your games. And if you have plans in the future to develop your game further, do them in the future. Don't try and just cram it into your Game Jam game, because you know you will want to do it when you don't need that for the actual Game Jam. The end player's experience will be exactly the same. Put simply, I created a fully custom level editor, and that is an issue because all my levels had to be created at runtime, which means no making scenes with prefabs, and I have to make saving and loading myself. The light at the end of the tunnel of this, however, is that I did it. This is now going to be super easy to scale up whenever I want to improve it in the future. But for now, as always, happy coding.
I remember they also made a trailer for this game to go alongside the game. And I actually really think that's a good idea. The trailer itself also kind of got a lot of views, and it's just kind of fun to make, so maybe have fun. Yeah, you can tell how long I spent editing this with that music, like to beat it, to make things change on the beat, which I would highly recommend you do if you're ever making your trailers or anything like that, because it's so much more satisfying. I could still remember everything beat for beat, and I mouthed along with it, even though I haven't watched this since I made it. Okay, next up, I'm really excited for this one because it was so traumatic. It's making a game in 1 hour, and this is the edited down kind of time lapse. This is the edited down highlight reel of that hour, and all I can remember is that this is the worst game I've ever made, and I'm truly embarrassed by it.
Let's go. 3, 2, 1.
I like my use of music.
Okay, we have an empty project. All I've done is set up the universal render pipeline. I had to use my own tutorial for this because it's so unnecessarily complicated. Unity, fix your...
Yesterday.
Let's put 1 hour on the clock. My friendship with DevDunk and anyone that suggested this challenge to me is in a state of Schrodinger's game, so as long as he doesn't open me up and take a look inside... Wait. Luckily for me, I have the advantage of seeing what ideas other people had first. Let me quickly explain mine now. Never heard of this game before, but I just quickly searched up simple mobile games and came across Tomb of the Mask. Reminds me a bit of my game BUDZIA with the simple color palette, and I really liked it, and I thought it would be simple to make. Oh boy, how wrong was I? The controls are really simple. You swipe around to move. Yeah, that's pretty much it. The original introduces stars to collect, these Mario World bounty thingies, arrows, and your mum. But unfortunately, I didn't have time to create a 4 terabyte file in Sprite, so we're just going to stick with the walls, the movements, and some coins to collect. Let's go. 3, 2, 1. Stop! Okay, the time is going. We're going to start in Sprite. I already know what game I want to make, so this needs to have 3x3, 8x8 tiles, I think, so I can make the tile set correctly. Never made one before, so this is going to be interesting. I should have got the colours.
Turns out that's actually not true. I'd make the one for my first ever game, the Brackey's game. I just must have forgotten. That's crazy.
Beforehand. Just need 2 colours, because in the original it's pink and yellow, I think, so let's just find 2 bold, vibrant colours. Okay, let's go for this blue. It's been 2 minutes already and I've done nothing. This is a good start. Okay, new plan. You can see I know what I'm doing. What do these tiles look like? Sort of a ground texture thing. There we go. That's my ground. Up, left, down, right. Corners. What else do I need? I'm pretty sure I'm gonna have no time to do the actual gameplay at this point. Worst tile map ever. So I've actually got a Brackey's tutorial up for tile map because I've never done it before. Is Tile Palette a new package now? Is it a whole package that I have to install instead of a thing that's built in?
Yesterday.
Come on, why is the tile map not included? That's ridiculous. Window. I still can't see tile map anywhere. Did I actually install it properly? Tile map. Definitely it's installed. Okay. 2D. Tile palette. Okay, I think we're here. Yeah, Richard from Proswell. So in the Discord server where TechDunk suggested this channel in the first place, he had the idea of spelling out the word madness in his game using the letters, which he didn't manage to do, but I'm going to just try and make that straight away before I even got the gameplay because... Oh, I need to install the sprite editor now as well.
Yesterday.
Unity, don't make this easy, do you?
It's funny, I mentioned the threes thing again with the Frozen World video, that challenge, and now it's brought back again with it. That's funny.
Use construct or something. Now I could just steal someone else's code. Perfect. Ah, great. Okay, we can now spell stuff. This see, there's like this. I need like the other corners. See, level design is probably my least favorite part of making games, which is a shame because it's one of the most important. And I am awful at it. Okay, there we go. There's a room. Check the game. That looks dreadful. I think I should probably get to work on making the actual game. Why am I using raycasts when I've only got an hour? I hate myself, that's why. I am so useless. We stopped! I can't do anything, but something happened. Okay, at least you can sort of see where you're going now. I don't even have time to design the level. I'm never going to get asked to do anything again. This is career over. Last video I ever made. Hope you enjoyed. This isn't half bad. It just, I mean, yeah, it's pretty bad. But I want to add like a hue here, but you haven't really won much. Oh, now I have to import Text Mesh Pro. Can this day get any worse?
Yesterday.
All right, the tile map looks dreadful. Everything looks terrible. I've got no coins.
This is all
no
it took.
anything.
This is all I got.
Right. I want to increase the speed of the player for sure. But you can move around, do whatever. Think, oh no, I'm stuck. I
This
get
is
back. 10 seconds, right. Increase the speed of the player, and then we're done. 8. 2 seconds. Okay, this is it. This is all I've got. Subscribe for more quality content, guys.
No. You should unsubscribe.
Guys, this is the game everyone wants. I'll be releasing this for Windows, Steam, Mac OS, you know, everything you could possibly want this on, because I know everyone's going to want to play this game, and I'll be sure to litter it with ads as well, because I mean, this is... Who wouldn't want to watch an ad to, you know, get an undo move for this? You win! Yeah, see you. Oh, this is the worst thing ever.
Next up is the GeoJam, and this is one that I have really no memory of at all, other than the fact that, again, it's kind of using that 2-color palette that I kind of learned with BUDZIA and then went on to use with Seamless later, which we'll come to, but also that this was the first time where I wasn't the lead developer on the game. I think it was passed over to, hopefully they get mentioned in the video. I don't remember who it was, but I think I was, you know what, I actually don't remember at all. Let's find out. I'm really looking forward to this.
Hello there, I'm BlankDev. Let me show you all the struggles I went through and how this little indie game MOBIUS was made in just 1 week. MOBIUS is my entry to the GeoJam, a 1-week game development competition where we go about making a game that fits a given theme. As the name might imply, this jam is all about geometry. Any young English adult watching will love this thanks to this crackhead of a show we all grew up watching.
Hey, take it away.
Yeah.
And luckily I wasn't alone this time, as the rule allowed for teams of up to 4 people. This led to myself and my line on programming, Paul Arthur on music, and Dave Stroyer designing the game, and generally just being awesome. With all that said, let's go! The optional theme for this jam was the other side. The first thing I think popped into mine and everyone else's heads was the afterlife. Now my ideas are normally worse than that time I got locked inside a storage container for 2 hours at school. Yeah, seriously. But that's a story for another time. Case in point,
I guess this is that other time. I'm going to come to it 4 years later. Okay. Yeah, no, this is a true story. It was hide and seek at my school. I think this was it was secondary school in the UK, so it was about year 9 or 10, because I don't know how old that is. I'll put it on the screen. It was young though, like not that yeah, not like super young, but like teenage-ish. And we were playing hide and seek as part of like a fun day or whatever. It was like an off day, holiday, whatever at school. And I decided, in my infinite wisdom, to hide in the storage container that they put all of like the sports equipment in, you know, the tennis rackets, the footballs, the basketballs, whatever, that's just outside. Because it's open, you know, during whatever while people are using it throughout the day, and then they lock it at the end of the day. So I hid in there, basically. And I thought, oh yeah, this is a great idea. No one's going to find me in here. I'm going to win. Yeah, I won. And I did. I won. They didn't find me. And they didn't find me. And also, kind of worryingly, no one noticed that I was missing when the teacher, which they're a great teacher, a great person. Like, it's just a mistake. And I don't even know if they know about this. But I was still like just sat in the sports container, and I'm quite a quiet person, like in real life anyway. And I was just sat in there, and they came in, and I was like, "Oh, hi," I guess that's over. I'll get out now. Did I win? They just didn't hear me. They locked the storage container. And I'm laughing because like I actually like get scared about this sometimes when I think about it. So I was just stuck in this. It was locked. I was in this storage container. My phone had no signal. It was the end of the day, like the end of the school day, because they were locking the storage container for the day to go home. And I think I was in there for about 2 hours. Like, no, I had no water, no food, nothing, because I was just out. Like we were doing PE or whatever for the day. And I was just sat in there. I was thinking, oh God, okay. I think it genuinely crossed my mind. It's can I like crack my battery open and like pierce the battery and start a fire so I don't freeze to death in the night? But then I was like, oh, I'm gonna use up all my oxygen because there's probably none coming in because it's a storage container. So okay, I can't do that. Can't do that. What can I do? Panicking quite a lot. Still now thinking it. Anyway, like it's fine. I'm fine. Thank God though. Obviously things worked out. That there was an after-school tennis club, and I started hearing people outside playing tennis, and I basically just banged on on the wall as much as I possibly could until anyone heard me. And luckily they did, and they just opened the door and they let me out. So there we go. That's the story. I left you hanging for 4 years. I hope it was worth it.
Making a game in 60 minutes, not my best of ideas. And if that wasn't enough, I'm also making a game for my Nokia flip phone, so stay tuned to see how that dumpster fire of an idea is going to work out.
Best game ever.
I think all of this just goes to...
I still have that phone. I still want to do this project. You can see how long I sit on things. I'm thinking, I think about doing this project all the time, and it's something I would love to do. Just making like classic games or like remaking with a twist on like crazy different software or like hardware or whatever. And yeah, I had an old Nokia phone. The story behind this is that I just got too addicted to my smartphone, so I just went back to a regular dumb phone because I just did not want to deal with it during my exam period. And then I immediately went back to a smartphone, and I'm addicted to it again. And I don't think I can ever go back. I mean, that was crazy. I'm amazed I even did it once. But wow, this is a project that I still want to do, and I think I'm gonna write it down and hopefully do it.
Prove that I should not be in charge of any major decisions, just like Myline, who suggested, oh no, what? No, not Tenet! Get subscribed now, gamers! I really can't do that well. Okay, we clearly aren't making much progress here, so let's take a step back and look at what geometry actually means. Geometry, the branch of mathematics concerned with the properties of... One of my comfort videos to watch is one from Cliff Stoll. This guy is absolutely a legend. He built a robot that can drive under his house and collect a 4-dimensional object he designed and mass-produced in 3D called a Klein bottle. Anyway, it's all about geometry, perfect for the jam, and this one in particular also fits the theme of the other side. See, a MOBIUS strip has the janky AF property that although it appears to have 2 sides, it actually only has one. You can make one yourself with just a piece of paper and the muscle required to slightly bend it. Unfortunately, that's too much for me. Our idea of the MOBIUS strip then fits perfectly the geometry theme and the other side theme. I love being able to do stuff.
I literally haven't talked about the game itself at all yet. I don't know, I have no idea what I was on when I made this, but the Mobius strip stuff is really cool.
Like this, but I absolutely guarantee literally no one else gives a single fuck. The level is divided into a normal side and a mirror side. When you shoot, the enemies shoot. When you move, your enemies move. Wait, are we just copying super hard? You control both sides at the same time with inverted controls on the mirrored side of the mortal coil. Simple top-down movement like this is pretty easy, and we got a quick player moving around the screen with some awesome particle effects by Myline in no time. While that was being done with the help of Dr. Google, I wrote my first inversion shader. This basically takes any color it touches and flips it. This means we only have to make one copy of the player and enemies and then just mirror from the other side of the screen to flip their color. I don't really understand shaders, to be honest. I normally have to sell my soul to say. I usually have to sell my...
The reason I'm speechless right now is that this inversion shader is actually something that I forgot I even made, but it comes back in a super important way in Seamless, my kind of biggest game project ever, and I didn't even realize. That's so cool.
Soul to a team to get them to work, so I was slightly happy to get it working.
Oh, thank goodness this works. I can put my soul away.
I don't want to join you in hell just yet.
If you ever plan to work in a team for a game jam, I highly recommend a collaborative notepad tool. My favourites are Miro and Jamboard, but anything that allows multiple people to all edit the same document at the same time should work just beautifully. Just gathering.
That's really cool actually that I mentioned Miro, because I used them and I actually ended up being sponsored by them once, which is a video we'll get to hopefully. Yeah, incredible that was like something that I really actually genuinely used and was passionate about, especially with collaboration. And I managed to turn that into a real sponsorship someday, and it only happened once, but hey, that's another really cool achievement I can tick off from this.
One up and have a good time word vomiting all over the page is actually pretty fun and get some really good ideas really quickly. In our case, what you can see right now. Allow me to introduce the enemies. We have the third wheel that won't leave you alone no matter how many times you shoot them in the face. Typical cookie notice. We also have the three little piggies. The big brother, wait, I need a name. Greg? Sure. So we have Greg, the big brother, slow as a rock and dumb as one too, but with the help of Bert and Mini-Me, becomes a dangerous threat to anyone that wishes to survive the 99 available levels. To win, you first have to vanquish your foes in the mortal realm, sending them into the pearly gates of Gandalf the White's garden, where you have to slay the Balrog for a second time to truly finish them off.
There's been some real cringe. That's the cringiest thing I've ever said.
Either one of your spiritual twins can live without the other, but once they both take too much damage, the level is over and you must start again. The only thing that's left is the music, and thankfully we have Paul for this that might as well be a Seth Rogen alien with how good he is at making music. The only instrument that I can play is my good old friend Harold here.
That's a good reference.
So anything better than pure agonizing screaming is better than I could ever make. The game is now playable over at itch.io in the link in the description. Go check it out, I really hope you'll love it. Unfortunately I'm buried in a pile of exams so deep I may never recover, so this is maybe my last video for a while, but you can be damn sure to expect more Harold Bops as soon as I return. Later my friends, and as always, happy coding.
What am I doing? Okay, here's a fun one that I'd actually forgotten about, and this is probably the biggest video that I've ever been a part of, because it's not mine. This is for a collaboration with BenBonk, an amazing, I think it was 50 devs collaborating to make one game, and this was my little contribution to that, and I'm amazed that I was even invited to take part in this, being so small. But it's 27 seconds, but I'm really excited to just see how my editing has developed from that, and especially when I was trying to tackle something for not my own channel.
Hey, look at this cute bean, but also a sad bean, because he's very lonely, just like me. I saw that the player moves faster the further away they are from the mouse, so naturally I designed a cute cursor friend for the player. I also made them both look at each other, story undying love, longing, blah blah blah, 10 out of 10, don't question it, I only had an hour. Whoever wrote this, I love you. Happy coding everyone! Now what's next? Wait, no, don't show them that!
That's it. Oh, I kind of wish I didn't do that. I mean, I guess everyone has different standards, but looking back on this now, I hate this. And I have another collaboration coming up with another big dev, hopefully in the next few weeks, potentially. And I think you'll say potentially that I've improved a lot since then. This is actually the first time I ever made a sequel, and I'm really curious to see what actually happened. Because I don't remember, of course. So this is BUDZIA Part 2.
I can finally oh no, wait, what is this? I've always loved how easy Mario Maker makes making things. So let's try and recreate it for my game BUDZIA. That's it, that's the video. Let's do this! Hello all and welcome back to the second episode of BUDZIA, the DMCA violating happy go fun time, definitely not a Mario Maker clone game. Today we're going to be focusing on the level editor part of the system. Yeah, that one that caused me to have a mental breakdown in the last video. Woo! Yay! First, let's remind ourselves what the current solution is. Basically a lot of if statements at the moment. For every key press you can press on the keyboard is going to represent a different item you can place. But this is terribly unuser friendly, so let's replace this with a UI solution instead. Mario Maker 1 and 2 both tackle this very differently because they were developed for different input methods. The original was built around a touchscreen on the most beloved and appreciated console ever, the Wii U, whereas the second Mario Maker was made for the inferior Nintendo Switch console that doesn't have touch support while docked. Honestly, I mean, who would even want something like that? So,
True.
I'm going to be taking inspiration from Mario Maker 2 and its radial design. This is
No, the Wii U is better. Come on, everyone knows. Everyone knows. Yeah. I can't even pretend.
because it's more accessible across any device that I want to eventually port this game to, and the second reason is I prefer it. Alright, now we can click on buttons on the UI and place blocks with them, which is much more user-friendly and hopefully is going to make making levels for you guys much easier. So if we take a look back, the first video I ever actually made on this channel was an RPG level editor, which in itself was very much inspired by Super Mario Maker almost a year ago. I definitely wasn't as good at programming back then, and what you see here took me a week to make. That's right, so the same amount of time I made this garbage game, I made the entire of BUDZIA for the Brackey GeoJam. That doesn't mean I didn't have some good ideas back then though. Introducing requirements. So these are things that are in your level editor that you have to place down before the level can be marked as completed and saved. Otherwise it's not going to be valid. Things like this are going to include the player and a goal, because without them the level just doesn't work. Okay, fine. This might be a boring addition, but it's something that's going to really spice up some of these levels, and I'm really looking forward to seeing what you can make, and playing them all as you get your revenge on me for torturing you in the original game. And there we go, that's pretty much it for the level editor. That's all I had to add. As I said, I worked tirelessly on this during the week that this was just nice and relaxing, a little addition to add here, but I think it adds a lot. And it also now means that you guys can make levels. So here's how we're going to do that. With the system, the way it works so far is whenever a level is saved, it just
Slightly emotional after that. That was the first real time that I had a community-driven project, and people did submit their levels. They're lost now, unfortunately. But I remember playing them, and I loved it. And that was, again, such a huge milestone of having other people make things in a game that I made that people can make things in. It's just a step above, again, of this like chain of development that I'm on. That was a truly amazing moment. But I'm also genuinely actually kind of sad because I never took this further. I've abandoned so many projects that, you know, it's not great. It's really not great. But we move on. I cannot believe this. I thought this was lost forever, but no, it turns out my 500 subscriber special video was me playing and reacting to levels created in the BUDZIA level editor. So now we can look at that, and that's amazing. I thought this was gone.
Watch carefully! Special event! Receive a special cash bonus for answering correctly.
Welcome back to a Complete Dumbass Plays Your Indie Games special event edition, because I somehow managed to trick 500 of you amazing people to press that big stupid red button down below.
Wow, we're almost exactly 10 times that now. Yeah, that's incredible.
Today we're going to be playing arguably the worst game ever made, my game BUDZIA. I asked anyone crazy enough over on my Discord server to create levels using this absolute garbage thing that honestly the person that made this should be absolutely ashamed of themselves. The way the level editor works at the moment is that we have we have a level editor, and we can place down goals, place down a player, bing bam, boom, just gotta walk around, hit the goal, and you win. First up we have a level from the one, the only, the amazing
Yeah, this was ridiculous. I had to, because I didn't know how to like save a file from WebGL. Like I didn't want people to have to download the game, viruses, whatever. I wouldn't download one either. So I wanted it to be entirely maker levelable in WebGL on itch. And the only way I could think of to output the file that you created was literally just this massive string that was the name of the window. And then you just had to copy it, and I would then paste it into my game. And it worked, but it's very silly.
Dino35, thank you very much for sending your code over. Hey, look at that, I made something that isn't garbage. It actually works. Apart from the fact it's supposed to look like that. And it looks like this. You guys managed to find a bug in my Game Jam version of this from last video where when you are editing the level, if you click the key and then hit the box disappears because that's great, you want the key to be used, but then when you come back into edit mode it's still gone, which is why my saved version doesn't have the keys, but theirs does, because they're...
Yeah, a fix to this would be to generate the key before you press play, and then whatever happens, you do in play mode, you'll change the level, but then you just reload the key from before you press play. I mean, that's a very simple way of doing it. There are probably better ways, but that's what I'm thinking right now that I should have done, which would have been so easy taking a step back. That's like 2 lines, but I didn't do it.
Stupid. Sorry, wait, no, I'm stupid. Well, alright, here we go. This is Derpy's level. 3, 2, 1. I can't move. I wonder whose wonderful programming that's fault is. I can't move. What's going on?
You always know it's going to be a wonderful day when you're trying to record a video and you find... I remember this. I remember why I couldn't move. Just guess. I'll give you a clue. It's not my programming. I'm pretty sure it's not, for once. Yeah.
Problem with your game and you spend half an hour trying to fix it and then you realize it's just because your keyboard isn't plugged in.
Okay, we can finally move. Perfect, we can go. So I already know from my own, because I made this game, when you jump, these cannons go off. So I need to try and avoid that. I also might want to not die as well. Oh, can I just walk across? No, I'm not big brain enough, but I am big brain enough for this. Big brain. Yeah. One thing I wanted to touch on in this video actually is how scope creep is pretty much killing it. Because I've got all these fancy ideas. I want to add the best graphics ever. I want to add so many different items, like 50 different Mario Maker items. I want to add in mini games for some reason because that's a thing that platformers have. Yeah. I want to add level sharing, online databases, you know, go wild, absolutely everything. And then I realized that I'm just one guy and I can't do all of that. Wait, there was something in the script about actually playing people's levels in this video. That's sort of what I promised.
Very disappointing. No one got it right.
I don't even remember. It's like Spin the Wheel, like Family Fortunes or something. Like a Wii game. That was like my favorite game. Well, not my favorite game growing up, but I used to love it. I played it with my godmother all the time because they just had that game. I don't know why. I don't know what the context was, but we just played that game and loved like quiz shows like that. And then I found it again and used it in the video.
You know what I'm going to call it? I think, Derpy, you're going to win. So we're at 1-0. Let's see how many more I can get through. But I did say these were going to torture me, so congratulations, you defeated me. I've got to think of a prize. Go down, find a prize that you want for beating me. As long as it's stupid and doesn't cost me anything. Okay, what's next? The next one is from Error355, which is roughly the same amount of mistakes I've made in my life to lead me up to this moment. Let's hope this one is working. It is! Very nice. Okay, it just doesn't look like this one's impossible. Leave me alone. See, I also love it because I can steal these ideas from you and then put them in my game and take all the credit, so thank you very much. You know what? We're 1-1. I did it. 1-1. Let's see. Let's keep going. This is fun now. I need more of these quick ones I can just spam out and absolutely get my score up to make all of them look awful. Next one up from CryptoBan. Ooh, okay, I'm liking this one. We got cannons, we got spikes, we got pits. You don't touch them. Basically, the point of this game is to avoid everything. Just like me in real life when I go outside. Easy. 2-1. Get out of it. I think we just had a really unlucky first one. I don't know what he was thinking. Let's just interject this high quality gameplay first for a second.
One eternity later.
Let's try and pinpoint what actually makes this game special. I think the first thing is the art. We've gone over that. I want it to change, but I'm not sure what to. Simply because I don't like pixel art, but I will be keeping the very simple 2 or 3 colors aesthetic. I think that is very important. Let me interject myself, interjecting myself, and say that I have no idea what I'm doing. And I think a lot of indie devs starting out their journey will probably agree with me. The indie game dev dream does not exist. I can't just sit here and say I'm going to make the perfect game ever, everyone's going to love it, it's going to be my favorite.
This is still true, even a few years later. That just putting in life and uni and studies and work and everything else alongside this is really difficult. And I don't think I'm going to be confident enough to ever actually go full-time or anything. But who knows, win the lottery.
Thing ever, I'm going to enjoy the whole process and I'm going to make $1 million. That's just not going to have way too much going on. So we're going to cut it all in half. We're going to limit it. I'm going to be the smart indie game professional businessman developer now. And everything I do is going to be strictly 100% absolutely necessary.
I definitely stuck to that plan.
So let's get back to playing your levels. This one's from Ski Scratcher. Oh, they've got 2 goals. I didn't even realize you could do that. Oh, this looks hard though. This reminds me of the world's hardest game, that first level where you're the square and you've got to like dodge things. That made loads of sense, but we did it. Easy game, 3-1. The lovely EminSpace next. I'm really looking forward to playing this one. Let's have a look. Looks like they've got one. I have a feeling some keys and key boxes probably got removed from a lot of these levels. I tried to leave a disclaimer, but I know some people didn't see it. Hopefully they did. Oh, I see what you mean by insanely difficult now. I don't know why I expected that to work. So, okay, there are 3 different types of wall jumps in my game. There's the wall jump off, where if you just sort of tap the edge, you'll fall off. You can hold into the wall to climb upwards, or you can hold away from the wall to fly away. Seems like I need to do sort of a combination of 3 to get across here. Because if I do the wall climb thingy, it just sends me straight up into the spikes. If I do the wall leap off thing, it goes straight up into the spikes. But the wall drop off thing just isn't enough. EminSpace, more like I'm in pain. Got him! I'm thinking maybe I can walk, slide down here. Or I think I might be onto something. Yeah, let's go. That was an amazing level. 4-1 though. Easy. Duffy, you're looking like going to be the only one that's going to claim this award for driving insane. And it's looking like that is it. Thank you everyone all so much for making all these amazing levels and giving me a fantastic fun evening actually playing them all, because I haven't had fun in so long. Thank you all again once again for 500 subscribers. It's completely blown me away. I genuinely find it hard to picture that. That's literally a jumbo jet full of people, which other than getting arrested for right now is still absolutely mind-blowing that we could go and do that. So who's ready for blank con? We're going to fill an entire plane, guys. Let's go. And on that plane while we're there, I'm going to scream at the top of my lungs. Happy coding, everyone.
That was cool, man. I really like that. That might be my favorite one. Okay, next up, as I can probably tell from the art style here, this is another BUDZIA seamless style game. This is the next in that series, but I'm also pretty sure that I really twist something in this. The file name is BOLOD, that's all I've got. And I have no idea where that name comes from. I think it's explained in the video, but other than that, I know this was the first time I really tried something different. I completely took a game that I had and just twisted everything about it just to see what would happen. And it's a great learning experience to do that. I don't think it worked very well.
Hi, this is Bud. And Bud is bored of traditional controls, bullying him around, making him run and jump everywhere. The core of all platformers that I can think of will be boiled down to into 2 fundamental parts: running and jumping. So let's ban them. Growing up, I was always drawn to the magical escapism video games provide,
So being able to run and jump, now that was a thrill.
but I proposed as a thought experiment we should outlaw 2 of gaming's most common abilities and see what convoluted disaster comes out the other side. Now I can already feel the hate oozing from those nostalgic nerves that I just jumped on. But just remember that under my world order, Sonic never would have been made, and I think we can all agree that would have been a much better decision. Why am I doing this? Well, as always, I have 2 choices. 1, be rational, or 2, embrace the clown that I am, because this pondering fool, this musical genius, clearly knows more about game design than you. So guys, come on, let's jump.
Yeah, I do. No. But, you know, pretending you do and having the confidence to try something new and see if it works, I feel like it's still a worthwhile skill. I think also I hadn't shown my face at this point, so that was my first time even like including real world footage of me, even covered. Yeah, I mean, I'm very happy to show my face now. I think it's much more enjoyable. But hey, that was a fun little behind the scenes, I think.
Right into... You can't jump. Okay, well, let's put our best foot forward. Shit. They always say never create a problem that you can't sell the solution to. So here's how we're going to approach this.
Oh, editing. What's this?
Boo! That's right, everyone's favourite intangible terrorist, the one, the only, the Boo. I can't believe I only just realised these guys are called Boos because they sneak up on you, i.e. they try to surprise you, i.e. Boo! Took me a decade, guys, but I got there. Now,
Yeah, I wish I was joking.
this little guy has some very unique properties that I always thought would be more fun to play as than the player whenever I'm playing Mario Maker and I see these Boos. One is their ability to move around the perimeter of any surface, and two is their ability to hide inside any surface. Coming over to Unity, I have a scene set up here with just my regular platformer controller. Say goodbye to Bud, it's time to kill him and replace him with Bood. Bood? Bud? Bood? Hey, that word's a reflection down the centre. Hey, that reflection line looks a bit like an L. Wait, that gives me an idea. Say hello to BOLOD. To get the movement working, first he needs to be able to detect what wall he is on and then the corners of that wall. Using some simple geometric properties of squares and rectangles, we can calculate these corners very easily, which clearly worked perfectly first try. To fix this, I scoured the Unity documentation and found transform.transform point, which basically...
It's really interesting actually because this whole like idea of taking BUDZIA, which was just a simple platformer with the 2-color palette, then I went from BUDZIA to BOLOD, which was the same 2-color palette, but it was twisting the platformer. It was adding a different, unique idea to it, and also using some of this custom movement and custom physics and geometry or whatever to get the points that you would move around. And we'll get to much more complicated, I think, in this video as well. And then from there, I go to Seamless, which is also twist on BUDZIA, which becomes kind of related to that the same way BOLOD was, but it also twists the physics, and I use my knowledge that I learned from building custom terrain in this project in a way that actually worked the next time. And I honestly completely forgot just how amazing this whole process fits together. And you never know, even projects that I never actually showed anyone or have deleted or anything like that, they all help, and every single thing that you do can just build on each other. And that over and over again is being proved in this video, and I love that.
It just applies all the rotation matrices and the transform matrices and the scale matrices and the blah 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 blah. No one cares, it works. I said it works. If you all thought this was too easy so far, don't worry. This is about to go really, really wrong. Ta-da! But before everything goes wrong, let's take a look at some things that went well. Using this code here, I can grab the nearest vertex of the shape that we are on and move towards it. Combining that with the built-in move towards function of Unity, we can now move towards each vertex and increment between them every time in a loop. Whenever we get close enough to the vertex we're moving towards, we call the change edge function. This rotates the player towards the next edge, and fills my heart with joy with the debug lines because it's actually working for once. So I really want this to work with any number of walls and positions in any arrangement, so how on earth are we going to find these intersections?
Yeah, I remember this. So this is almost exactly the same problem, the intersections and piecing the world together as Seamless, which, yeah, actually really blew my mind that I'm doing it here as well and learning from it, because I didn't even realize, or I don't even remember doing that. But that problem has cursed me so long that at some point I think I just need to do it. And we do eventually find a solution to it, but it is much later on.
Find these intersections. After spending a very, very, very long time working on the maths of this, I came up with a matrix formula which is going to give us if lines intersect.
That's my A-level art project in the background.
Which you can see here as I'm testing. If the lines are red, they are not intersecting, and if the lines are green, they are. Implementing this with the BOLOD code, we now have working intersections. And after testing this on a few scenarios, it actually works surprisingly well. So congratulations, end of video, we're all done. Don't show them that footage. Please don't tell me this. I really want to stop. I want to go to sleep. Let me please. Please! The problem here is that we have an inside and an outside of a section. Now our poor BOLOD doesn't know that inside and outside are different and you probably shouldn't pass through the walls to go between them. So we need some way of determining the different paths, one for the
I really hope I ever solved this. I actually have no idea.
outside, one for the inside, which currently we cannot do. To solve this, I started summoning the Google gods of just praying, and I may be using something called the raycast method of detecting if a point is inside a shape. This algorithm states that if I take any point inside of a shape that I want to test, and draw a line between this point and some faraway distant point, as long as the point isn't in the shape it will work. We then use the same line collision detection algorithm from before, and count the number of collisions. If the number of collisions between this line between the 2 points and the shape is odd, then the point we are checking must enter the shape but not leave it, i.e. the point is in the shape. Conversely then, if the number of collisions is even, then we know the point both enters and exits the shape, so the point is not inside the shape. Implementing
This algorithm is amazing. I've used it so many times in the future for advent of code, which we'll come to. Hopefully more examples come up because I know there's loads of them. It just comes up randomly sometimes. You won't even think you need it.
This with every single edge in the BOLOD collider. I check to see if the line between any of the two concurrent points actually goes inside the shape itself. As you can see here, that happens when we switch from the inside wall to the outside. By doing this, we can simply separate the inside and the outside code. At the moment I have it set up so the BOLOD just follows the outside path. Now let's work on actually making a game out of this. First up, I'm adding everyone's favourite purple guy to be your guide when inside a wall. I did this just by simply rotating and flipping the existing BOLOD sprite, which was about the minimum effort way of doing this, but I think it looks amazing. And it would look even more amazing with some rotations, which I tried and failed to get working with DoTween, but I found out that if I use the onComplete method to chain the rotations together, we ensure no rotation ever gets interrupted by another one, and if you swap slides
This is amazing!
Now I can just disable the sprites and box colliders for either BOLOD, and then we have the swapping effect that we want, which when combined with spikes has some very interesting level design potential to avoid dying.
This is me stealing from BUDZIA.
Don't mind me, just stealing my own code from BUDZIA, and now we have particles to bring everything to life and emphasise the importance of switching to the other side of the wall. Finally then, for this to be a platformer, I should probably add some, well, platform.
Yeah, if you can't see what's going on there, when you're blue, you get hit by the blue spikes, and then you can switch to be inside to get around those spikes, then you have to switch back again, because now you're in the purple world, and you get... I need to finish this game! What the hell? This is awesome!
After copying the platform we had and fixing this rather delightful bug where the poor BOLOD thought they were the same wall and tried to walk across the void of space to get to the other side, don't worry little buddy, we've all been there after a long day of programming. I hacked in a definitely not a jump to get BOLOD from one platform to the other using this peacock looking local up vector. For whatever reason he decided to go down, even though the white line is pointing to the right, and it's like, no, I'm gonna go down anyway. It's times like this where I just want to smash everything. Although now it's working, I would say we have a lovely completed little system.
No monitors were harmed. I'm using it right now. I don't know what I did there.
I ended up loving this simplified control scheme so much that I recently made a game, Slippery Rocketry, in 3 days for a game jam, which you should totally get subscribed to make sure you don't miss it when that video drops very soon. That's all for this experiment. I wonder what coding nightmares I can come up with for next time.
Huh. Okay, so I do have some gameplay of Slippery Rocketry, which is fantastic. So let's just take a quick look at this. Again, you can see heavily it's inspired by BUDZIA. That was really cool having that on beat to the music. So we collect the moons to win, and I can't remember what we were inspired by this, but this was another amazing team game. And yeah, it's a very janky, it's not that polished, but it was really fun actually, a really fun idea. Where you really just have to, you just throw your rocket around to try and reach the moon. I don't remember why it's a moon either. Yeah, no, this is fun. I think this is pretty good. For like an early game, I'm actually pretty impressed by this. The scene transitions are really good, the different colours in every level looks really, I really like this one actually. It looks, you know, very clean, kind of like those like puzzle iOS like mobile games you might see sometimes. But, you know, they get a bad rap or whatever, but I really like the aesthetic. Especially for like fun little side projects like this. Make it, come on. Yeah, the controls for this were really difficult, really annoying. Oh, and that's it. But hey, I think that was a really cool project as well, just to get in next. And I'm really proud of it. Nothing I've made so far in like the past like 4 or 5 have actually been bad. I think I really started to come into my own right now. But that's only because I did make all of the bad stuff beforehand. But I can only imagine what I'm going to think of the things that are a few years after this. And it's actually more of an incentive for anyone watching this to also document your own progress, whether it be a blog or even just recording the videos like gameplay footage of everything you've done and without releasing it, or going full on into devlogs like I've done, because I am so happy I have this history of everything to go through, because one, I do not remember. You might think you'll remember it all, but you won't. I just do not remember half, not even half. I remember doing these projects maybe, but not actually at all how they came out or what my thought process were doing them. And looking back on this has been one of the best things I've done. This is fantastic so far. You might be wondering what happened to BUDZIA next, because it certainly doesn't exist anymore. And that's because it turned into my most successful game ever. And I cannot wait to watch this video again. This is probably one of my all-time favorites, and it is for Seamless. Now, Seamless is probably my best game idea also ever. I really love the idea. It just works so nicely, and you'll see the heavy inspiration from BUDZIA. I took a lot of the same code and the same ideas, but just refined them, because BUDZIA just didn't hit it for me. It just wasn't quite as fun as it needed to be. A real key, definitely, that I always want to follow is following the fun, finding the fun in your game. Don't just make the game and force yourself to make exactly what you wanted to make at the beginning. Always try and actually play it, see what's fun, try out new ideas, and actually just stick with that. And don't be afraid to kind of throw away a lot of your hard work if it doesn't actually worth anything. Because at the end of the day, do you think people would care if the best game ever was made in 1 hour, or you put 10 years into a really effort and all your time and emotions into one game, but it sucks? People only care about the final product, so you have to try and divorce yourself from that, which is very difficult. It's very, very difficult. But I think it's been really important. And it worked for me here, clearly. So here we are. Here is Seamless. Longest and most successful video. Although it has been beaten recently, which is surprising. But this is still my favorite actual game that you can play, by far. And it was my first.
The Game Maker's Toolkit Jam is back for 2021, and it's time to get weird. I find this game jam in particular is ripe for experimentation and making things that you would never try.
That's funny. So in the background I have Duality, which is basically Duet, the mobile game mixed with like a twin stick shooter. I've lost that. I don't even think I have the game for that anymore. But that was a fantastic video as well, hopefully.
Otherwise, I'm currently developing this in Unity, and the idea was to implement dragging and dropping of different regions of a platformer puzzle that can be rearranged to create links between them and allow the player to transition from one to the other. You can move within your original box but are stuck inside of it until you drag and drop a new area that can seamlessly connect to it, allowing you to move between the two. The theme of Linked Together was too perfect to not attempt this, so I hope I slept well last night, because I won't be doing that again anytime soon.
Yeah. This is crazy. So already the editing in this, you can tell I really stepped it up because I knew I had something special. This was basically a case of the game jam was a week, and we finished the game like bang on the week. And then I was like, okay, I need to get this video out as soon as possible because I just wanted the video to come out while GMTK was still relevant. You can hate me for that. I know it's whatever it's been, but move on. I wanted a successful video. Of course you do. It's a lot of effort to make all these things, and you can pretend that it doesn't matter. And I always used to pretend it didn't matter because I told myself it didn't matter, and I genuinely believed myself it didn't matter. Yeah, but come on, it's always good, and I really tried for this one, and I think already that's the best intro that we've seen so far. I really tried to learn all these different tactics and like studied by watching. Yeah, studied. I just enjoyed watching other devlogs, and I actually paid attention to what they did now. But it is still a valuable skill. It's not just if you want to become a YouTuber or anything like that, but if you do want to make games and release games, this is free marketing. I mean, I've had, I think, over 500,000 views in total on the channel, which, okay, yeah, it's still not a lot. Some people get that in one video. But for me, that is mind-blowing. Like, actually ridiculously mind-blowing to imagine that many people could have seen something that I created. And if you did have a game that you were properly trying to release, having devlogs to funnel those people into buying that game, or at least wishlisting or whatever, as a lot of the strategies of devlog people on YouTube is, yeah, I mean, that's invaluable. You couldn't pay, well, you could pay, but I certainly couldn't afford to pay for anything like that. Whereas here, we get it for free. So it's a really valuable skill.
First up, I need to make a little prototype to see if moving inside of colliders is even possible. Usually colliders work by stopping an external game object from entering, but can they be configured to stop an internal game object from leaving it? If we can't, then we're going to need a new idea fast. I started by making a blank scene, get it, to go about testing my idea in. I added a box with a box collider and another box with another box collider to see if I can put the box with a box collider inside the other bigger box with the other box collider.
Yep, easy.
Does it work? Well, no? Not by default anyway. It's a bit more complicated than I would have hoped. You see, for all 2D colliders bar one, a completed shape is made. This means that inside the bounds of this shape is just full of gubbins that the rigid body is just repelled from immediately. Luckily for me earlier though, I do believe I said all colliders bar one. Let me introduce the edge collider.
It's funny I said gibbons there, I was just thinking about it. I never used that word before, and I've never used it since this video. Or gubbins it was, sorry. The only reason I used it is because I watched and still do a lot of Cracking the Cryptic for the first time, which if you've never heard of them, is like an amazing channel on YouTube of like some absolute genius level problem solvers that just make a video of them solving a really difficult Sudoku every day. And it's not just regular Sudoku. I don't even know what the term is, like variant Sudoku, that's what I call it, or like crazy Sudoku or something like that, with like different rules, like thermometer Sudoku, chess Sudoku, fog of war Sudoku, all of these different things, which if you've never heard of them, please go and check them out. And I actually ended up actually live streaming stuff like this, which I'll include now, because I live stream myself trying to learn how to solve these as well, because again, it's just part of my curious mind. I can't be so invested in these things and not try and figure it out myself. So I did. I gave it a go on live stream, and I really enjoyed that process. It was really fun. But the big takeaway is that I really do think that if you're a computer science student, just any kind of logical thinking or just game development in general, that doing stuff like Sudoku and these more fun, more gamified versions of Sudoku, again, another way of just, it's clearly not exactly applicable. It's not going to tell you how to make a character walk around the screen, but it really helps with the logical thinking processes. And I would genuinely attribute just my fascination in all these things, just kind of holistically all put together to really help and develop over time. And just looking back, seeing that as the origin of something which is now a daily routine, especially watching them solve Wordle every day. And they have a Wordle in a Minute series. It's fantastic. Game off point, but this is where that started. And again, that wouldn't have started without game development. It's crazy.
Component. This lovely little guy doesn't create shapes, but as the name suggests, it creates edges, lines, things with no inside, just things. This is exactly what we need, because there's no restriction on what can be placed in or outside of them, because there is no inside of them, they're just lines living in their own little world. Now on to the meat of this idea, combining regions. Upon duplicating the original box and giving it a test, an obvious issue arises, because the colliders can't speak to each other and know where they are. If only one of the colliders I tried earlier was made specifically for the function of combining multiple colliders into some sort of composite. Shame that doesn't exist. Thanks for watching, guys. Unfortunately, getting the points from a composite collider isn't as easy as getting them from polygon collider, as there is no .points attribute. Luckily for me, in a recent project of mine, I also needed to grab points from a composite collider, so instead of figuring out how to do that again, I'm just going to steal from myself to give to myself. Rejiggering around the code to use composite colliders, we now have multiple boxes and it works. They work when connected together and when pulled apart, yielding some very wonderfully unexpected results so soon into this development that I would say our little proof of concept prototype has worked. We can now go full steam into full development. Now this is where things are going to get interesting.
It's true, I went outside and touched grass for this video. Genuinely, escaping into nature is really good though, you should do it a lot. It helps clear my mind when I'm programming so much.
First up, I saw in the previous video clip that the collisions with the box while it is moving aren't the smoothest in the world. While we think up a solution to this, let's add some features requested by our game designer EminSpace. She suggested platforms that you could give a custom end location to, a time taken to get there, and a time it waits at its destination before returning back to its original position.
Shout out EminSpace. I don't actually know what you're up to now. We haven't spoken in a long time, but absolutely amazing. And again, working with all these people never would have happened if it wasn't for this. I love it.
Using the transform.domove, I can give the box exactly the properties I just mentioned, a target destination and a time taken to get there. The only problem with this, however, is that it doesn't automatically go back to its original position. To fix this, I can implement a do-tween sequence. A sequence is where you can chain loads of tweens together and then play them back as if it's just one tween. I create this sequence when the game loads, firstly sending the box to the destination, then waiting for an interval of the number of seconds we set in the inspector, finally returning to the original position once that time has passed. You will see, however, even though I'm very much...
I just interrupt myself, which is kind of weird from 4 years ago. This is a key takeaway as well, that you can see I used do-tween, which I mentioned earlier that I used to animate the eyes and legs and stuff like that on some player characters that I've had before. And you maybe wouldn't initially think that moving a platform or a box or whatever around the screen is the same as animating a character. But you can use the exact same logic and the exact same code for that. It's all it's doing is moving one thing on the screen to somewhere else, or squishing it, or resizing it, or whatever. It's just changing a number over time. And as soon as you can take that step back and think about it in terms of that, you can do so much with that insanely simple ability. It's fantastic.
Still pressing space, the tween doesn't play again. To fix this, I need to disable auto kill for the tween, and instead of playing it when we press space, we need to replay it or restart it. I'm a happy little box doing happy little box there. Oh my god! We're going to be nice with our level design. So definitely no trapdoors, not a single secret cage in sight, and most importantly, we definitely won't include any slow and painful deaths either. Okay, maybe 1 or 2. 100. instead asked me if I can use my time more wisely and implement wall jumping. I can grab the vertices of the player and then use them to draw a box just below their feet. Just to confirm I had the coordinates correct, I sent them through a polygon collider. No matter how hard I tried, I just couldn't get this collision detection to work. I have made a few games in my past, so not being able to do something as elementary as this wore me down quite a bit until I realised just why it wasn't working. The player isn't colliding anything. Any typical collision detection script is going to fire off as true all the time because the player is always within a collider. Well, I did say no typical collision detection script would work, right? Actually, I did, I remember saying that. Any typical collision detection script. Well, I am one very little atypical robot, so let me show you how I did it. What I ended up doing was getting the points of the collision, which for some reason did work, seeing how close...
Little did I know that someone actually did. That's cool.
What I ended up doing was getting the points of the collision, which for some reason did work, seeing how close they are to the bottom corners of the player, which would typically represent its bottom side. If it's within a threshold of 0.075 units, we claim we are on the ground, which then resets the jump count. It's by no means perfect, but it works, so I guess it's perfect enough. The goal you need to reach to beat the puzzle is a wire, because the theme of this jam is linked together, and lines do be loving to link things together, just how I like to link to this video's sponsor. After adding wall jumping, I added a switch that can be pressed to trigger the box movement developed earlier and threw everything together into a demo scene that our wonderful level designer can reference to conjure up their magic. That's day 2 over with. Don't fail me now, teammates, we can bring this one home tomorrow. I got the platform disappearing once again using DoTween here, as it has been a kind friend of me this devlog. By adding an onComplete method to activate and deactivate the box colliders too, the fading platform is now working. Let's hope for no big issues today. Guys, we can do that, right? Just gotta make a menu, add scene transitions, add music, make and add sound effects, make enough levels for the game to last more than 10 seconds like my previous scam jam, so pre-Rocketry, we don't talk about that one, test any errors, make and upload the itch page, and most importantly, try not to fall asleep. The team and I are really happy with how this game turned out, so if you want to see all the amazing bonus features and the levels for the first time, the way they were intended, then go and play the game for yourself before I go and run through it for you. You have been spoiler warneringed. For everyone else, let me present.
Seamless! I'm so happy to present this to you guys. Look at that amazing fade effect, and we're in! Okay, so we have a timer counting down, and I want to see who can get the best time. I think Sidfish is currently in the lead, so I reckon someone can beat him now. I think I can probably beat him now. You can sort of jump forever on here. As you can see, the bottom left corner of the square is actually colliding with something. It's just not the floor. It's the wall at the side, so the jump is still being triggered because of the way I had to do it to work around the colliders. But you know what? It's fine. As you can see, the goal here is the little piece of string. Don't ask why, it made sense at the time. So, we're currently stuck in this little box and we have absolutely no hope of going anywhere. So that's the game over, hope you've enjoyed, we're stuck. But as you can see, this little area here, it sort of eats up the other platform and delivers you over here. We now can't go back, but we made it to the end. Same story here, but this time we have spikes. Now these spikes don't move with the box, which I find really interesting. They sort of reveal the path, not only making it so you can see it because it's all the same one big colour, but also so you can pass through it. And I must say, I still absolutely love this whole eating up walls mechanics, the joining together of different sections. I've never seen it before, and I really hope we can turn it into something that you guys enjoyed. So this is where the levels start getting a bit more complicated. You can see at the top we have a switch. We also have to try and time this jump correctly, because if we don't time this jump correctly, we're just stuck in this little box down here. We've got nowhere to go. And if we jump up here, we still have nowhere to go.
But if you jump up and the platform moves up and catches you, it can kind of drag you up with it, which is just really clever. This idea came from when we had the cage idea earlier. So we had the cage, where as I showed you, it says like a troll potential earlier, where the block came down and removed the floor from you. Well, this time we did sort of the complete opposite, and it takes the top away from you so you can escape, instead of being taken, you know, to your death. The next level introduces these disappearing platforms. Obviously, you don't want to stand on them for too long, because they will disappear and you will die over and over and over again. So you have to sort of leap over as quick as you can, make sure you get there. Here's a little pro tip. You press the switch, the platform comes up, which allows you to get to the end. Oh wow, I actually just found the bug. It doesn't allow you to get to the end. Wow, we just got absolutely... let's just pretend that didn't happen. Okay, this is where the speedrun sort of comes into it. Hope you don't mind dying. Press the switch, get on out of here. So we sort of got like a sideways elevator, like a lift. We also have some platforming ability, which I clearly do not possess. I love how you sort of jump off the wall and land on the switch. I feel like our game designer, EminSpace, probably planned that on purpose. But yeah, I would not be smart enough to do that. Oh, almost died there. But we made it. Okay, final level. Now, the one thing I do say about this is that I really want to get more levels. If the game does well, then hopefully we can keep working on this, because this mechanic is probably the first mechanic I've come up for a good game jam that I really strongly believe needs further exploration. We've got loads of amazing feedback about it being really unique and people loving it already. And the way I implemented it here is pretty much just it's good enough, just get it done. We have 2 days. I've already thought of far better ways to do it.
Yeah, and that actually is a really good point. I learned that from BUDZIA. I remember I even said in that video, if you've got plans of what you might want to make in the future from your game idea, don't do that during the game jam. Do it in the future. Just get the game jam working as a proof of concept to see if it's even enjoyable, and then you can remake it and fix up the bugs in a proper way later. And that's what exactly I did for Seamless. And well, things get more complicated, which we'll come back to. But we just kept the jam version very simple. It's obviously buggy, but the idea is gotten across. I didn't spend 5 months writing a custom everything interaction scripts to make the physics work yet. But for the game jam, we didn't need to. I learned from my mistakes from before, and we ended up with a game that people still really liked anyway, so it didn't even matter.
Especially after speaking to some of my other game dev friends and how they would have approached it. Yeah, they're a lot smarter than I am, but I was under time pressure, that's my excuse. So as you can see here, this is my absolute favourite section of the entire game. I really, really, really love this. So as you saw earlier for the trolls, once again, the joke's coming back and actually helping us out with some level design here. So we have the player, and if you try and make this jump and you miss and you get stuck in this little box, well, you can't go back, you're completely encaged, and you have to just get hit by the spikes. There's absolutely nothing you can do. So you have to jump into that box to be able to wall jump up to the other side, but you need to do it fast enough to not get stuck in the box and hit by the spikes. It's absolutely genius. The person that came up with that, EminSpace, is a level design master. I absolutely love it. So we just have to sort of wait here, come up, and get to the goal. 332. I think that puts me on the leaderboard. I think that puts me on the leaderboard. Thanks for playing.
Terrible time.
Thank you guys for playing.
Okay, so I do remember that after the huge success of Seamless, I really wanted to keep the train going in just video content and making games, because I was really happy, you know, and just excited about the future. And it was a real push for me to try and do better. So I remember from that point forward, really trying to focus on my editing, on my games, making sure the ideas and the core mechanics were as fun as possible. And also that I'm actually presenting that in a good way, because if you're doing this to get marketing points or, you know, just for entertainment and you want people to enjoy what you're watching or any combination of that, then you want the videos to be fun and engaging. So I think this is a real turning point for me. And I remember that the next video, I took part in 2 game jams at once. So ridiculous idea. I think it was BenBonk and Reese Joffrey or something's game jams, both of which were going on at the same time, and I wanted to do both of them, so we just combined the themes, and I think I'm going to go into explain it a bit more. But I haven't done this crazy challenge since because it was awful. Really, really difficult, but really fun actually. So maybe I will do it again. I'm not sure, but I'm just excited to see my kind of post-seamless era, I would probably call it, for me, my personal development and the channel. So yeah, here we go.
So there are two game jams that I want to participate in. The Boundless Jam hosted by Reese, and the BenBonk Jam hosted by, of course, Brackeys. Each jam has its own theme that we need to adhere to, and its own time limit. The Boundless Jam runs from June 20th at 3 PM to June 27th at 3 PM. Now we couldn't start our entry until the BenBonk Jam started on the 25th. This gave us only a 43-hour overlap to make the Bonkless Jam a reality.
You can see how crazy it was. Oh, that's a bad joke.
How about an infinite runner where
that
you
was
can press
unintentional.
just one button to swap to the second side? You start by running on the floor and you can switch over to the ceiling, or as I like to call it, an Australian simulator. You need to avoid obstacles
Shout out Icoso there.
to avoid falling into the ominous pit on the left. It is then the objective of the game to be bonkless. Step 1 is to create a
Yeah, I think I remember. Basically, it was the bonkless jam, I think, or BenBonk jam or whatever. So we made it so it couldn't bonk the walls, which I don't know if this is an American term or whatever, or if it's a UK term in America, whatever. UK term, I can't even remember what I just said. But basically, bonking is in like, you know, like hitting something and then like falling or like falling over. So no bonking the edges. I still think that's genius. But yeah, who cares?
script and tell it to invert the gravity of the player's rigid body whenever the spacebar is pressed. Step 2 is to add some obstacles to the scene, hit play and spam the spacebar, watching it not working for 2 minutes as your soul leaves your entire body because it should be working but it's just not. No. Step 3 is to cry in the corner. Step 4 is to realise that you just didn't add the player script to the player object, so of course it wasn't going to work. Blank you.
Yeah, that happens so often. Just before you spend ages debugging, just do the simple checks first, and 9 times out of 10, it's gonna fix the problem. And that's just something you just learn to experience. So if you've got a problem in your code right now, please just take a step back, and you'll probably fix it in about 5 seconds.
Idiot. As I said, this is a super simple mechanic to implement, although I don't like how floaty it can be when you change gravity in mid-air. To amend this, let's stop all the velocity the box has on the y-axis when we switch. This makes everything feel a lot more snappy and responsive. To make it feel like you actually have some sort of control over the player and not just flipping gravity, we can also add a small jump in the opposite direction to add an extra layer to the movement mechanic. Now this is feeling just right, so what's next? We can actually use procedural generation to randomize each run of the game.
Wow, so this is another use of procedural generation for me. It really is coming into kind of just every game I make. It's really cool that skill is kind of reusable. And there's so many different ways of doing it that you never know everything.
Hopefully giving you an incentive to keep playing it. This can be done by making what I call level sections as prefabs, then bunging them all into a helpfully named array called level sections. When the game starts, we randomly select 10 of them and place them in the scene. I know this approach can work, as it's how I built Paddle Panic a while back now for the Blackthornprod game jam. For now, the sections are as simple as a flat boy to act as a save zone and some different variations on humps to get in the way. Now these are great, but currently the player has literally no way to ever get.
I also think I probably made a huge mistake when making this video, is that I don't even know what the 2 themes of the game jam are that I'm combining here. Maybe I'm just an idiot, but I don't think I included them. So although I'm taking on 2 game jams at once, anyone watching this has no idea that I'm even doing that. So that was terrible. That was a mistake.
To fix this, let's add a rigid body to the level sections so they can be moved with a steady velocity towards the player. The sections are now moving perfectly, but so too is the player, so we're effectively not actually moving anywhere. Why is this happening? Well, when the player bonks into one of these moving obstacles, it gets its velocity imparted to it and begins to move in that direction as well, even when it's no longer in the way. This can be overcome by setting the X velocity of the player to 0 at the end of every frame. Now we have a solid base that we should have plenty of time to expand on with the team. This might be an issue. After B-Bomb shoveled coal onto the bonfire that is my ego,
Yeah, so my teammate, I think they were going on holiday or something, or whatever. I don't know, they had no internet access, which actually did inspire me to do a no Wi-Fi like game challenge. I think at some point later on after this, but yeah, it was terrible, really, really bad. So I was down to one person making 2 games, I was down to one person making 1 game for 2 jams at the same time instead of 2 people Because when it was 2 people, I was kind of like, okay, well, this is basically just 1 game jam each then. But now, I'm in trouble.
Came up with a solution. Let's make this even simpler. So much fraction.
Yeah, do that. Please, always simplify your scope and just make things simpler, especially under time pressure. And if unexpected things happen, you have to make these changes to make sure you can still finish on time. And that is an extremely valuable skill in pretty much everything you'll ever do, game dev or not.
Making art this time round as we planned. We're back to my signature style of a maximum effort here with just 2 striking colours. To spice things up though, we're going to bravely be using, wait for it, some different colours. Shock horror, I know. To do this, I'm going to need a new colour palette. To make this, come over to any colour field and click the 3 dots next to swatches. Then create a new library, save it in the project under a useful name, and start adding your colours by clicking on the little icon in the inspector. We can now really easily and quickly swap all the colours in our scene. Fantastic! Instead of doing this manually for all of our level sections though, let's write a little colour script to do it automatically for us. By selecting all the level sections, I can add a component to all of them at once. When the section is created, it gets all the sprites underneath it, so the walls and all the obstacles. And when a set colour method is invoked, loops through all of these walls and obstacles and sets them to the desired colour. Now when we create the wall, all we need to do is set the colour of them to our nice green. Call this game a Globgo Gabgalab because it's looking, splendid. To fit this colour scheme, BenBonk threw together a simple game logo, main menu, credits, and game over scene. Not so luckily for me though, this is where BenBonk also...
I think this is one of the first times that I was ever actually involved in making a main menu and game over screen and all these things, because I just didn't really care about them, to be honest, before. Like, they existed, but there was at least some effort to make them coherent to the theme with the same like color scheme or whatever in this, and not just simple white text on over the game. And they do add a lot if you have the time, but I still don't think they're really that important for game jams, although it's a very important skill for any actual game, because if you were seeing a game on Steam and you saw this as kind of the menu, I'm going to be honest, I would just turn away, because even though the menu doesn't matter, it just shows that level of care and polish that you're thinking, well, if the menu looks like this, then what's the game like? Which maybe is unfair, because it could be the best game ever with a terrible menu, and it would still be the best game ever. But that's just the game, right? I mean, it's judging everything, and you only have a few seconds to grab attention in your games because you just move on to the next one. So you just has to don't go like super overboard to make the most insanely overcomplicated and amazing menu ever if the game isn't that great. But there's definitely a balance in between there that you need to be trying to hit, which yeah, it sucks, but what can you do?
Decided to launch back into the 18th century, leaving me to finish this game by my lonesome. But I can worry about that tomorrow.
This is a castle near where I used to live. I don't know what it's got to do with the game, but sure. This inspiration from the Scenes video.
It's day 2, and here's the thing. This game sucks. Currently it's not fun at all because there is no sense of danger, no incentive for the player to continue on their journey. One way I can try to infuse some life into this game is with Right now, falling off the edge of the screen doesn't actually seem so bad. Maybe the player is just camera shy and would rather not show his face to the hundreds of people watching. Wait, we can use Unity's particle system to fix this and add a way for you to die.
Change.
Personally,
So this effect, I had no idea what I was doing in my video editing at the time. DaVinci Resolve is what I use. I remember, because this is supposed to emulate a particle system of them all coming off, and you'd think, oh, well, that's just a particle system then, it's easy. I remember hand animating all of these because it was still so early on in editing, and this is like one of the first like animated scenes, I suppose, with motion that I made, and I didn't know how to make particle systems really at all, even in Unity, but especially not in Unity, and I used DaVinci Resolve to edit this video. So I just made all the particles as their own sprites. You know, it's creative thinking like this sometimes. I'm not saying the result is good, but it's at least, you know, it gets the job done and it gets the point across that I was trying to say. And although putting an effort in to learn the particle system would have been good overall, I didn't have very long because I was making this at the same time as the game jam. So it was quicker for me to just fake it. And then, you know, that temporary solution just lasts years. I've learned the particle system now, I think. But it's quite funny how the temporary solution of coming up with a creative way to kind of fake it kind of can stick. But you know, when you're in a jam or anything, when you're in a squeeze for time, coming up with any kind of creative solution just to get, you know, anything done is still better than nothing.
Personally, I now think the player is quite hard to read, so let's add a small white outline to them. I think this looks far superior already. A rather hilarious bug ensued though, where the player sometimes spawns inside the walls. Having the player being able to move inside a collider is a terrible idea though. No one would ever want to play a game like that, so let's fix it by making sure the first section to spawn is always the flat one. That way there is nothing in the way at the start of the game. Isn't gaming more fun? Yes,
this is pretty good.
No, the game...
I'm happy with my thought processes here. This is not that bad. I mean, the video did terribly and the game isn't really that fun, but like, I'm happy with my development.
It has a loose state, but positive reinforcement is a much better incentive than negative punishment, so let's look at adding a win condition. As the idea of this game is an infinite runner, the best incentive is to add a timer. When you eventually die, the time is displayed to you. I don't really know why you would want to try and improve your score. Go and do something better with your time, like listening to this message from today's sponsor. Here is my Spaghetti Brain game jam code for the timer. First, grab the number of seconds that have passed by flooring the total time passed. Now do the same, but just grab the milliseconds by rounding to 2 decimal places and subtracting the number of seconds. The string for the number of seconds is easy, just convert the integer to a string. Milliseconds are a little bit more complicated though because, well, this happens. To fix this, convert it to a string, pad right with zeros to ensure there's always enough digits, and then just grab the third and fourth digits of the string. Okay, so let's take stock of what we have now.
I really like that visual explanation of how this works actually. Whether the code, helps or not, maybe I didn't explain that too well. The animations at the bottom, that's cool. So this is the beginning, hopefully, of me actually trying to be a little better.
You can jump over to the other side and, well, I mean, that's about it. The difficulty curve isn't even a curve, it's more of a straight line with no gradient because...
Yeah, so difficulty curves is something that... It's nice that I'm even thinking about that because when you're starting off, you don't even think about that at all. So this is just how the game gets more difficult over time as you play it. And this is obviously difficult, funny, to balance because the player will get more skilled at the same time. So you kind of need to make the game... If you want the game to stay a constant difficulty, you actually need to make it harder because the player is going to be getting better at the same time. If that makes sense, hopefully. And if you want the game to stay the same difficulty, you still need to make it harder. And if you want the game to get harder, you need to make it extra harder to overcome the fact that they've gotten better at the game. But then not everyone's going to get better at the game at the same rate. So for some people, you might make the game harder faster than they get better at it. So it just branches off and it just gets infinitely harder because you think they're good enough, so it's the same difficulty, but they're not. So it's actually even harder than it was at the beginning. Or it could go the other way around. If you don't make it hard enough, the game will just get easier and easier for players because even though it stays the same or even slightly more difficult, they're just so good at the game now that it's easy and that makes it boring. But if it's too difficult, then it's annoying and it's raging and you don't even... Unless that's the point, which it can be, then that's not fun either. So kind of threading the needle between all of these different options is so difficult, and that's why you need playtesting, which for a game jam, yeah, of course, you don't really have. Unless it's an in-person game jam or something like that, where you can maybe grab a friend or another contestant to just play through it for even 5 minutes, you'll catch something. But then even if you do, you don't have time to fix it. So I'm glad I was even at least thinking about this, and I probably understand it even better, now, always learning and understanding things more. But this is the first time I think I've mentioned it, so yay me.
Difficulty is the same for the entire run. Now we have a timer in place though, we can use this to make the game harder the longer you were alive for. This way it becomes a lot more about skill the further you get than just being patient enough to sit through the game. Remember the section move speed from earlier? Let's increase it by some multiple every 5 seconds. Doubling might be a bit much as you can see here. Every 5 seconds the speed is increasing on and on forever as long as you can keep going. Okay, well forever in this case meaning 10 blocks. So I think it's now time to tackle the infinite level generation system that I was putting off. Nice. One way to do this would just be to crank up the number of sections from 10 to 10,000. But that has the slightly inconvenient side effect of crashing my entire PC. Maybe something a bit less dramatic is 100, might still load, but it's terribly wasteful. Indeed, what we need instead is to just create them as and when the player runs out. Using a queue, which is a first in first out data structure, we can add our sections to this queue when they are made. Then when we have too many, destroy the...
His gubbin's coming up again. And this is also a great use because you might have heard of queues from, your studies and you think, oh, it's boring, why do I need a queue? But this is an example of using game development in a fun way, infinite level generation of these things to learn about these data structures, because you'll use it in this sense and you'll figure out how it works and what you need to do to make it work and why you would pick a queue over a stack or a list or whatever. Immediately, just by making this level generation system. And then when you're coming for your exam or you're studying or whatever, you don't even need to. You can just remember what you did in your game. And that's been crucial for me. And I really like that I'm actually showing that in the video as well.
One at the front of the queue, which represents the one the player used ages ago and won't even notice that it's missing. In the dying moments of the Boundless Jam, I managed to throw together a quick itch page and submit to both game jams with 20 minutes remaining. This challenge was absolutely ridiculous. Please, I beg you all to never do this. Save yourselves.
I remember it now. So it was the Boundless Game Jam and the BenBonk Game Jam. We combined that to be BenBonk Boundless. So it was the Bonkless Game Jam, or the Bonkless Game Jam, which is then the game where we took that literally and made a game where you have to try and bonk less to avoid the obstacles. I get it now. See, maybe I could have explained that better in the video itself, but that's really cool. I am pretty proud of myself with that one. And just, you know, how that worked out. I'm also realizing that my naming scheme is absolutely ridiculous because I did the same kind of ridiculous nonsense with BOLOD in that video. So maybe I need a better system.
However, as it has become tradition for this channel, I shall end the video with the current world record of the game. Best of luck to everyone else that entered the jam. This was an awful experience but tons of fun. And despite that sentence not making any sense whatsoever, remember, as always, happy coding everyone. Call this game a Globgo Gab. Oh, this is gonna have so many takes. Globgo Gab Glab. I'm saying it so much, not even a word anymore. Globgo Gab Glab. Call this game a Call this game a Globglogabgalab because it's looking, splendid. This is so gonna make the end of the video, isn't it?
And a video in 5 years' time you didn't even think about. Yeah, and as I said earlier, that doing all these game jams is really difficult in the time, and maybe it's super stressful and you hate it and you think you'll never do one again. The amount of rewarding, like amazing that comes out when you can look back on them and think, wow, I made this, it's amazing. And yeah, this game's really simple, but we made it in less than 2 days. And yeah, look at that. I mean, that was actually pretty cool. It had an actual cycle that you can go through of a game loop to play and go to a menu and start again, which, you know, was one of my first times doing that, and I think it looks really nice, and that is a skill again that's carried forward all the time. Okay, up next is my first, I think, real collaboration with Watit, where we went against each other and made a game at the same time, where we both just basically hosted our own little mini game jams. So remember this video, you can see already I put a lot of effort into the animation at the beginning, because just to trying to make an engaging intro, and I remade pretty much the whole YouTube interface. I mean, it was terrible, but it's, you know, a fun little effort here. And this was now a video of me going fully against Watit, which has come up loads of times, as you'll see in all my previous videos. We really were. It was a great team, actually, and it's a shame. It's my fault that it's kind of gone away, because just wrapped up in university and I haven't made even a video for over a year, taking all these big gaps, which watching this back has made me really sad that I've done, because this is my life, you know, looking all back on this stuff. I'm really proud of it and it's amazing and I don't want it to stop. So let's see where I went with this, and hopefully this video is pretty decent as well.
Ah, my good friend and fellow game dev Watit, my favourite green Italian with a more talented brother. What devlog do you have in store for me today?
You know, Watit has a brother that I think helps with like the music or something as well. That's just a little joke. I'm sorry.
What? Blank said what? Give me a second.
What the? Of course, we needed the fake beef in here. That's how you get the views. No, I'm kidding, but it's always fun to have like a little funny narrative in the videos.
Blank Dev, I cannot let you get away with this. You are officially challenged to a game off.
Reusing the same thing again for 3 videos in a row?
It's game left time, come on grab a friend, we're gonna make a game.
That exposes Watit as the true demonic hellbeast that he really is. But first, we need some rules. How about making a game with a theme given to us by the other person in just 24 hours? Clean?
That's a cool idea.
And even more embarrassing for whoever ends up losing. So what theme have I been given? Evil blank from space. Honestly, the insinuation Watit that I'm from space is absolutely ridiculous. Isn't that right, my fellow lizard brethren? My first idea is a one-button game where your only control is the spacebar. Let me introduce Blank Says. The love child of WarioWare and Simon Says that literally no one asked for, but now you have it. You still definitely didn't ask for it or want it, but here's how I made it. If I'm going to take down...
You can see the video corruption issues there. I was making all these on like a really old a laptop at that point, and I was hitting the limits of my computer with what I was trying to do with my editing. And luckily, I managed to make some money from Seamless with the ad revenue, and even I think a small sponsorship at some point that I don't actually remember when it was. But I guess we'll come to it at some point. But that helped me buy a new computer, which was amazing, which then fed back into helping me do uni because I basically had nothing. So I was very lucky that I could use that computer at university as well, and then also to make even better videos. And this is a great cycle somehow. Potentially like the first glimpses of it being an actual job instead of just a hobby, although those dreams kind of died about 2 years ago now.
God himself.
You can't stop it. Come and get me. I'm a god.
I need to bring a more balanced approach to my game development for the first time ever, and do something that strikes fear into the heart of any game dev. Making a good menu.
This is what I was talking about in the last video, and now I'm addressing it here, and actually that's really cool. Okay, well, let's see what I did.
Okay, so it's fair to say I'm not known for my incredibly good looks, both in real life and in terms of the menu I slapped together in game jams with 30 minutes to go. Let's do something to fix this with some fancy schmancy animation tweens, using, well, tween. I made a quick mock-up of what I wanted to achieve to give myself a mini goal to work towards as an excuse to take a break. I wanted to fit a retro aesthetic, so I added a fading press start indicator and a diamond encrusted asynchronous background scaly thingy to make this sentence take 12 takes to say correctly. All these effects are made using sequences that I can call together at the start of the game. We get the current colour of the text, then calculate that same colour but with increased transparency by decreasing the alpha value, make a new sequence and append one for the fading out, and another for fading in. To loop it forever, I just made it restart itself when it's completed. Is this the most elegant way to do it? Probably not, but does it work? Yes, and that's good enough for me with only 24, 23, 22, 21 hours left. Okay, I should probably get on to actually making the game part of my game right about 2 hours ago. The first micro game is Pizza Darts. This idea clearly needs no explanation, so first we need a dart. No, not that type of dart, damn it, this dart. I dart you to say that 3 times fast. Anyway, this dart moves along the bottom of the screen until you press space. To do that, let's use the trusty old sine wave function. Stage 2 is switching the dart from moving along the x-axis to along the y-axis.
I think already I'm really impressed. This is my first time using Procreate on my iPad to draw some art actually to put in the game, and also having these like background animations, and my first time using not 2 colors. Look at that, in about 5 years. No, not 5 years, but of course like the past maybe 5 projects, I think they've all been this kind of 2 color palette thing, and I do return to that because I still really like it. But I'm pushing myself here. I'm trying to learn something new.
Fortunately, this presents a problem. Along the x-axis, the dart is starting in the middle, but now it starts at the rightmost extreme point it can reach. A normal sine wave is going to produce the correct oscillation that we need, but in the wrong place. Due to the nature of a sine wave, we can add on the value of 1 sine wave to get the dart in the correct x position, adding 270 degrees to the time corresponding to the lowest point of the sine wave, offsetting the dart so it begins at the bottom instead of ending there. Now that works, we need to add some more top quality A-star worthy art for all the toppings you can land on, and make some more different level layout. As you all know, art requires a lot of time and total concentration, so naturally I drew all of these while sat on the sofa last night watching TV. Let's say I fancy an onion. Just have to line up my little face guy, who shall henceforth be known as Peter for no reason at all. Grab myself a delicious onion with this code here.
So what's his name?
We can see if we are touching a topping, and if we are, save it so that when we press the space again to stop, we know if we're on an olive or a sausage or any of the other toppings and can react accordingly. Perfect. I spent the next little while designing different layouts for ingredients and writing the code to detect which toppings are in this layout, so I can randomly select one to be the target each time this microgame loads. After all, we don't want to send Peter out looking for a sausage when there are none available. To do this, we can grab all the possible layouts and deactivate all of them. Then when we randomly select the layout to show, we also get all the delicious toppings this layout has on the menu. Now we can use one of these toppings as the target topping, randomly generated of course. So Crazy Peter is now complete, but
I actually think there's a really important lesson with what I just did. So basically, just describing it again, is that I created all of these topping layouts. There's like 10 or 15 of them or something, which I would then pick one at random to show on the screen, and then of the foods that is on the screen, we then pick one to be the target one that you go for, because obviously you need to be able to go for one that's actually on the screen. Now, you might think, well, yeah, that's pretty obvious. But if you actually think about it, how do you approach this problem? Because you could approach it from the other way of, I want to randomly generate the sausage, and then that means, okay, my target is the sausage, so I need to go through the list of all of my different options, find one that has a sausage in it, and pick that one, so I can, or maybe you find all the ones with sausages in, and then you randomly pick between those level layouts to load in to put actually on the screen, so you know that there is a sausage there. But that is a lot more complicated than just randomly picking any one of the different layouts that you've created and then thinking, okay, well, there's three foods on this screen. Let's pick one of those randomly and pick the target that way. So you kind of work backwards towards what your target is instead of starting with the target and then having to do this convoluted mess to find a pattern that has that target in it. And maybe that was your initial plan. You do that anyway, but I promise you that it's more times than not where maybe this is a simple example, but problems like this that sound complicated, as long as you just reframe them and try and solve them in a different way, they actually become a lot simpler. And doing that in simple, like smaller cases here, just allows you to at least develop those skills to think about it. And then when it comes to something that you do need to do that, and you really do need to do that, because the harder way around for this project, you could still do it. But sometimes the harder way around is impossible. You just can't do it, or it would take way too long. But if you think of that simpler option, because you've got that experience with it, then you're in the money. You know, that's great because you can just do it because you've done it before.
Game collection with only one micro game is more of just a micro game and not really a micro game collection game, and that's far too micro for this game to defeat Wowie, and by extension, the entire of Italy. Shall we add a new one? Yes! Remember my sofa drawing session from before? Well, it's back. I found coming up with micro ideas to be a rather macro problem, so I was hoping that just by drawing random gubbins I might be struck by some Italian defeating inspiration. Of all my ideas though, I ultimately decided on flag invaders. The idea of this one is simple. In Italy, only 3 colours exist, as we all know: green, white and red. So let's make a game where you are given a target colour and a totally original, uninspired enemy to shoot at representing the colour you are given. To ensure the colours are random and unique to each...
Just in case anyone's worried about this and me like bullying Italy so much in this video, just wait until you see Wati's video. We made it clear that we're bullying each other because he thinks I just drink tea all the time for being in the UK. Never even had tea in my life, thank you. So yeah, what was that? Is that... Shut up. I'm sure just as...
Invader? Wait, hang on a minute. Oh no. Anyway, so I start with a list of colours, then randomly select one, remove it from the list of available colours, and then repeat this for all 3 invaders. Okay, we have time for one more micro game. What'll it be? Careful counting? Bolognese? Presto? Well, there's only one way to end this age-old debate. We're gonna have to spin the wheel.
It's funny actually, I'm sure we'll come to it, but seeing this, the wheel being spun, like I had to go on a website and kind of look up and put in like a tool that was already made, that someone else had made, to generate the random pick. And even just looking at this, I was like, okay, I want to make this. It looks pretty simple-ish. It's just picking a random number on a wheel. How hard can that be? So I think in a project coming up, I don't know when. I think it's actually the next game I worked on. Yeah, it's the next thing. Oh, that's amazing, amazing. I made my own little wheel system, which is fantastic. So we'll come to that hopefully again next time. But you can see already how these projects are influencing the next one every single time.
Well, okay, that was anticlimactic. I was sort of hoping for some confetti or something, maybe even a drum roll.
Oh, this is cringe. No.
And the winning micro game is... Yaxilere! Yeah, I already know I'm going to butcher that name, so leave me. I'm going to explain this micro game with the same amount of effort I put into making it. Yeah, this is Yuckman. He goes boing when you press the spacebar and falls down when you let go. You got to dodge the spike or you're going to have to start again. That's it. Shut the channel down. It's never going to get better than this. IGN 10 out of 10. I'll see you at the Game Awards. It might not be the best of games, but with 1 hour remaining, I finished up the itch page and some cover art and sent it over to Wati so he could surrender and crown me the king of all game devs.
Okay, here we are. Let's try Blank Sense. We got Crazy Pizza, You Cheater, and Flag Invaders. Flag Invaders and Crazy Pizza, I guess it's pretty obvious how they connect to Italy. The only one I'm not really sure about is You Cheater. I guess it's only the wordplay because honestly, I don't go outside much, especially in the last year, but you know, I have not seen many saw blades running around the streets. Yeah, never mind, let's try. And first thing I gotta say, this title screen. This title screen is good. It's super smooth. I love how everything is animated. It feels alive, and this flashing label feels kind of retro. I like it. Let's start. We got 11 seconds. Oh, I hope. Okay, great. Was I close enough? No, I was not close enough. Okay, oh fuck. I needed 6 seconds there. Okay, okay, no, yeah, I messed this up. I kinda ran out of time. You don't need to keep this bug in the video if you don't want to. Don't you worry. Let's try again. Olive, was I close enough? Yeah, I was. Pepperoni in Italian means pepper. I need to translate what I'm reading in real time. Well, I guess that's not really bad since I claim to speak English. Olive, yeah, great. We have the chance to build up some time here. Okay. Whoa, it took 5 seconds from us there. I'm not sure if I'm doing. Oh shit. Let's try a couple times. Oh. Okay. Oh, okay. We're doing pretty good, I think. We're doing pretty good. Okay. That was lucky. Olive. Okay. There was some good reflexes on my part, I guess. I think we're doing pretty good. Bacon. Okay. Oh, damn it. Come on, give me crazy pizza. Yeah. Olive. Okay, 7. White. Okay, this is not good. White. Pepperoni. Oh, damn it. Okay. Please give me crazy pizza. Okay, white. Crazy pizza. I think we are kind of recovering. I'm not sure we can save ourselves here. Flag invaders, red. No. Okay, 7 seconds, 2 seconds. Yeah. And
That's good.
With this, I'm done. I'm not sure the commentary was all that good, but honestly, I think this is world record. Honestly. Let's go. Good job, Blank. Good job. Apart from that bug in Flag Invaders, dude, this is great. I'm super happy about this score. That's great. See ya.
Right, this video's over. Now go and watch part 2 with Petit, where he explains all the mystery I didn't have time for, including, but not limited to, why we spoke to people on Tinder? What happened to the themes? Which country has been wiped off the map by the other's victory? And most importantly, who won? Petit might be the worst game dev in history, but his videos are, yeah, I mean, I guess they're alright. Huge thanks to Ateep for organising this collab. He's an amazing guy. Go watch him shout from his roof or something, I don't know. Just so long as you remember, as always, happy coding, everyone.
Okay, yeah, I think there's some explaining that needs to be done there about the whole Tinder thing. I have never used it. I have no idea how it works at all, other than the swiping stuff, which is just everywhere. But okay, so I think the idea. You know what? Let me just try and find it. Has he potentially removed the video as well? It's crazy to see all this stuff just disappear, you know? It's really weird. No video. So basically, okay, so the Tinder idea was, I think, that we both made a game for each other, but we couldn't judge it because obviously I'd say my game was better and he would say my game was better, and then there's no point because I've already won. So we needed external voters, but we were both kind of small YouTubers at the time and we didn't want to like involve other people. This was just a funny little stupid thing that we were doing. So, of course, Watip's idea, because this was kind of the motivation for the whole video, is that he wanted to make Tinder judge the game. And I'm pretty sure how it worked is that he made a profile. We didn't like fake anyone. Like, the profile was very obviously, we're game dev people looking for help. This is just a funny way of doing it. Please only match us. Like, we're not dating. It's just for game dev, which I imagine is probably the wrong target market for the app. Whatever. And anyone that swiped on like the game would then be sent a link to play both the games, and then they would pick which one they prefer. Really stupid, but I think it did work. I just don't remember who won. I think it was Fatih. His game was amazing, but I can't show it to you. It's just a real shame, and that's why I want to do this video, actually, just to preserve all this content which just doesn't exist potentially anymore, or is just dying out, and to also just to relive it myself as well, and to put all of my knowledge that I've learned over these 5 years into one place. That's just so crucial. And this is part 2 now. It's a video I couldn't improve my game. And yeah, the thing, I'm assuming from the title that I'm going to talk more about some of these struggles that I went through. And it's going to be nice to even just remember them because it's been so long and I don't. It's just crazy because this was like my entire life was this game when it happened. But Just don't remember anymore.
So I took part in the Game Maker's Toolkit Game Jam and made Seamless in Unity, a 2D puzzle platformer where boundaries are not what they seem. It has a few bugs with collisions and various other typical Game Jam spaghetti code, so let's see if it's possible to fix them. Spoiler alert, this is so much harder than it seems.
Hey, that was good.
So to take advantage of Unity's unbreakable physics engine controlled by rigid bodies, everything that needs to be moved, the players, the boxes, they all need to be moved using their respective rigid bodies. Easy, right? I'll just add a rigid body to each box and wrong! No. For the Game Jam, each box is the child of a box container game object that has a composite collider component. This is how the outline is correctly calculated and the player restricted. Unfortunately for me, someone at Unity decided that it's also controlled by a rigid body, meaning I can't move these boxes with a rigid body, so I can't use their perfect collision system. One thing that definitely needs immediate attention is the player controller. I had a few comments about the jump being a bit too floaty. I would be furious about this if it wasn't completely true, so let's start by fixing the collisions. I'm going to be using my good friend for long-time viewers of the channel, the raycast method. A raycast is a ray that you can cast from one point to another. Confusing name aside, this little guy is ridiculously helpful. It allows us to detect collisions before they happen. As is becoming a recurring nightmare for anyone wanting this game to release this century though, it didn't work. Raycast against a box, tick, it works. Raycast against a circle, tick, that works too. Raycast against an edge? No, that would be crazy. Why the hell would that work? Wake up, blank. Duh. Why would two Unity components work well together? It's not like they're advertised to do that or anything. Hold on. Wait, it does work? Why didn't you work during the jam? Damn it. As I was saying, Unity is fantastic and everything works perfectly first time. Sponsor me, I love you so much.
Yeah, okay.
Making a new project and importing both the player controller from BUDZIA and the seamless mechanic, working. But only when I'm recording? I only discovered this because I went to record footage for this exact part of the video to show it not working, and it started working. If I play while not recording, you can see it really doesn't work. My only theory is that while recording the FPS is capped at 30, but normally the FPS is unchecked. To test this, let's set the target frame rate all the time to just 30 FPS using the line application.targetFramerate equals 30. Okay, let's see if this works. I hate Unity, man. When the platforms start to move though, raycasts get weird. Really weird. I put out a plea for help on Discord and managed to get in touch with Neuropathy. Kaifex also hit up the server with a JavaScript based implementation that looks almost perfect, though unfortunately suffers the same fate as my current algorithm for now. Just for a little bit, let's do something to make developing this game easier, cleaning up the abhorrent way regions move around and using decomposition to do that. If we break down the box controller into just an enumeration list for its type of movement, and add that component to the box when the game starts. This allows us, for example, to open the box collider controller that contains the code for both sign movement and waypoint movement into two different components. By doing this, the same sign movement script can be reused elsewhere, like the goal and the main menu scene, without copying and pasting the code as I did before. Currently all the settings for both the sign movement and the waypoint movement show up, when we can only ever use one at a time anyway. Using the new enum variable above, we can actually identify which option is selected using a custom editor script to only display the attributes that are relevant to the type of movement we have selected. I've never written a custom editor script before, so this is going to be fun. You might be wondering why I didn't just use the onValidate method to check to see if the enum value changes, and then add the component you need from there. Funny you should say that because that's exactly what I tried first, but what I bet you didn't know is I'm pretty sure I found a hilariously unfortunate bug in Unity. I can't destroy the wrong component with the destroy method. Okay, let's come down. It says here to use destroy immediate instead. So I went through, I changed it, I got that working, and now it says I have to use destroy because I can't use destroy immediate.
Gee, thanks, Unity.
I would say that is a job well jobbed. I deserve a quick break from game development so I can go and sleep. Oh, just go away. That's it, we're at the most fun part of making any game, fixing bugs. The main bug is the obvious one here, all the collision and clipping issues. I found a bug myself in the last devlog where this platform wasn't removing its collider, which I remembered I can fix by actually removing the collider. So now we're free to move on to something far more exciting.
Until one of you finds another bug. But
moving on. A huge positive to having speedrunners play your game is they pretty much find everything wrong with it. We have two options to consider. One is a game engine agnostic approach. The TLDR is that we would wave goodbye to Unity's physics and collision system and write our own fancy schmancy rectangle maths algorithm. This approach works by getting where the player wants to be and calculating the closest inbound position the player can get to, basically making it impossible for the player to ever exist outside one of the boxes.
good one, Blank.
How about instead, we keep each box individual, allowing it to use rigid bodies but still removes any pesky edges that could ruin things on the inside, said Neuropathy. Sure, said I. How bad can it be?
It actually was a month later. I remember this being such an insane behind the scenes thing, taking forever, and it still is. Although the physics is done now, we just haven't released the game.
What the
Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to Blank's End Screen Coding Challenge number 1.
Oh my god. Okay, so that's the end of the video, and basically, yeah, it just ended saying that, yep, Seamless is dead, we don't know what to do, the physics is awful, way above my pay grade, I just want to go back to making Luigi Poker. But this was the introduction of the end screen challenge, which I would love to have kept going. It's purely because YouTube just punishes it because people leave the video. So hey, a little behind the scenes there, of course. That's the whole point of this video. So hopefully, I mean, I hate the fact that I stopped doing it. I'd probably bring it back anyway because I just maybe don't care anymore. But the end screen challenges, for anyone that doesn't know, was basically an idea where I set programming, game-related challenges at the end of videos for people to do, submit, and then I would discuss it at the end of the next video, hopefully, in the next end screen challenge. And this was the first one, obviously, so I'm just setting the challenge, and I have no idea what the challenge is. I'm really excited to find out. But I do remember these being really, really interesting and really fun way, actually, to get some community involvement and also just to teach people more game development, which is what I'm all about.
Today, if you be so bold as to accept it, I offer thee a programming problem of only the most preposterous proportions. I challenge you to create a game where a random whole number is flashed up on the screen and the player is asked to hold down a button for that number of seconds. The catch is that you won't tell them how long they have been holding down for until the button is released. Reward the player with points based on how close they are to the correct time. How you want to determine the meaning of close is entirely up to you. As always, you can use any language, framework, engine or otherwise unorthodox methodology to create your solution, just so long as you promise me to have fun along the way. You can post your entries over at the BlankDev Discord server, #EndScreenChallenge. Remember to check in next time where I will reveal how I did this and crown one of you the winner. May the best, funniest, or why on earth would you want to do this-ist solution win. Happy coding, everyone.
Everybody, wait, before you go, look at this. Okay, as I'm editing and working on Devlog 2, here is a sneak peek from probably the best person in the entire world right now. Let's take a look. This is made in Godot, so I will have to convert this into Unity because I'm not working in Godot. But this seems to be everything working perfectly using the individual boxes script, which is what we wanted from before, and really fast moving platforms, which were the problems where you were clipping through the walls, but it seems to be... I think we've got that. We even have one where the player is actually in the box that's being thrown around everywhere. You can see this is what the box is going to do. Grab the player,
Please work.
oh, we shake, and it stays in the box.
So no prizes for guessing what the next video is about. I think it's the Brackey's Game Jam 2021, so the next one after whatever the one I did before. I used to take part in every single one, every single year, and it was a brilliant tradition. I absolutely loved it. And in this video, you'll see where the random wheel that I created inspired by the last video comes in, and I think this is also the first video that I ever revealed my face, and I was terrified. So let's see how it goes. I'm scared to see how cringe this is.
So the Brackey's Game Jam is back again for 2021. This is too easy for a seasoned game developer like me, so on top of making this indie game in just 7 days, I thought it would be fun, as any sane person would, to outsource every single decision made in this demo to a random dartboard throw.
3, 2, 1.
I promise that's not the dartboard I meant. I did make a better one.
There is one slight flaw to my otherwise genius plan. I don't have a dartboard.
Here we go.
Okay, look, I made a dartboard. Why yes, I did spend 2 days of the 7-day time limit just making this dartboard to help me with the real game.
That was cool. Why don't I do stuff like that now? I am really actually loving this editing.
If you make a new UI image and give it a circular sprite, we can change its image type to filled and use the fill method radial 360. This gives us access to a slider that we can use to create our sections of the dartboard, throw in a name, colour and angle for each, and voila, lay dartboard. I do however find that dartboards aren't much fun without a dart to throw at them. Get it? Because without the dartboard is just a board, and it would probably get pretty bored all by itself. We start with the dart and making it choose a random position on the dartboard to land on. Using the X and Y axis we can generate a random coordinate inside the bounding square, then using the equation for a circle check to see if it's on the dartboard. If it's not, we simply repeat until it is. Okay, quick side note.
I'm going to side note my side note, and this is another fantastic example of what I was just talking about in the previous video, where we had which pepper which fruit you're picking in the game, and you do it in a simpler way. The same thing here actually, because if you imagine the dartboard, let's just get a scripture of the dartboard back. Yes, if you imagine the dartboard and any one of these positions that the dart could land, one way of doing it would be how it actually works naturally, which would be to just physics or whatever, throw a dart onto the board and then figure out where it landed using some equation, and that's the answer. But instead, a much simpler way of doing it is to just randomly generate the answer itself and then just fake where the dart lands, because it will be completely unnoticeable to the user which one of these methods you're doing. And in one method you have direct control over where the dart is actually going to go, so if you ever wanted to, potentially you could fix the result of one of these throws, which I would never do, but you at least have that option. But also you know that the dart is always going to land on the board, you know it's always going to be exactly, you know, randomly picked, and you can force the random pick to be, maybe if I want 10, like if it's 50-50, then I can actually force my dart picks to actually be 50-50. Whereas if I was actually throwing a dart, maybe I'd get 7 of one and 3 of the other, something like that, which can happen, of course. Like that's just how randomness works. But with picking the destination first, you get so much more control, and it's so much easier because I don't have to deal with physics. I literally just pick a random generate point in a circle, which is easy. It's like one line, and then I just make a dart appear in that position. So it's a much simpler way, again, of looking at this problem. And there's also the fact that this is a dartboard at all, because the inspiration from this was just, you know, one of those Wheel of Fortune wheels that you spin around and it picks an option. But I was like, well, that's not gamified enough, and I wanted to make it more fun. So we have the wheel spin around, sure, as it were before, but you also throw a dart just because it's more fun, and it still has the exact same function of picking a random option on a board. But you can't tell me that this isn't more fun than just watching a wheel spin around. You actually have some control over, you know, how you throw the dart onto the board. And come on, right? This is more enjoyable, it's more fun, and it's taught me so many things that we've just talked about already, just from the simple idea of how do I pick a random option. And that's what I love about games, game development, gamification of learning, and just skills in general. This is, yeah, I'm very happy with myself actually with this project, and I still use this random board to this day, just for like random things when I ever need to decide something. Although I don't think I use it in a video again, which is upsetting.
Using the X and Y axis we can generate a random coordinate inside the bounding square, then using the equation for a circle check to see if it's on the dartboard. If it's not, we simply repeat until it is. Okay, quick side.
I'm going to side note my side note again. That's not even the best way of picking a point in a circle. I know why I did it this way, because there's a really fun, like really interesting math result, which I'm about to talk about in this side note. But if you want to just pick a point in a circle, instead of using XY coordinates, because then you know have these corners around the box that aren't in the circle, what you can do instead is use polar coordinates, which is very scary. If you're first hearing about them for the first time, I think, why am I using a coordinate system? What does that even mean? This is some further math stuff that I don't want to think about. It's too complicated and scary. No, promise you it's not. But it's just a different way of thinking. So instead of using, you know, X and Y coordinates and then picking some point in this grid, it's just built essentially on circles. I'm going to simplify things massively here. But if I want a point in a circle, then I know what is a circle. It's just from a center point, everything that's within some radius of that point. So, very simply, if I have my center point and I just make my radius, if the whole radius of the circle is 5 and I pick a radius 3, then every possible thing of radius 3 is going to be inside the circle. And it's the same for 2 or 4 or anything between 0 and 5. So just pick a random radius between 0 and 5 and a random angle around the center point, and you know that you're going to be inside the circle. So you don't have any of these failed cases where it could be randomly picked in the square that you then have to regenerate to be inside the circle. You can just automatically, from an angle and a radius, just pick a point inside the circle. It's really cool.
No. A few days ago I was browsing Reddit and I came across something called a Monte Carlo simulation. I was amazed to find out you can estimate pi just by using how many points are generated inside and outside of a circle. And wouldn't you know it, I just made a system that generates points in and outside of a circle. If you take the number in the circle, divide that by the total number and multiply by 4, you get 3. Shout out to all the engineers watching. You actually do get a really good estimation for pi. What in the black magic skullduggery is this? While our Cartesian coordinate system will work, I'd much rather remove the possibility of generating a point outside.
I'm going to talk about it. Oh my god.
Introducing polar coordinates.
Yeah, so I think I can't believe I'm even talking about this, but this is just another use of learning maths in a more fun way, in a way that actually makes sense to be applied to something that you actually want to do, instead of just like, oh, what is this maths, which can be difficult to get into. Of course it can. So yeah, try and find these methods of making things more enjoyable for yourself to learn them.
Instead of along the corridor and up the stairs, it's more like rotation in radians around the pole and how far away you are from it. Easy, right? You're probably used to the equation for a circle being x minus a all squared plus y minus b all squared equals r squared. In polar coordinates, the equation of a circle is just r equals the size of the radius you want. That's it. All we need to do now is generate a point within a radius units of the center, and can now completely just randomize the angle because it doesn't matter. Slap together some animations and voila! Dartboard! I don't know about you, but this is looking kind of... So to add extra juice, I'll start spinning the board too. It doesn't really make the result any more random, but I don't know about you, it just feels a lot more random to me, And that is how you spend 2 days on something that should take 2 hours. Let's start the real jam now, shall we?
I do like these. How long into the video are we before I even started? 3 minutes. True. Still true.
We can ask our new and totally unbiased friend, for example, who is the best game dev ever, and it will randomly select blank dev.
Cut there, this is clearly broken. I think I'm doing well in this video. This is easily my favorite one so far. This is where's this me back? I go and hire him.
A Unity game that's 2D, set in a volcano where you play as a blob that is being chased. The chase part is easy. The volcano has erupted and you have to run away from it, because the last time I checked, they are pretty deadly.
I really do not recommend getting yourself thrown into one.
The blob part, however, that has me a bit stuck. So you play as a hyper-detailed blob man controlled by holding down a button to fly up or letting go to fall down. The catch is I'm going to leave friction on. This way you get stuck to surfaces as you touch them, slowing you down. If this isn't enough, we could also detect if we touch a wall through code and physically stick the blob to the wall for X number of seconds. Let's not get too far ahead of ourselves. First, we need to code a prototype. How? Well, I have no idea, but we can start with... When the fly key is pressed, in this case W, we tell everything listening that the up key has been held. When the blob is created, it subscribes itself to this event and tells Unity to add a flying force to it. This is really tricky to control though, because gravity is far too strong. If we scale it down, you'll see this isn't much better. Now, Blobby is just the right amount of controllable, but gravity takes so long to bring it back, I'm afraid the heat death of the universe would happen sooner. What if we combine the improved position of slower movement due to reduced gravity and the snappiness of higher gravity? That'll do the trick. Let's set the gravity back to normal and manually restrict the maximum speed in each direction. It can use some tweaking, but this feels much better, freeing us up to work on... Would it really be a Brackey's GeoJam if we didn't rip off the legend himself? He takes our scene from this to this. Hey, what are all these orange coins though? Well, let's touch one and find out. Oh my god, this is so chaotic. So these coins have 4 points. We can calculate them by getting its size and offsetting it in each direction. We can check that works using gizmos. When the coin is collected, we create 4 new blobs, put them in each position, and imply an impulse to them to shoot them off in that direction. It's a trade-off the player must make between less control but higher risk of extinction, or lots of chaos and you can afford to let a few more die along the way. Now what good is it having all these clones if none of them can be brutally murdered? Lava turned out to be a lava trouble.
ignoring that horrendous genocide of my blobs here, I really wonder if there's someone watching this for the first time now, what you think I was inspired by. Are you thinking Flappy Birds potentially? Because I know that's like a good first thought, but it's actually Badlands. Maybe this is showing my age, but I used to play that game. I'm not showing my age. I'm 22. What am I talking about? But I used to play that game every day on the bus on the way to school with friends that would also be on the bus. And it was so fun, just ridiculous having all this. Like, you start with one blob, and then you'll pick up a power up, and you'll have 10,000 blobs, and you can grow and shrink, and then you'll get killed by a massive saw, and then all the different paths that you can pick. And that was the huge inspiration for this game, and I'm really surprised I didn't mention it in the video. But again, yeah, this is another example of just being inspired by a game and trying to remake it with a twist. And I think it works really nicely. I actually still really like this game.
First I tried using a regular square and just moving that over time. The only problem is it looked like, well, this. That's not good enough lava material for me. It needs to wave. So I threw open shader graph to make a kick-ass wave shader, only to remember I do not know how to use this. Then when hope was all but lost, I remembered one of Unity's newer features as taught to me by Brackey, I don't know if you've heard of him, introducing sprite shapes. Sprite shapes allow you to make a shape out of any given shape. Luckily for me, lava and waves are indeed a shape that exists, so by throwing together some waves and sine waving its position over time, we get this. Not perfect, but it's definitely much better than before. This would look a million times better though if the waves were offset from each other. On the left you will see every other node moving while the others remain still, and on the right you will see every node moving just in opposite directions. The code to do this is surprisingly simple, maybe I'll leave it for one of you to figure out in the comments. Although don't bother really, because they ended up looking the exact same. So, tough decision here guys, which one should we go for? Okay, great, god, glad that one's cleared up, I didn't want to make the wrong call there. Currently it is way too easy to outrun the lava. In fact, it's far too easy for the player to run off the top of the screen too. Making a camera that can follow all these blobs around is going to be very challenging, so for now let's just try slowing the player down. Yep, that'll do it. I see you met my friend the Sawblade. Don't touch him, his death virus is quite contagious. Here's a fun one. These paddles are dual purpose. They can help you and hurt you. Paddles also have a more deadly variant, spiked paddles. These paddles, wait for it, they have spikes on them. And boom, killing machine. Or in some cases, the ultimate troll machine. Don't worry, if this happens to you, you can just press R to restart, so you don't have to wait patiently for the lava to catch up with you. Sure, I could fix this.
I really hate how these circles, they don't rotate around their center and you can see them wobbling.
But I'd rather not, so let's just move on. All this spinning is making me pretty dizzy, so let's just add one more final obstacle that has nothing to do with spinning, please. A big boy piston pusher thing seems good to me. These components can be used to build a giant single level where you aim to get as high as you can. To trick people into actually thinking they want to play this game again.
Okay, so I combined it with getting over it with a high score system going really high. That's actually a fun idea. And I like any game where you combine two different games together and just see what nonsense comes.
There is a simple high score system that keeps track of how high you have gotten. You'll see a dashed line representing the highest point you have reached, and if you manage to reach the complete top of the volcano, there will be a secret prize waiting for you up there. I'm sure you'll love it. Making a camera that can follow all these...
Yeah, if I trust myself, I'm pretty sure it was a Rickroll, but I don't remember.
...around is going to be very challenging. Well, I knew this day was coming eventually, but as a wise man once said, the only thing we have to fear is fear itself, and giant, overcomplicated camera systems in Game Jam games. Do we simply camera follow the...
That was a reference to Gravity Falls. Shout out, best show ever.
Top blob as it progresses upwards? Do I try to average the position of all the blobs and track that, or dynamically zoom the camera to fit all the blobs on the screen at once, or divide the big level into zones? I have no idea. That's 4 ideas, I don't know which one to pick. If only I had some way of making multiple choice questions without having to actually figure out which one was the best. Shame that doesn't exist. Well, okay then. Camera zones. We have a finished game. A game that definitely works in the built version and can definitely run at more than 2 FPS in the browser and not at all on different Macs. I give up, I'm never making a single game ever again until the next time I make another game in 2 days. Until then, here's something to keep you all occupied.
I don't know what I was referencing there. My next video, and this was one where there was a huge collaboration going on with loads of different developers all remaking a different Mario Party minigame, with the idea of hopefully being you could then watch like a huge playlist worth of videos all about Mario Party and just kind of every single minigame in there, which would be a really fun recreation. Although I'm pretty sure this must not be the original start of the video, because there's no way this would have been how I started it, so I have no idea, maybe it got corrupted or something, but this is going to be the best we can do.
Bumper Ball Maze is all about speed and attempting to ride this ball down a narrow path all the way to the goal line in as fast a time as possible. Although you may never have played, or even have heard of this minigame, it's gone on to inspire some of the best Mario levels ever, including this one from Mario Galaxy. Hey, let's take these two game ideas, smash them together, strip away the third dimension, and see what happens. The problem with doing this is that things that are straightforward in 3 dimensions are almost impossible sometimes in 2 dimensions. I thought a good place to start would be recreating the game in 3D first, then once I have a feel for the mechanics, upgrade it by downgrading it to 2D. This didn't work because nothing ever works, because unfortunately this still requires me to be good enough to make anything in 3D, which I'm not. Using a free library called Duality, I created a free character select screen, which is sort of more of just a rainbow simulator because I don't know how to actually make a skin for a 3D sphere. You either have to paint the damn thing in VR, no, or draw on a 2D images like this which has like a million different sides and like wrap it round and no, please. You wanna know how you can do that in 2D? Well, step 1 is draw a circle, and then step 2 is fill in the rest of the circle. It's that easy. You know why? It looks just right because it's just a circle. The third dimension? Boring! More like the third dimension because it's a complete pile of shit. It's so boring, in fact, that when I tried to make the game in 3D, I just forgot everything I thought I knew about computing. Which is...
That picture in the background, I've still got it in my office. I'll show a clip of it again. I can't believe that has been around for so long and used in the backgrounds and stuff. But thank you again, my amazing girlfriend, who is not here currently. But she painted this for me, and yeah, it blew my mind. We both, like, one of our best times together is just like playing Breath of the Wild. We would just like swap the controller around and just explore the world, speak to everyone, and inspired so much that she would drew these amazing paintings, and there's another one as well. So, thank you.
Completely unlike me, obviously, because I am an extremely good programmer.
And thank you for putting up with me and my crazy obsession with making all these videos for so long.
Let's just embrace the failure for now and get to making the 2D version. Let's get the basic ball movement feeling just right, by applying force to the ball depending on the direction of the input.
Also, I think I'm completely wrong. This video had nothing to do with Wowie whatsoever. That's another project that I'm thinking of, which is probably sometime soon.
That the player is providing, we can very quickly get a 2D representation of the 3D Sphericircle's movement. Now we have the ball rolling, we can move on to adding a maze for it to follow. This is great, until we go over the edge. I don't know what the correct way of doing this is, but the blank patented, definitely not terrible way is using the horrible third dimension to cast a ray from the camera to the ball center at all times. If we ignore the ball itself...
Yeah, I also remember you can go back and take a look at this, but the bee kind of had its own like subplot in the video. I don't remember why, I just thought it would be fun to try and have like some like secondary B plot going on, as most stories, good stories do. And I thought, well, it's literally a B plot, like the A plot is, you know, the actual video, and then the B plot is like the subplot. But the B plot is in the animal bee, so I thought it would just annoy me throughout the video because it's a bee. Yeah, some things I've done are questionable, okay? I told you that was going to happen.
This ray is going to either hit the path or not the path, and typically I find that not the path isn't on the path, so we should kill the player and make them fall into the water. Oh, I didn't see that. I'm currently working on making the bumper maze a bit more bumpery, because in a minigame called Bumper Ball Maze, you would think there would be a bit more bumpers and balls, God forbid, maybe even a maze too. Luckily for me, the original game has a ball, so I can tick that one off, but it definitely doesn't have any bumpers, and come to think of it, this isn't much of a maze either. Last time I checked, a singular path that is extremely obvious where to go and shows you the entire thing right away isn't much of a maze in my book. Before adding this beautiful new maze to the project, let me first tell you about the bumpers. With this code here, we detect when we hit a bumper, and when we do, we activate it. Activating it pushes the ball away from the bumper by applying a force to it, and then adds some juicy animations to the bumper sprite, using 2 different easing curves to give a distinctive feel for going out and coming back in again. Bumper. Tick. That just leaves the maze.
Here's one I prepared earlier.
Now this is a maze. We can throw the maze into Unity and use a Polygon Collider 2D to automatically create the collider to fit it. The only issue right now though is that the maze is pretty easy because you can only see one direction, so I'm pretty sure you just go up there and win. The camera needs to somehow follow the player. One super easy way to do this is to just parent the camera to the ball and make it follow around exactly, but this follows it all the time, even when you don't want it to. Instead, we can implement the focus area method. When the player is inside the red focus area, they can move around and maneuver with slight movements without changing the camera at all, but as soon as they touch an edge and go slightly outside of it, it will push the box upwards, moving the camera.
That's really cool.
With a little makeover, the maze goes from looking like this to this. Fun fact actually, Procreate has a feature that literally scared me to death when I was trying to figure out how to export the image. I went to settings, canvas, reference, and oh my god, what is this? Don't worry, there are also a few customization options for the ball that you can pick between at the start by simply rolling in whichever one that you want. To make sure this intense, life-changing decision isn't rushed by being on the clock, the timer only starts when you leave the safe zone.
That's really cool. This is definitely inspired by my the collaboration with the Blank Says, the pizza game and stuff like that. You can see the same kind of text I used to write the name of the game, but also I went from drawing a few art pieces of different foods, like the art piece of the entire level and rocks and land and sand and like the terrain and the maze itself. A really cool evolution. I really like it. Oh, and also the individual different balls you can be as well. So that's really cool to see, and it's something that I need to explore with more, that I haven't done it very much since, I don't think. But we're going to find out.
Indicated by the rocks around the start area. Once you cross this, the timer actually starts. This fantastic song that you're listening to right now was written by James Evans, worked with him before, amazing guy, so please go and check him out.
This is the same person as did Paddle Panic and also the guy that voiced it. Please, if you ever need sound for anything, go and use him. I love him, he's amazing. Again, not sponsored or anything, he helped me out so much in doing things for free and just helping and being an amazing guy. So please, I would always go and support him if I actually needed to get something commissioned or anything like that. And he's fantastic. Yeah. But also building these different, I don't want to say network because that sounds very corporate and kind of annoying and bin. It's more fun than that, really. You're just making friends. But you do have this, by doing these stuff like this and reaching out and doing game jams together, you'll build up a group of people that you know with different skills that you don't have, that you can hopefully reach out to and work together and help with. And just having that network of people that you know that you can do that with is so invaluable. It's amazing. And also just the skill of doing that is also equally amazing. That, yeah, again, it's another thing that you don't think you're going to develop by doing all these things that you do. And it's really helpful.
Up, down, below. His website's in the description. And as the old adage goes, when is a maze not a maze? When it looks like this! Honestly, I couldn't get lost in there if an angry bee came and stung my eyes out. What the fuck?
Is that it? That was my favorite video again. I'm glad they're getting better. This is really good, and that was fun. Obviously I'm nostalgic for my own videos, but I really liked this project. It was really great fun, and we did it. How cool is that? That was a really good remake into 3D. I actually fixed the name of the game. Really enjoy it. I kind of got no notes actually, other than maybe just showing the process of development a little bit more. But the game itself, that was really cool. Okay, so I'm going to preface this next one. I know I haven't watched it since I made it, of course, again, but this is going to be very different because this is the first video I made in my first year of university. And the reason I made this is basically because I was really stressed that I just wouldn't be able to make any YouTube videos at all while I was at university because I just wanted to focus. And I'm not doing game development, I'm doing computer science and maths. So although that is closely related and I can use the computer science skills and the game dev skills together, I didn't have time to just dedicate an entire week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, as I did for pretty much every video before this, just doing that full time, whether it be over summer or just after school or whatever. Because it's very different at university. You don't just have an after school anymore. You're working all the time. So this is a video that I made which is actually just kind of a more computer sciencey topic. It's inspired by Matt Parker, and it's like kind of more fun maths videos. So I did my best to try and emulate that, but it's probably going to come off more cringe potentially, and I really hope it doesn't. But so this is a video about me exploring the crazy world of English and trying to prove once and for all that it is an absolute mess of a language. And I'm no linguist either, so this is going to be kind of ridiculous, and I'm excited to see just how terrible this is.
The phrase I before E except after C is taught early on in learning English, but over time you figure out just how weird it really is. I promise this is actually a really interesting question. First of all, we have to pick apart what the phrase really means. I think it's fair to assume that IE is good as long as it isn't after a C, and conversely, you must also only
no one cares
IE if you aren't after a C. It's then quite a simple task to then just check every single word as it comes in. Is it valid? Is it not? Does this rule suck? Or does it work? And by the title of this video you can probably tell it doesn't work very much. It sucks. Well, some quick stats for you after running the program.
Nothing was written on that book. I just thought it made me look smarter if I was reading from something.
Out of almost 400,000 words that were in the dictionary that I managed to find online, about 350,000 of them didn't contain an IE or an EI, so they're useless for determining if this rule is useful or not. This leaves us with about 18,000 words to play with, which is only 4.7% of all the words. Before I break
The way that me saying that word just fit with the music was completely unintentional, but I remember being so happy when that happened.
down the precise percentages of what I found out, let's start with just the
Also, hi, in the background, that big dog is Noodle, the bigger version of Small Noodle. And next to that, the big seal is Sammy, still upstairs. No one can make me feel bad about that. It's super comfy and you can fight me.
Dreams. Let's go for the biggest word that breaks the rule. Tetraidophenylphthalein is the foot. How do I say that word sort of ish correctly? Or at least the best I've said it at all this entire take, and then I mess up the. I missed the. Tetraidophenylphthalein is the 24 character long absolute mad lad that just my English teacher would be scared of this word. It's tied right up there with which is the philosophy of science, also at 24 characters. But I personally don't think these really count as words. Both of them are either chemistry garbage or portmanteau garbage. Not allowed. If we step down to 23 characters, we get my personal favourite, pre-inferred, pre-inferring, which is literally the same word, just copied twice. Hey, if it's a word, it's a word. I think I'm going to do some post-interfered uninterfering to remove this word from the list, because this really doesn't count either, let's be honest. Don't get too upset or I'll have to deinstitutionalise you, which is my pick for the true longest rule-breaking word at 22 letters long.
Oh my god, so even though this video, this is actually an amazing realization, even though this video is not really game dev related and it was a bit of an experiment, the using the paper comes back in a huge way for a lot of my videos later on, and some of my more successful videos is using this paper to kind of represent things alongside my face cam, and I really enjoy this style of editing, and it's really nice to know that it just came about from random experimentation and just trying something, and then it stuck and I really liked it, and that was what I want to use moving forward. And that's always what you have to do, is that maybe, yeah, this video failed, but you can actually just take your learnings from it, and then really it didn't fail, did it? I mean, you just learned from it and took something that you enjoyed, and you couldn't win any more than that. I love it. This is great to find out. And it's a great skill as well.
I think I've pretty much just revolutionised the English language finding a word that long and that important, which breaks a fundamental rule that we've all been taught. Let's hope my English teacher isn't one of those counter-revolutionaries coming along to ruin all my fun with an equally long word that does follow the rule. This fight isn't over, is it? Okay, we came to a stalemate at the high end of the words. Let's go right for the lowest ones, the smallest words that either break or don't break the rule, and see if we can draw any conclusions there.
What is that?
There's quite a lot of short words that try and prove this rule, actually. Die, fi, die again, hi, which admittedly I've never heard of before, but I'll allow it. Lie, lie again, chai. Oh god, no, not this again. Well, I can't argue with Collins. Chai, see, whatever. It's the shortest word that breaks the rule, and it does so triumphantly. It is literally the shortest possible word that could break the rule, because it only has the 3 letters in it that constitute the rule in the first place.
I think that's really cool, and obviously this whole video is very pointless, but that genuinely makes me happy still, that there is a word, literally the shortest word possible when I found it. And I mean, obviously it's been found before, and even if it hadn't, no one cares. Like, this isn't some discovery or some breakthrough or anything like that, but it's pretty funny to me.
I think that just blows all the other ones that pass the rule at 3 letters long completely out the water, so
Absolutely.
It's not looking good. So far I've classified everything as passing the rule or failing the rule, but if a word was, let's say, 50 characters long, there could be a word which has an EI which passes the rule, and then a CEI which fails the rule somewhere else in that same word, being a sort of middle word that is both passing and failing. It's basically the Sweden of words. I wrote some admittedly...
That doesn't make any sense. And also, cannot believe I say that because I actually end up going to Sweden as part of my game dev journey at some point and staying there and meeting people there. And yeah, that is actually pretty hilarious, but we'll come back to that because that is just an unbelievable time of my life.
Inefficient Python code, let's say, to try and find the words that couldn't make their mind up. That does its job, but it didn't find any. Stop! Wait, it turns out I was completely wrong. I ran it again and found 126 of them. So here are my 20-something second rundown on what I found, starting now. The shortest middle word is Fyria. It means how active you are. Lovely, but not as active as when you have to type out the longest word. Fidei missionaries, who are people that receive gifts on behalf of others. Speaking of gifts, it's almost Christmas time, and all I want for Christmas is a lammergeier. A rare vulture, also known as... that. Found in South Europe, Africa, Asia, and also laughs in the face of the rule by following and then breaking it in the most efficient way possible. What an absolute gorgeous legend. Okay, back to the slightly less useless part of this video.
I love that section. That was really cool. That should have just been the whole video.
So, the numbers. What do they mean? Well, I can tell... So, the numbers. What do they mean? Well, I can now say that of the 17,683 words I managed to find that have an I or an E in them, 12,926 of the words do in fact pass the rule, so, you know, not terrible. But that leaves almost 4,757 words that don't follow the rule. That's 26.9%. 26.9%! That's how terrible this rule is. Knowing this really is as pointless as it sounds. God, it's a good thing kids learning English don't care as much about this completely pointless and irrelevant fact as I do. Tetraphenylphenolphthalein. Tetridiphenolphthalein. Remember that no code is pointless if you had some fun writing it. And as always, happy coding.
That's still so true. And yeah, that's the entire point of the channel. I love that I said that and had that attitude. Well, this one's starting in a quite scary way. This video is all about making a game, I think, in 3 dimensions, 2 dimensions, and 1 dimension. So the same game, but kind of interpreted in 3 different ways. And that's all I can remember about it. So let's give it a go.
Right, 24 hours is not a long time, my fellow line earthers, but that doesn't mean I can't still cram in lots of overscoping. Okay, the TV is back, perfect. I was thinking we could somehow take this retro 1D world and slap it on there. We can set up a 2D camera and draw everything it can see to a render texture. This is then seen by another, this time 3D camera, which produces the final output. What's excellent about this approach is that we don't even have to render a plane. How about a cube? A sphere, a capsule, or in our case, a deliciously beautiful TV screen. You know what's more interesting to watch than this TV though? Today's sponsor, Mental Checkpoint. Mental Checkpoint is a fellow YouTuber making some of the best game design videos out there. As an indie game developer myself looking to release my horse taming deluxe simulator, his video on marketing a game to success is incredibly useful. I am sure we are all guilty of thinking that we are that 1 in a million that doesn't need to worry about any marketing because we have made the next Minecraft that's just going to sell itself. But he pulls from his wealth of experience to not just tell you how to be better than this, but by taking you on his journey with him into the very successful and accomplished game developer he is today, and makes you feel like that could be you too. With some of the best animations and editing I've ever seen, be sure to check him out at the link below. And public. Shit. One pretty important question remains though. How do you even make a 1D game? You can quite literally do only 2 things. Move left, and you guessed it, move diagonal. That's great, but even with only 2 directions to go in, we already have our first problem. How do we stop the player leaving the view of the camera? Lay block is 2 thingies wide. Center of block from the edge is 1 thingy wide. The camera is 5 thingies.
Oh, I haven't had some cringe in a while, but that really got me.
Thingies wide. So, wait. Block no move more than 4 thingies along or it go over. I'm a genius. Unfortunately, that equation doesn't include the fact that this feels like a pile of shit. That's okay, I'll just go and throw all of that in the bin. What we need is a portal system. If we can open a portal from one side and teleport just the part of the player that is over the line to the other side, we're in business. Simply duplicating the player and spacing them out is all it takes. But eventually you will run out. So to fix this, we could just add 10,000 different players and hope they never run out by holding down. But the smarter thing to do is once one of the outer players goes too far, teleport it to the other side. It's safe to do this here because
it's really cool. This is actually very similar to the bonkless challenge I did with the infinite generation of moving the sections from one side over to the other once you got far enough away. So you just had to reuse the same 10 instead of putting 1,000 out. It's the same thing now I'm using again for wrapping the player around the edges. Really cool.
it's out of view of the camera anyway, so you can't tell. Shame the gameplay is still pretty boring though, so can we fix that now, please? Yes? The basic idea will be all about length,
since that's literally all we have to work with.
The length of the player will be shrinking constantly, and if you get too small then it's game over. Clicking that start over button isn't so easy though, because although normally I could just make it a button and you click it and that's it, because that's how buttons work, that button isn't actually here. It's over there. We have to emulate the screen with an actual mouse in this box, and then translate that position into a position for the TV cursor. Then we can shoot a ray from the mouse cursor to detect our custom TV buttons. That was a huge waste of 3 hours, but at least we can now go back to the game. We need a way for the player to grow back some of their lost size. What makes things get longer? That's right, green squares. This super simple feature worked first time, but introduced a little problem. Why has the wrapping broken? It's because only the player that is touching the pickup actually grows. We can fix this by instead when a player touches a grow, it just tells it to grow. We put a little event in between which then tells all 3 players to grow instead. My favourite thing about this game is that it makes you feel like you're playing Skyrim, in that it's a complete atrocious buggy mess. You see, once you reach a certain size, you can just sit in the middle and infinite one-up trick yourself away to unlimited points by collecting all the new power-ups. When small, you need to be grown by everything possible as it's crucial to survive, but obviously this is overkill when you're big. I figured there must be somewhere in between those values where as you get bigger I can make growers grow you by less and less. To mathematically determine the precise optimum moment to change the effectiveness, I just picked the number 1 because it's easier and it's my game, I'm gonna do whatever I want. Although this then broke the game by making it too easy, and now holding left is a good strategy as any other. I got the solution. Instead of moving the player with a velocity system, maybe we can re-move the player, throw him in the bin, drop kick it to the moon, set the moon on fire, launch it into the sun, flash freeze the sun, flick it and oh damn it, we broke it. I guess we're gonna have to make another game instead. What a shame.
What the hell was that? So I think I just threw this game away then, but I was looking at it now and thinking that's a really cool 1D game. I mean, I'm using the only aspects you've got. It's super constrained, obviously only having 1 dimension, but that's what makes it fun and interesting. And now I've gone and thrown it all away. So let's see. Hopefully it's even better.
10ish hours left because I took a break because I do, in fact, have a life. The idea is simple.
That's not true.
5 blocks in the middle you can toggle on or off, with 32 possible positions matching the number of brain cells I have left from the absolute stress of this challenge. Some lovely green balls flying from the left and you have to guide them through this gauntlet of blocks to the other side to gain points. It's a little more complicated than this, but it's a secret for now because I don't know if I'll have time to implement it, so more about that later. Starting small, I got the blocks spawning in the correct positions, then I moved on to making them toggle. You can turn them on and off. Grey means it's open and black means it's closed. You can toggle them with 4, 5, 6, 7 and 8 on the keyboard, which is actually quite annoying because of this lovely little gap on my keyboard and the fact I had to do it one-handed so I could film. But trust me, it's actually really fun already. Now we add the balls, then get the collision working, and the idea is sort of alive. So about that secret, if you've been screaming, blank, you don't have to do anything, just turn off all the blocks and it's a free win, you suck. First of all, I'm deeply offended you think I could have any ideas that are so deeply flawed like that. Second of all, shut up, you're completely right. But this time, I have a secret weapon. Red balls have all the opposite properties to the green ones. They come in from the right, and you want to send them back to the right. If the reds make it to the other side, you lose a point, not gain one. Just these very simple mechanics are already quite a mind-bending little puzzle game, and I actually sort of love it. I polished up the menu with some tweaked animations to allow you to pick which minigame you want to play now that there's 2 of them, or go to sleep, because let's face it, Complete Darkness is probably more fun than both of these games combined. I realised that using the 3D game engine to make a 2D representation of a 1D game admittedly feels a little bit like using a supercomputer to solve first grade maths homework, but at least I don't have to do something even more insane and awful like using Godot.
Is that it? That's where the video ends? No. Wow, how things have changed, huh? Damn. I mean, Godot was never a bad option, but it's certainly Unity's not the thing I used to love about it anymore. That's for sure. I actually really do like this. I like both the 1D games, but this one specifically. This is really cool. I mean, I don't think it's going to be very difficult, but it's a really fun idea, and I'm really happy with that. And then also this crazy animation thing I did with the menu, so it was actually broken into the third dimension and like an interactive menu instead of it all just being on the screen. And you actually have to like press buttons to see the real world. Where are we? Where are we? Yeah, here, the whole camera pans and you get to sleep. It's almost like my 5 steps from home P button thing. Really cool how I get to reuse stuff like that again. And yeah, the sleep animation as well is insane. I don't remember making this at all, but that's kind of fun. Yeah, lovely project. It didn't do very well, but looking back, I don't care. I enjoyed it. This is great, and that ending is truly a classic. Wow, so this next game is all about making my first ever game in Python, and this is because I had to learn Python for university, and it's actually kind of incredible that I hadn't used it at that point yet. I know it's maybe actually uncommon in game development, people that only learn game development, but it's pretty much used for just everything, and it's most people's first language now, I think, in school or university especially. It's just what they teach us. So I needed to learn it. And what better way of learning it than by making games? Because I know I can make games. So if I have to make a game in Python, then I only have to learn the Python part. But if I was going to make, I don't know, some like crazy AI system or a UI or whatever, just a general system that you would use Python for, or just scripting or whatever, I have to learn how to do those things, the domain, and also the fact that I'm using Python. Whereas now, I don't have to relearn the domain, I can just learn Python because I already know what I'm doing in game development. And that is a real thing. I'm just reducing the amount of things I have to learn as much as possible to only the thing I'm actually trying to learn, and then I can go and learn the more complicated things with Python later because I already know how Python works, and it just breaks down that process, and it's a lot easier. Now, this video gives me flashbacks already just looking at this. You can probably tell this has got motion blur, it's got a laptop, it's 3D, it's animated. It's not very good animation as far as I can remember, but I do remember this taking, I think, literally a month to put together the animations for this. It didn't work, it wasn't very good, but I really put a lot of effort in to try a new style here with 3D. And you know, sometimes trying new things doesn't work, but I'm just curious to see how it holds up.
It's the Brackey's Game Jam 2022 where we have 1 week to make a game about a hidden theme. Here we go. I'm going to be using Python for this game jam. 1, because it's new and exciting for me, which is perfect to learn for a game jam. And 2, because I have to learn Pygame for school, and who doesn't love killing 2 birds with 1 stone? The only minor problem I have now is that I have no idea how to use Pygame. Now that I'm fluent in Python, this should be easy. First we need to install Pygame and wait 10 years for it to run before we can... No, this isn't Unity, it just works right away. Excuse me, just 1 second. Ignoring the ball for now, we have 2 paddles and a lovely feature where they randomly decide to reset themselves for absolutely no reason. Yeah, it turns out I can't even copy and paste code correctly. Every frame we check for key presses to move each paddle, and also make sure we don't move them off the screen. Other than making me realise this challenge is a lot harder than I expected, this is so bad, it's time for a ball. Just like we ignored the ball earlier, the turns have now been tabled and the ball is ignoring us. This won't do. So hippity hoppity, you will abide by the laws of physics, so I'll dropkick your code to the moon, set the moon on fire, launch you into the sun, freeze the sun and eat you for breakfast. Dumbledore said calmly. With that, the ball promptly decided to stop being broken, and as if by magic, the collisions now work. The scoring must have overheard me too, because it went from this to working just as expected. Now our path must diverge from the tutorial because it doesn't cover how to add any art. But before we can learn how to do that, we need to actually make some. Egg. This is already gallery ready, but we can do better. I had a bit too much fun making some chicken stick ping pong bit things, and after ignoring the call from Peter about how this is unnatural, things are looking so much more delicious. Bouncing eggs around this game does make me a bit nervous they might crack though, so I heard this rumour that says eggs don't break if they land on grass. I don't know if this is true or not.
Let's find out, shall we?
Don't worry, it's made out of eggs, it's fine.
But just to be extra safe, let's add a grassy border to the...
I loved doing this. This was so funny. It was like the first like little skit I did outside, I guess. I was still in my first year uni accommodation. I still recognize the place. Oh my god. And I used a fake egg, as you could probably tell. It was like one of those like rubber bouncy ones, and I just threw it up and edited it. And I thought it would be funny because this was all just a random side note thing anyway. You know, I think it's funny. I don't think anyone else thought it was funny. I don't think anyone else even saw it. But you know, you just got to do things to make you laugh sometimes.
And voila, les pommes. For just a few days work, I'm really proud of this, but we are 2 days down and have a whole lot of theme left to incorporate. Here's the plan. Micro games. But flipped on their head. Pong, but it's boring. Come on, let's skip to the good bit. Micro games are infinitely scalable, so if I decide to spend the weekend playing video games or wasting my time doing uni work or something, then I can just add or remove them as I need to make sure I finish in time. So we already have Pong, that's great, but this isn't Unity. We can't just double click over to a new scene and hey presto, new minigame time. We're gonna have to do this ourselves. Introducing finite state machines. Say we have two scenes, A and B. Well, instead of maybe the most obvious way to do this, which would just be having a boolean or a number to track which scene we want to be in, instead we just define our two states in separate files and connect them via transitions. Easy peasy lemon squeezy, time to make chess a lot more confusing. I meant confusing, that sounded a lot better in my head. But it's okay because bunnies! There's no reason for this, I just got so excited when I saw them and thought they were so cute you might like them too. I asked if they wanted to play chess, but they hopped away unfortunately. So it looks like I'm going to have to make my own single player version. I'm going to make a Bunny King the bad guy because I'm holding a carrot-sized grudge against who I thought was my friend. Bunny
I don't remember this at all. This is crazy.
Chess sounds really bad, but luckily for me, really bad chess is actually a thing, where normal chess rules apply, other than the very first one being different. The starting position. You know that time when you were last at chess club and all the boards were taken, you just grabbed a spare replacing pieces bags and just set the board up with whatever garbage you had, no matter how.
My Mac Mini, I love that thing. That's the computer I managed to get from just making money from YouTube and saving up and selling everything I had, and it was the best decision I ever made. It was the first M1 Mac Mini, and oh my god, I mean, sure, switching to Mac OS, maybe a pain, right? But it was such a steal at the time. And even the whole M series is fantastic, and it made no sound. It was silent, but it did everything I needed it to do. Brilliant purchase.
Incredibly unfair it might be. Congratulations, you just invented really bad chess. I was so excited to make this, I dove right into the art, and just as I was about to code, I remembered that chess is a two-player game, and AI is probably definitely out of the scope for this project, so whoops, in the bin it goes. That was a waste of time. This was
I didn't make it. That's why I don't remember. So I made all the art and the animations and everything for a chess game with bunnies, but I didn't have enough time to finish it, so I just scrapped it. Oh, that hurts. That hurts because I was just about to say I'm so excited that my art skills are progressing. You can see recently I've been really trying to push myself with that, and I just throw it in the bin. But at least I did it. You know, it was a good attempt, and I'm really happy I gave it a go.
Really disheartening, but I find whenever I'm feeling burnt out, a long walk and a trip to the botanical gardens near me is an amazing way to wind down and relax. While there, I got my idea for the next micro game. Koi bean fish fishing, because look at them, they're so cute! But the evil game dev in me does have me wondering what would happen if we disturb things a little. Obviously I did not throw it in, just don't. Don't come after me again, Peter, please. I love how diverse all the different fish are in colours and sizes, so I spent some time drawing them and getting them moving around the screen. Sometimes some of them absolutely zoom me around the pond, which I also wanted to replicate, so at random intervals some of the smaller fish will just do a little tiny sprint, because why not? He just looks really happy. I think we could all do some happy fish high energy right now. Now, thank goodness I have my girlfriend with me, because she spotted this fiendishly well-hidden blackfish at the bottom of the pond, which gave me an idea for the special power-up, just like that ship no one ever hit in Space Invaders. Next! I thought this was hilarious, but I slowed it down to make it actually playable. Where's the fun in that? But you've all probably seen Snake 1,000 times since the thing came out about 20 years ago. It even has a terrible remake on my old Nokia phone. So let's just speed this up. Bam, here's the final thing. And here's how we're going to ruin it. So Snake is the final game in this micro gauntlet, and you know what else is a snake? Ouroboros. Damn, that segue was smooth. I can already hear my phone ringing. Sorry, Linus. I'm too busy making the only win condition chasing your own tail. No, seriously. The Ouroboros is an ancient symbol of a snake or serpent eating its own tail, signifying infinity, the circle of birth, life and death, all that amazing funness that I don't understand. But I thought since that's normally the exact opposite of what you want to do with Snake, it'd be pretty funny if I made that the title of the game. So wink wink nudge nudge, that's how you beat the game, because dogs like chasing their tails or something, I don't know. I love hidden riddles like this, reminds me of the time I built a puzzle game where I hid the answer on the itch page itself as well as in the game. So just like the clue now is the name Ouroboros, the clue back then is that you had to press P to turn the camera and reveal the answer. This is a great way to get some interactivity into your games that no AAA developer can ever do. You're never going to beat them making a game that's amazing, so you might as well beat them at a game they can't even play and make something really unique. I say as I tried to remake 3 of the most common and overmade games of all time. At least it wasn't Minecraft again. We get it, you can make Minecraft, stop! We don't need another one. Other than my one. That one's actually quite good. Which one is your favourite? Be sure to let me know, and if enough people are interested, I am all for making a funny bullshit game a reality. 7 out of saving from the chicken uprising, and I'll make it happen. Happy coding, everyone.
Oh my god. This next video was another huge experiment for me. So I just spent the last video learning Pygame for the first time and learning how to make a game with Python. So I thought, okay, that's great, but now I actually need to properly learn Python for my university degree instead of just having fun. And Advent of Code was just taking place, which is essentially a 25-day challenge from the 1st to the 25th of December, where they give you a new coding challenge every single day that you have to try and beat. And this was obviously a huge departure from any game dev stuff I'd done on the channel before, so another big experiment, which also, it didn't perform very well, but I learned so much, and there is so much amazing knowledge and like different pieces of information and fun challenges throughout this video that I really, really want to show it to you again, and I really hope that I can still learn from it even now. So let's give this a go. And even just committing to doing it, I don't think I actually finished Advent of Code this year, but the years after I have done. And so it's okay to fail, it's all a process. Don't worry about it. I even shared my failure in this video, I think, and I'm fine. The world didn't end. So anyway, let's see what happens.
Code is a crazy daily coding challenge where for 25 days in a row you were given a new problem and 24 hours to solve it.
I've compiled every day of learning into one massive devlog. And I picked up the best 5 things I learned and wish I knew before this challenge, so you don't make the same mistake. Here's tip number 1, and it's gamification of...
Oh my god, I filmed all of the stuff in a forest. I don't remember why.
ideas. I want to try and learn Python in 30 days, and that's quite an insane huge goal to have looming over my head. It's impossible. However, doing just one puzzle a day and engaging in a thriving Reddit community, that doesn't just sound easier. That actually sounds really fun. So let me show you how this helps me do just that. No, wait, no, I'm gonna miss the deadline! So part 1 has you trying to save a submarine by seeing if the depth of the water keeps getting deeper. Given a set of randomly generated numbers, we just start from the second and see if it's bigger than the one before it. That's it. If every day is this easy, I'll be done in about 5 minutes. For part 2, however, we're now checking if the sum of the current 3 is bigger than the sum of the previous 3. Well, this is easy, all we got to do is find the greatest 3 sum possible. Wait. Now we know how deep the ocean is, we can either go forward, up or down. We need to open the file, split each line into an element of an array, and then split each one of those elements into a command and how many times we need to do it.
Quick tip, take breaks, go for a nice lovely walk. Grab some water, physical and mental health are going to really thank you later, and you're going to get more work done. Okay, perfect, you're back. Let's see what we can do.
Yeah, part 2 is literally the exact same. I changed 2 lines, so let's not even go over it.
I've spilt my entire water bottle over my keyboard.
Wow. Please work, please work, please work, please work. Please, thank you. I see lights. Don't see lights anymore. Another exciting day in store today.
That was a bad day.
But not just because it's one day closer to Spider-Man. It's new monitor day.
Oh my god, that was No Way Home, wasn't it?
Today's puzzle is actually a little bit more difficult. Bitwise operations are a huge interest of mine. I used them to make an AI chess engine a couple of years ago. Even so,
See, this is part of a project that I never even made a video about, so maybe I'll pull a compilation of all these like even more secret projects that I never even showed anyone before, but this was my A-level project. I basically made a chess engine. But instead of all the pieces being objects that are actually on the board, the entire game and all its logic is binary. And I know that doesn't make any sense whatsoever. But look into it if you're interested. It's called Bitboard Chess, and it's fascinating how it works. Like even the concept of taking a piece can be done purely just from moving binary around instead of actually defining a grid and X and Y coordinates and jumping here to take a piece and removing it. Like, no, you don't need any of that. It blew my mind, and it still does.
Still found this day to be a little bit of a step up from the others. Challenging, but I got there in the end. We can't have our submarine being go and suffocate now, can we? No. Yes! No. I was just getting ready for the day, and I came across this. Someone, you're so kind, thank you.
Can I just see if I looked outside my submarine and saw a giant squid? I probably wouldn't offer to play bingo with them, but now they've mentioned it, that's genuinely the best thing ever. I don't want anything more. By far the hardest part of the challenge today is just reading this data from the file. Everything else was nice. This is
awful, but it's nothing compared to what happened next.
I can't believe it. I started too late. I'm so close. Please.
This was a sad time.
Genuinely wasn't expecting this to be so upsetting. Hopefully I can get it next time. I don't know. I don't even know if I can still know how to submit an answer. That's the issue. It's a really, really easy fix. I just keep track of which ones I've won and don't check them again. But that's 14 minutes too late. I was crushed. To fail this challenge so early on,
devastating.
Oh, I'd hate to be that guy. I can pinpoint 2 reasons why this went wrong. The first is quite simple, but the second one is quite more profound. Let's start with the obvious. Don't put so much pressure on yourself. What is this? An army training camp? No! It's a fun Christmas challenge. So don't make my mistake, and remember to have fun. What's really important here is the learning journey. And I still wrote the same code as any other day. It doesn't actually matter if it was a few minutes late. The Advent of Code challenge is only supposed to be a source of inspiration, so if it's causing you any anxiety like this, just stop. It's okay to not succeed every day. It will still be there tomorrow.
But I kept on going, I got the answer to the question, and then...
I'm an idiot. The timer, although it should run out at midnight because it's a daily challenge, it's based on a different time zone. It runs out at 5 AM for me, meaning I was worried about nothing. The timer hadn't actually ended. I did complete it correctly. I'm still within the time. I've got 4 hours left.
Oh, and I hadn't actually missed the deadline, so maybe wait until you've missed your deadline before you get upset about missing your deadline.
It's back! I don't know about anyone else, but day 5, I didn't change any code from part 1 to 2, so that's pretty cool.
I made a fatal flaw on day 7. Every programmer with even the slightest bit of experience will have heard the phrase, premature optimization is the root of all evil. And if you haven't heard that phrase before, premature optimization is the root of all evil. We have a bunch of crabs all lined up and we have to try and figure out the shortest distance in total that they can move to in order to get them all in one straight line. I thought there's probably some super genius way of doing it by adding up the absolute value of how far each crab had to travel. But do you know how to solve that equation? Me neither. So I went back to basics and yeah, it took about 10 minutes. So, all together now. Premature optimization is the root of all evil. Day 8 part 1 was easy. Day 8 part 2. This is the hardest puzzle in the entire year. And I'm not the only one that thinks that. Let me explain. A 7-segment display is a display that uses 7 segments to display every single digit from 0 through 9. I'm sure you've seen them before, they're used everywhere. What you probably haven't seen before is having a unique letter from A through G to represent each segment in the display, and then having a completely random combination of those characters, and then having 4 of them in a line. You know each one represents a number, but you don't know which letter represents each section or where each section is or what you're even doing. It's magic. You have to figure out which letter corresponds to which segment, then decode the string of characters you have, then work out which number it is, then add them all together.
The original problem of cracking codes with all these complicated rules is pretty massive. Do you have any idea how to solve this? I don't. It's way too big for me to even digest right now. But with our secret weapon tool, Decompa Scissors, we can cut this problem up into bite-sized pizzas. Oh yeah, this is so much nicer. And the most important thing you might not even realise is that once you start eating the chunks, you come across one further down that doesn't quite taste right and has a few too many bugs in it, but all the ones we've already eaten, they're still eaten, they tasted great, we don't have to remake those too. As each part of the problem is now its own recipe that doesn't need to know how any of the other This is a great advice. Yeah, this is really important. Parts work. So we can swap this awful part out with a new bug-free one without having to change anything else. No matter how good a chef you are though, you also need to know how to deal with things when they don't quite work out how you want.
Look, I'm really ashamed of what I did today, okay? Look at this garbage! Look at it!
Started it at 9, it's now 4. That's how long I've been spent on this puzzle and it finally ran. Yes. Okay, yep, I'm officially an idiot. The only thing that was wrong was that.
Okay, so it's currently roughly 20 past 1 on the 15th of December, which means that in about 8.5 hours I will be watching Spider-Man No Way Home. Come on, let's do this problem.
The big moment, this is by far the hardest question so far. Hopefully, we're there.
Oh, hey, he did it! Him, me, you, if you do it too. Committing to the schedule of
him, me,
one problem a day has been a huge improvement. Forget any other productivity hack, this is the way. Learning to program in Python though is pretty useless if we don't actually find something to do with it. I'm so inspired by Python and this gamification of learning, let's stop the challenge 10 days early and use that time to make a game in just 1 week, using only the knowledge that we've learned in this video. So check that out if you want to take your learning to the next level.
What am I talking about? Oh, I know what I'm doing. I think this is me just kind of faking the story because I just couldn't. I just gave up at day 15, and I'm pretending that I used that knowledge to make the game we just looked at, which was the previous video, which you can go and watch after this one. That's sneaky. That's sneaky. I do like this kind of end screen though, with like the yellow and the cut off, and still seeing me, and they still like them promoting the next video. That's kind of fun. I do like that. But no, big problem with this is that I think although the problems themselves were really interesting, I didn't show them at all in this video, so that was a huge mistake. Like, you would have had to have already taken part in Event of Code in order to watch this video, which is just not accessible to anyone. I don't know why anyone would watch this. It's yeah, it's just not good, unfortunately. Here is probably one of my most enjoyable projects ever, the one I had just the most sheer fun and laughter with. This is the game I made with Rateep, now inspired by Monkey Ball. And it's a game where we got so focused and dragged down and having fun that we forgot to actually make the gameplay. You'll see what I mean, but I'm really still proud of this project because it's beautiful in so many other ways. So let's have a look.
Instead of golfing on the golf course, we golf on the blockchain, and we move from block to... I gotta get the bag somehow, dude.
GMTK 2022, my favorite game jam of the indie dev calendar for innovation and using the Unity game engine to make ideas way too insane for any other game jam.
Yeah, this was also the year after Seamless, in the same game jam that I made Seamless in. So I was really kind of hyped up thinking, okay, this video, this is it. It's going to blow up again and everyone's going to love it. And at least that was on my mind of like, oh God, this is pressure and it's awful and I have to do something. And this was actually the first time, I think, that I made a video with any pressure on me, which was a really bad downward spiral, which we're going to come to, I think, later on, is that as this channel started even slightly growing, I started just getting really scared and worried, thinking that I actually had to start making good things instead of the chaos and the nightmare and just having pure fun that I had done kind of in every video previously. And I think that did have a downstream problem on pretty much everything: game development, mental health, the channel itself, and leading me to not upload anything for a long time now. And there's probably some really interesting things to dissect there, and just trying to stay with it fun and have a real discussion with yourself. And if do you want it to be a business or a hobby or a job or whatever, and just try and set real boundaries in the thinking, because I lost myself for a little bit actually. But what's great about it is that I still love game development, and that's always going to be here. And having this record of the things that I've done is so much better than not having it. So let's just see what happened. But I'm actually quite nervous now.
Like a unique platformer last year and a random RPG golf game this year with special guest Rateep.
I have no idea what I'm talking about, but
the catch is that every game has to follow the theme of
roll of the dice.
Yo! I love this. We could go for... no idea.
Where my mind went, Super Monkey Ball. The one where there's like a monkey on like a ball down a track and...
Where is the twist?
A spherical dice or a rolling cube.
The spherical dice is actually something that I have in my home.
What are you...
basically...
Okay, we're doing this. I don't care, we're doing this. Oh my God.
We could do a golf game where you have to throw your dice to determine how much power you can use. I don't know. The dice affect the way you play the golf.
With golf decided, I set to work building a little terrain test for us to hit the ball around on later, with the grass colour alternating like this being a classic way to mimic grass really quickly and effectively. We calculate this by getting the coordinates of each tile and seeing if the X and Y parts are both even, or both odd, or different. Before we continue to move this amazingly modelled golf club around, we need to decide how the gameplay and movement are going to work, as there are loads of different options to choose from here.
We could make a snake and ladders golf game. Okay, I might have an idea.
That's
here.
good noise.
You golf your ball, then you have to throw the dice to move on the golf course.
To reach the ball?
Exactly, you have to reach the ball with the dice. And we can also, okay, listen to me. We can also have some snake and ladder. Also easily implement a lot of skins and make the big bucks.
If we're going to be using Unity, we kind of have to do that now.
For input, let's try something new and use Unity scriptable objects to allow for customizable control schemes in seconds. Define what keys are for up, down, left, right, enter, whatever you like, put it in the game. Just like that, we're moving incorrectly. Okay, that was not supposed to happen. It's funny how much difference one symbol can make. Board games have a smooth animation between tile jumps, so let's add that too, to make things instantly feel 10 times better. This is actually not going to work though, because we don't want to move the player directly. Instead, we want to move around a cursor that when we're ready, we can move the player to, making it easier to go back and change it, while also making each jump individually instead of all at once. Moving around this tiny square is going to get boring really quickly though, so now we need some levels. Maybe infinite of them.
We could do a lot of different courses with wave function collapse. In a tile-based wave function collapse, you have your tiles and your rules. So if I have my water tile, all the adjacent tiles can either be water or shore.
NF trees.
That's right. That. Well, we can then generate a ton of levels and mint those levels on the blockchain, and you can only play the level. You can only play the level
if you buy the
NFT. Metaverse confirmed. Please, dude, stop. Shut the fuck up. I am afraid that we are overscoping like shit.
Sadly, Watip was very correct. What are we going to do about it? First of all, the random terrain generation can be replaced by the tried and true method of building levels by hand, and the progress since is already flying. I can also stop writing the script and get back on a roll with making the actual game. I modeled a cube in Unity to be used as a dice with custom faces I can change individually for each number. Now, we need a way to figure out what number it landed on. Looking at it, the obvious thing is whenever the dice has stopped moving, do something to get the number on the top. This doesn't work though because of times like this, when it has technically stopped moving because it changes direction and its velocity is 0, and it's clearly not actually stopped rolling yet. By storing the past 5 frames of speed of the dice and making sure they're all 0 though, this issue rolls away quite nicely. With all this randomness though, you might be worried our game is starting to lose all basis of skill and just be completely random garbage luck. Can we fight against that?
If someone rolls all 6s, then I'll win. But with golf, there would reach a point where you wouldn't want 6s anymore, because if you're putting and then you get a 6 and you have to hit it really hard, it could balance itself. Because maybe if you're right at the end, you get a 6, you have to try and bounce it off something, like hit it away, and then it comes back again.
There is a major fairness and balancing issue we face with our physics-based dice system too. In this case, literally balancing the dice to make sure it's equally likely to land on each face. Can I promise that this dice isn't rigged in some way to land on all 5s? Maybe something about the rotations I'm adding makes it more or less likely to land on a 2. To test this, I dropped 10 dice at the same time. We would expect each dice to show up roughly the same-ish number of times.
I love this animation, it's one of my favourite things I've ever done.
Turns out they do. Now for the completely crucial, why didn't you make this sooner part of the golf game? The golf. But before we do that, we should probably merge this awesome level with the movement code, right? Otherwise we might run out of time and have to submit this ugly mug. No, that'd be stupid. Okay, it's golfing time. Right after we make it so walking over the rough needs more steps than the green, discouraging you like in real golf. Because this is a really true and accurate golf game so far, with all the golf mechanics that we've golfed. Okay, but now we've done that, there's no way to tell that this takes 5 steps, and this also takes 5 steps. So I had the idea of using an over cursor display to show how many steps you've taken, but then realized I think it's actually better when it shows you how many steps you have remaining. Right, okay, it's golfing time for real now, this is perfect. How long do we have left? 2 minutes. Oh, this will be easy. It's fine. I think we spent a little too long on the marketing.
So we're making a metaverse golf game. Got it.
Let's go. That's the branding we need.
I also said this, so fuck me, I guess.
No late submissions this year.
Well, we better not miss the deadline then.
Who cares about logic and the web?
No one cares. We only need NFTs and making money, honestly.
You're right. For how heavy Unity is, it might as well be a crypto miner. I mean, gotta get the bag somehow, dude.
So this project, yeah, it didn't work out. Clearly the game doesn't even exist. But just looking at this is one of the most beautiful things I've ever been a part of. And seeing my process to get to this point, knowing that I worked on a project that looks like this, I am speechless by it. And I know the game part suffered, and that's why, because we focused on the art and making it look nice and being fair and fun instead of making an actual game. So we kind of missed the more important part, you could say. But this was an amazing learning experience we have here in this project. And look at it.
Then realize
this is beautiful. I just love it. And yeah, I know the last time Watip and I spoke, we talked about continuing this, and I feel absolutely terrible for we just haven't. And Watip, if you're out there watching this, somehow you've made it this far, I'm really sorry. I hope you're doing okay. I hope everything's fine. And I think is this the last time we've worked together? I can't remember. I have no idea. But what a fantastic experience this video was. Really, thank you. The friendship that we've had throughout pretty much my entire time here. You're in pretty much my first video. It truly is. It's fantastic. I love it. Thank you, man, so much. Making a fun game about a sad robot is next, and this is heavily inspired by Hitchhiker's Guide to the Galaxy. I just watched it the day before, and then it was the Wowie Game Jam that came up, and I was like, well, what else am I going to do? Let's have fun with that. I have no idea what's going on with my face here. This is weird. It looks like I'm AI or something, but it didn't even exist back then. So I don't know what I did. This is really weird. And yes, this is also the first time I made the game with my girlfriend, which has been mentioned a few times in the background and stuff behind the scenes. But she was wanting to get into game development as well, and still is. We were at university together, so we just made the game, and it was really fun. It was a really great experience once again, and I'm just excited to see what this video turns into. Because again, I don't remember it at all, other than just, it was a good time.
I teamed up with a cabbage to make a game about a sad AI. The Wowie game jam might be 83 hours long, but we only had 5 together. Surprisingly enough, this stupid idea for a game was not our first when we heard the theme of
collaborate with AI.
What? Yeah, that's Sebastian Nargauer documentary video. It's back on the table. Perfect timing, get an AI to make the game for us.
Yes, it collaborate.
Not fight against. Which is the key distinction on a royal pain, because I only have AI experience with 1v1 competitive stuff trying to beat you. None of that experience is going to be helpful. Yeah. So how about a multiplayer game but there's only one player?
Lava Boy, Water Girl, or whatever.
But like you only control one of them.
Oh my god, it can be the really depressed robot from Hitchhiker's Guide to Reality.
You make Marvin and we have to try and cheer him up.
Yes! The therapist. You have to go into his brain and wiggle around a bit. Because with normal therapy, oh, I've got depression, my brain isn't wired correctly.
Okay, why on earth does this robot need therapy? Well, let's go directly to the source and
thank the Sirius Cybernetics Corporation for building robots with genuine people personalities. I'm a personality prototype. You can tell, can't you?
But how should we give a robot therapy? This doesn't even make any sense. There are so many options. Spider-Man PS4, they were wiring circuit boards, but they're broken, you have to fix them. Or coloured wires crossed over each other, you have to plug them in. I really hope I'm not describing Among Us. We're not making Among Us.
No, we're not.
So, it could be Astro Bot thing on the PS5. You are inside the PS5 and you go to the GPU and you go to the CPU.
I love how this is showing just how playing games and being in the world of gaming can just influence and inspire you. Because I think we just mentioned like 5 different things there, from pop culture, movies, games, everything, all coming together into one project. And the project itself it's a little bad, this one. It's a shame because we didn't have that long and we only spent I think it was a few hours on the actual gameplay. But the ideas and the inspiration and everything all coming together is the best part of it. It's really cool. Oh my god, I just realized I'm wearing a Twilio shirt. Which, deep cut, this is crazy. But I won this shirt from a game jam it's from a hackathon at my university the first year I was here. And it was like the person who could win the most of this gamified coding experience thing, get the most points. And that's where I got the shirt from. So there we go. That's pretty funny.
This is the CPU minigame. We came up with the idea of a Downwell inspired minigame. Our robot John is depressed because his CPU has bent pins, so we have to replace it with a new special DCPU, Depression Curing Processing Unit. Bend a pin along the way, you die. Miss the CPU socket, you die. Line up everything perfectly though, and it's pizza time. This is Cabbage's first ever game jam, first game in Unity, first devlog, first time I have a friend with me here in real life. So let's help with some amazing advice, like you're gonna use a go-to state. It's very jittery. Whoa. Can I suggest a different way of moving?
Sure.
What is velocity? Speed times direction. That's not speed.
Yeah.
The input is the direction.
Yeah. Okay.
Now, just do rigid body, dot, velocity. Try that.
Woo!
It's zoomy.
Okay, we'll decrease the 100, so
It was 100 speed. Oh yeah, if you change it in play mode, then it doesn't.
Well, that's a bit bad, isn't it? Okay, you have a dog break. Oh. Okay, let's not have it.
New issue unlocked, let's go.
When physics is too good. Oh, the pins! Ready? We're gonna spin.
We're gonna spin? Okay, I'm assuming we don't want to be able to spin. What's more important right now is stopping the player from popping off the screen and never coming back again. So there's going to be 2 ways to do the borders.
Yeah.
We can either add an actual physical box around the side.
Yeah, let's do that, it's easier.
Okay then, the other option. No, I
don't even want to hit. It works, no?
I love this.
It does work.
Hit.
John Drawing. Though my art has not been the best recently, I can't draw robots, it's very difficult. We'll stop rotation eventually, right?
Yeah. Okay, how do we stop the rotation? Constraints?
Yes.
Freeze position X, Y. No, just Y. No. Rotation.
Yeah, there we go. Freeze rotation.
I thought as rotate as the Z is well, there's no 3D component, so why the Z?
Great question. So the short version is that you can imagine rotation as attaching a stick to an image and giving it a twist left or right. As you can see, it's the Z stick that does what we want. So it turns out you need 3 dimensions for 2-dimensional rotations because game dev is easy. Yay!
Should we do the camera?
It's actually a bit of an oversimplification, but that's kind of the point of the whole channel. So yeah, I still think that's really stupid that you rotate in the Z for 2-dimension. It's just it's quite funny. I don't know. Let's see what you think. And also, when you rotate in the X or Y, you go into 3rd dimension, even though you're in a 2D. I could go down that rabbit hole, and I still do. I hate the whole thing.
It follows the player.
Yeah.
How complicated do you want it to get?
Simple as possible, please.
Okay, then you can just make the camera a child of the player in the hierarchy.
Oh, whoa, cool. What was the other way of doing it?
Do it in code.
That's boring. We're at game jamming with efficiency. That looks quite cool though.
I like this. Unfortunately, this caused a huge issue that we had no idea how to solve, and we only have 4 hours remaining.
It just like, do you see what happens? It like skips down, yeah.
Go again. Fixing this was really confusing. So we fixed it using the best method of fixing anything in a game jam, completely ignoring it, and then we moved on to level design instead.
Add the levels increasing difficulty, we can make the screen shape bigger and smaller.
What is the screen shape? Well, it's the CPU socket, of course. The thing you have to make sure the CPU lands on perfectly. There is a surprisingly high number of ways to make this happen though. If the exposition of the player is exactly the same as the exposition of this pad, then it must be like lined up in the middle, so it's fine. If its exposition is like over here, then it's not lined up.
And then we also need to check if both ends of the square within the position of the green.
Yes. We could do raycasting where it's like...
No, that sounds scary. Hi Jonas. You're right mate. Please make us win.
Okay, this is amazing. Cabbage created this entire first level while I worked on art, so I have no knowledge of it at all, making me the perfect playtester for difficulty and fun checking.
Failed already.
God, is that even possible?
We'll release this level as the last one to see if anyone can do it.
Oh, that's not one.
Oh, push the sides, just to check.
Yeah, you don't. Both sides? Okay, we got something we can submit now.
Yeah!
We could submit this now, but my enthusiastic co-host is right. We can make this a lot better before we submit it, with more levels, but more levels brings a way that we have to transition between them somehow. Scene transitions are literally my least favourite thing to work on in Unity. I hate it, but luckily we found a way to make this really simple. I really wish I knew this before. Jank way, but nice easy way, is that each scene is going to have a different version of the player. So if in the player itself, this scene, next scene, when we die, load this scene again, and when we win, load the next scene.
How is it distinguishing?
Now in the player of L1, set this scene to L1 and next scene
okay.
to impossible scene.
That's so smart. All the how's that easy? That's so easy.
If it turns white, then we're all good. Yay, crash!
What did it do?
Oh, yes, it hasn't been added to build settings. Yeah, loaded L1 and it's white.
Ooh, that's so cool. Why were you being stupid about it? Oh, this is so easy. Ready? Ready? Bonk.
Bonk.
Yay! I did it! What now?
I love also this is showing the raw actual process of making a game and just all the bugs and errors that come along with that, which I think is great for learning as well. I should probably do this more often.
The CPU is literally heartbroken if you die.
Oh, that's sad.
You better not die then.
Oh, that green thing. I should probably hit it. So it's impossible to get out of this one.
Coding is fun, right?
We're done?
We can be done. Like, there's more we can do.
Yeah,
obviously,
but like...
we can be done.
Yeah.
So let's be done.
Nice and simple, because I want to play some Red Dead before I go.
While being an upstandingly polite gentleman, we thought about a way to inject some of the chaos and despair of this game for a more engaging and secret story in our game jam entry. Maybe we leave the impossible level with all the white stuff and it's like a glitch.
Yes, that's good.
Definitely not because I'm lazy.
Wait, can you make it so that it is some ramp at the beginning but it kind of distorts? So it even goes like that or something. And it's all just like all different sizes and stuff. And
the white's still there, so it gets more and more deteriorated as you go on.
Yeah, do that.
Okay, maybe it was slightly too hidden, but there is an actual really cool reason behind why we did this, which we can pick apart as we prepare ourselves for building, uploading, and submitting our game to the game jam.
Okay, let me sign in, because you're not stealing my credit. Oh my god.
We need a cover image.
You can just have John. Oh, that's good.
Just that?
That screams depression.
Who wouldn't click on that?
Run, John.
That's perfect as... This is the same issue I had on Gaming's Toolkit Jam, and someone sent in a fix. Pressure.
Already, that's a perfect example of how making these videos and having this like previous experience helped me, not even like subtly this though, but directly helped. They actually just gave me the answer which I didn't know about. And they made it, I used it in the next project. I just think that's so cool.
Disable. How did it do it in 7 seconds?
It's just that good in it.
The game's just too optimized.
Clearly my intention from the very beginning.
Okay, it loaded.
Oh no.
He's wide John.
He's wide John.
That's what it's meant to look like. Well that's fun.
Come on.
Please, John. Come on, John.
Yes!
That's the right sort of size. Now we need the description and everything.
Okay, I've sent it to my email.
I've never submitted with not 5 seconds from the deadline of a game jam.
That'll be a game.
But you do. Oh, we didn't do any music.
Silence is a purposeful choice.
Because it's the silence to show how empty he feels alone with his depression. That's been alright.
Yeah. Submit.
You press it. I'm not gonna take this movie.
First
game jam, yes.
Yay!
Oh
Alright, let's see the rest of them.
Oh, we can't. God damn it. That ruined the excitement. Yay, we did it. Happy coding, everyone.
What an what an awesome, fun project that was. I need to do that more often. That was amazing. Oh, I know, I really love that. The game, yeah, the game was, we made it in like 3 hours, I think, 3 or 4 hours. So it's much better than the game I made in 1 hour. So that's something. And we were just learning like new techniques and stuff throughout this entire challenge. And I would really recommend anyone to kind of push themselves. Maybe an hour is too small, but 3 to 4 is enough where you can kind of plan everything out and give yourself like hour chunks for every different section. And I'd highly recommend just giving anything a go like this just to try and learn from it. I really like this end screen as well, quite funnily. I might have to bring this one back. There's been loads of things actually seeing all of this, which is really inspiring. And I hope it is for you as well. Potentially my least favorite project I've worked on, just from memory. I have no idea how the game in the video turns out, but this is the game that I make without Wi-Fi. And you might be wondering why the hell I would do this to myself, and it's because I just moved house, we went through bad times, and I was out without Wi-Fi for 2 months. I know that how is that even possible? It sounds insane. It was over the summer, luckily, so I didn't have any work to do, like get homework or university like revision or stuff to do. I mean, I did, but I just couldn't. It was crazy the amount of stress that it's put everything under, and we had to use mobile data, but we didn't have an unlimited plan, so we had to ration it or whatever. So I thought, why not just turn this into a fun little story I can use, because I don't want to just have to go through this pain without at least making something fun out of it. And this was just something to do. So I genuinely had no Wi-Fi. This wasn't faked. I didn't just turn the router off. I actually had no Wi-Fi. So I was really struggling when I made this whole game. But let's just see how it went. I don't have fond memories of this time, let's be honest.
Oh, this is a mistake. Boing, boing, boing. In this video, I'm gonna make an entire game with no Wi-Fi. And if I fail at any point, can't figure something out,
I don't think I can do this.
And for punishment, I'm gonna have to go outside. It's bad enough already. And not only touch some grass, but eat it. I've been playing an awful lot of the Dino Wi-Fi game in Chrome recently. I thought it would be fairly fun to try and remake this. Booting into Unity, we can throw together a simple scene and realise something key to making this jumping on the ground mechanic without even needing to check if we're on the ground, which might at first sound impossible, but the only things the player can collide with are the cactuses, burbs, and the ground. The big brain thing to notice here is that colliding with all but one of these ends the game immediately. We don't need to send any of that information to the physics system, we can just pause the game, throw it away, put it in the bin, you're dead. Now we have a bouncing box, but this is pretty boring. Let's spice things up with a bit of art. I always like to start with a rough sketch and a thin monoline of the rough shapes I want from the character, then going back in a new layer and defining each body part. I really recommend this approach as it's much more flexible to change during the initial sketch.
Yeah, this is a project I did for my GCSE A level, I think, actually. So a few years before the one I was working on that kind of made an appearance before. This is the first like big rendered piece I did, and it is obviously I didn't come up with the composition. It's copied from an amazing artist, whoever drew the original of this, but just copying it was really interesting and really fun to do. You can see the detail on the tongue there. It was such an amazing time to try and render that, and I think it still holds up and still looks really nice. And the best thing about this is that art is not that difficult. I meant to say art is not that different to game development in the sense of I got inspired by a sketch or a copy of something that someone else did, and I just thought I want to recreate this. And it's a different kind of learning, because obviously when you recreate something that someone else has done, you're not using the part of creativity where you're coming up with the idea, but what you are doing is coming up with how they might have done this and thinking about what to do. And this was a direct copy, but the thing with that is that I still had to learn the skills in order to reproduce it. And yeah, sure, you can say I copied it and it might as well be a photograph or something, but I still had to learn how to do the gradients, how to make it look glistening, how to make the teeth still look like teeth and sharp and all this other things like that, how to make the shining or the spots on the skin look like it's really moving and kind of wet. And obviously you can apply all of that to game development as well, and it's just a different way of learning skills, and you should really try and do everything. Don't just focus on one area, but focus on all these different areas, because if I had to do this completely from scratch, come up with my own composition and also how to render this completely, then I never would have gained the skills of just learning how to do the amazing nice rendering, which I can then use in projects that I do start completely from scratch by myself. And again, just thinking creatively like that, I think all of this just comes together, and it's a great learning piece as well.
If you aren't quite liking something, like me here, I completely forgot the legs, so we can just go back to the sketch add those in, and it's really simple to flesh it out later. For the finishing touches, we now bring it over into Affinity Design, which has all the benefits of Photoshop other than its one-time purchase instead of subscription model. This
Here I am simping for Affinity again.
sucks because I love being extorted by Adobe for money I don't have to control my own computer, but hey, you know, sometimes we don't get what we want. I'll just airdrop the PSD file over to my Mac and oh my god. Have I mentioned that I'm fine? Although me not having internet might have had you fooled, I'm in fact not living 65 million years ago, so I can't go outside and grab a picture reference of a dinosaur and I can't look one up. So I compromised and chose the next closest thing. A goose. A Wimbledon goose. A Wimbledon goose that ducks. Get it? Ha! Now for the fun part of making this as perfectly accurate to the original as possible. By recording and looking through every frame, we see the dino's jump take 16 ticks to reach the peak of its height, which is exactly 2 dinos high. It holds there for 2 ticks and then takes another 17 ticks to come back down again. The problem is that Unity doesn't let you just put those numbers in. Instead, you only have a hard to understand force upwards and a gravity downward. But what if we could make it easier? Make your jump height and time variables we can use in the inspector. To turn these into what Unity wants, the gravity is 2 times the jump height divided by the time to jump square. The jump force is the gravity times the time to jump. Finally, come into Unity, edit project settings, physics 2D, and change gravity to 0, -1. Now when you jump, use these values instead, giving an almost perfect recreation. Although visually it works great, it doesn't actually help against the birds as the goose's box collider isn't getting any smaller, so we still hit them. My first idea was to simply have 2 colliders for being tall or ducked, but this introduced a weird behavior when we're on the ground, press down to duck, box collider is disabled, so we're not on the ground anymore, so we unduck, and then the one of the disables, and then it activates, and then blah 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 blah. This. Using just one collider and resizing it gave me the same result. I was so close to giving up and failing this challenge, but out of nowhere I had an idea that means I don't have to just yet. 1 box collider doesn't work. 2 box colliders don't work, and there's only one logical next step. 17 box colliders. No, I'm with you. Just 3. This setup works with the ground detection collision always enabled, and the other 2 being toggled on and off when needed. That was an absolute ducking nightmare.
That's actually, I'm really proud of myself. That's a genius solution. I still don't think I could do any better than that. I think that is the perfect solution in a sense. Like, it's what you should do. I really like that I came up with that. And again, I think that's another great tip. Just take the time to think about things in different ways, and you can come up with it. You can do it. Yeah, I love that. That's another one for the list.
Alert, they're really spiky, don't let them touch you when they come at you at 4 ticks per whip. Bird alert, their dangly legs mean you have to duck under them at the same speed. Other bird alert, these one's been drinking a bit and forgot it can fly, she'll have to jump over it instead. Bonus round, boom scoring, boom death and restarting, boom light mode, shit go back. The cool thing about the scoring system is that depending on how many points you have, it changes.
This looks really nice. It's just a mobile game or something with the sun there, the background, the desert. This is like this. I'm happy with my art, and I guess that's because I didn't have anything else to do because I had no Wi-Fi. But this is cool. This is nice and clean.
The speed of the obstacles, and what type of obstacles are more likely to spawn. Sound is a really tricky one without internet. Now I do technically have a bunch of sounds pre-downloaded that I've used in other projects before, but that kind of feels like cheating as it's basically just downloaded from the internet, even if it wasn't within this time period. I was kind of stumped for a bit until I realized I can make them all myself. Oh, this is a mistake. Boing, 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 boing. Happy coding, everyone!
Is that it? What? That was such an abrupt ending. But the project at least turned out quite funny. It's so weird watching all these again. But I think again, this was kind of the era of my game development where I would spend very little time actually making the games and all the time editing the video. I would spend 3, 4, 5 times longer editing the videos than I would making the game, which I think is probably what burnt me out, because I'm a game developer, I'm not a video editor, but I ended up spending far much time more video editing that my games suffered. They weren't as good, and I was doing what I didn't enjoy. I mean, video editing is fun, like it can be fun, but it's a slog and it's brain dead. You turn your brain off and you just do it, at least most of the time. Whereas game development is the opposite. I want to be engaging and creative and fun, and actually solving problems and stuff like that. And yeah, I kind of lost that a little bit. But I don't think the quality of the... So there's a balance between the quality of the videos and the quality of the games, and that's a hard one to hit, especially as someone trying to figure these things out by yourself, especially around in a world where people are really good, like other people on the platform, and you can compare yourself to them, you're going to cry, and I know I have. So don't do that. And I think just keeping in mind why you're doing these, and I do it purely just to document my fun that I'm having with games that I would have made anyway, And if you reach a point where you're making a video or a game purely just to make a video, you might want to take a step back, like I should have done, and just think, why am I actually doing this? And if it's because you want to be a famous YouTuber and make money that way, that's completely fine. But just know that going in, and try to check yourself to make sure that you're still sticking to your actual mission that you want. Let's do it. I'm really excited. This is the final Seamless devlog.
This is my reality-wrecking 2D platformer Seamless, a game all about blurring the lines between inside and out. You have to find clever ways to link regions together and reach the goal as fast as you can. I'll explain in a minute how we added this awesome effect, but first, here's all the cool stuff that's been added since our demo a year ago, and why deleting the whole project is the best thing we have ever done.
Yes, you can see it looks completely different now, and this is because we actually did go and remake the whole thing in Godot. Neuropathy did it. I had nothing to do with it. I'm more of just a manager on this project now at this point. This is so proud. Again, to me, somehow, like the next step up in my game development journey is that I'm now somehow managing a project of other people working on my game. I mean, it's nothing official and, it's not actually out yet, but the fact that that happened at all, the fact that I even managed to inspire someone else to want to make something and think, they watched a game that I made and they played a game that I made and they thought, how does this work? I need to do it. And then they got in touch with me and we actually made it more official. But like, that's how I got into game development, and I actually did fully inspire someone else to do that in that sense, because they did it and multiple people did it. It's the best. That I basically pack up the whole thing right now. I'm never going to do better than that again, but I'm going to keep trying, of course. And this video is, I think it's fantastic. It just shows the genius of other people and what happens when you work together.
This one's a great favourite of mine, introducing catapults. It made it like you have nowhere to go here, trapped inside an orange box, but every now and again a catapult region will break the scene between you and it, turning a perfectly timed jump into a launching success and I'm dead. Okay. Turning a perfectly timed jump and holding to the left into a leaping success and I'm dead again, god damn it. If we look at our simple moving regions, they're the exact same, catapults just move a lot faster, which used to be impossible. This is thanks to a new and improved custom physics system which removes the errors which plagued us in the last devlog by actually imparting the momentum of the region's movement onto the player so it isn't left behind. While we are teaching old dogs new tricks, the player has been upgraded with jump particles, improved movement physics, and most importantly, this cute little blink when he is bored. No, seriously, we implemented a check for the player being bored. It's a function of if you've touched the controls recently and what his speed is. Presumably you're not bored when you're running full speed at something. Who knew? We can also finally move these regions however we want. Everything used to just be straight lines, but now we have wiggles, circles, growing, shrinking, pretty much anything other than rotations are possible, opening up a whole new world of possibilities. But the most exciting new world is what happens when we break the only rule this game has. See what absolute chaos comes from. The one absolute law of Seamless is no going outside of the boxes. Without this rule, players can glitch out of bounds, get permanently lost to the Shadow Realm, or even shortcut entire levels. At first glance, this level is completely impossible. The goal for the first time ever sits inside the red world, which the player has been trained to know is unreachable. Introducing faders. This awesome gradient looking boxy thing, otherwise referred to as a box. Faders are special.
These faders, they blew my mind when I first saw these. I think again it was Neuropathy that came up with them. And sure, you could argue that it doesn't actually make the game any better, but I think at this point we were both just doing things because it was cool. And look at how.
Because they truly allow the player to break free and into the secret red world of Seamless. What's awesome is that everything still works the same here. It might take a while for your eyes to adjust, but if you look at it long enough, you won't see red spikes on an orange background anymore, but orange spikes facing down on a red background. And they still hurt you, of course. We wouldn't want you to be missing out, now would we? Doing this still feels incredible to me, and pretty trippy for an already unique and weird game. It just takes it that one step further, which I hope you all love as much as we do. The way they work is surprising, but simply beautiful. You might think that the fader changes the player's sprite somehow to the other colour. How might you do it? I have no idea. But Nero came up with the idea of making the fader do nothing. Instead, it's the player itself that just has a shader on it to always make it the opposite colour to whatever is underneath it. Pretty sweet. Genius. Things just keep getting better.
Yeah, this is, again, a great tip, is always just finding the simplest way to do something, and also the most robust way to do something. If we had manually changed the colour of the player, then that could always go wrong, because what if we just set it to be the wrong colour? But here, it's just automatically always visible, because it's just always the opposite colour. And it is a genius solution. It made everything simpler, and it's better. So it's always worth trying to find those things. Occam's razor really in practice it, and it was perfect.
Though, combining spikes and moving regions creates deadly elevators both horizontally and vertically. I think Seamless shines in being able to hide and reveal things that appear seemingly from nowhere. Embracing this, we also have sliding platforms which come from walls, and the fading platforms we not so happily met earlier. These platforms can have some amazing interactions leading to some pretty intense platforming, thanks in part to some great level design by EminSpace, so stay tuned for a devlog and how we craft the levels coming up soon. Not everything we've added is nice though. You might recall I love my trolls.
I'm a happy little box doing happy little box there. Oh my god!
My all-time favourite platforming games to play are Kaizo Mario. These are jumbled up and insanely difficult 2D platforming levels, often taking hours to beat just one. I love them because they take something familiar and put an evil and most of the time hilarious twist on it. By its very nature, Seamless has a lot of potential to fuck with platformer logic we all think we know, and last time I came up with 2 methods to mess with just that. Unfortunately, we removed them for being too evil, but they can't stop me forever. This level seems innocent enough. Make 2 jumps to fade the fuck off. Make 2 jumps and okay, nice, made it. But go on, dear viewer, get the goal. I dare you. No! That's right, we have a fake goal. Weirded particles to the real things, so you can tell them apart if they're side by side, but when seeing it for the first time though, it's very easy to fall for, resulting in you being trapped over here, resigned to fail. Once you know what to do, it's a very fun level to play, which embraces the spirit of Kaizo perfectly. Try it once as you expect, die hilariously.
No!
Quick and easy restart, try again, and then use what you've learned to beat it on the next try. Something else you won't be beating on the first try, these new jump toggle blocks. These blocks can be used to more literally reveal a secret world of hidden objects behind them when you jump. This can make for scenarios even I thought were impossible when Nero showed them to me, but with careful planning you can squeeze right through. Disappearing regions, or anti-faders as I like to call them, are the yin to those fading pricks yang. God, I hate them. Once inside, you better get out of that region quickly if you don't like being sent to the Shadow Realm. There are also some amazing new features which come about organically from how Seamless works. None of them are intentionally hard-coded in, but just happen. Just like shell jumping, P-switch carrying, or mid-airs in those Mario Kaizo levels from before. Nintendo did not intend for any of these to be in the game, but they are arguably the best thing about. With that said, accelerated wall jumps give you huge zoomies off the wall. Getting over its snake can absolutely eat its heart out. Seamless is in town now to replace you, thank you very much. The catapults from before, of course. And our new smooth camera system has 2 modes. Player following and zones. We realised we needed player following because slingshots aren't all that fun without it. It was an intentional design choice to only make each level 1 screen, but after implementing it, I think it adds a lot more life to the game. Hopefully you agree? It also allows us to make Flappy Birds inside Seamless. A game in a game. What? Let me tell you, it was hilarious to realise we had this in here. Seamless, you secretive little devil you. And a really cool debug screen. The future is up to you. Please leave some ideas in the comments, they helped us immensely last time. Perhaps a level and world editor? For inspiration, I recommend you check out how we came up with the idea for Seamless in the first place. Click here and watch the original devlog for the 48-hour game jam version, which shows you how you can make something like Seamless yourself. And happy coding, everyone.
What can I say? Masterpiece. This next video is maybe one of my proudest projects ever. It's remaking Babra's You, and I don't want to give a slight spoiler alert, but I had to write my own programming language to make it, which was crazy. Like that is a super advanced project, and obviously I didn't go into the super fundamentals, writing in machine code or whatever. I don't even know how you would write a pure programming language, but I did have to make a compiler. Which we'll come to in this video, but that was a really, really amazing way of actually using all this stuff that you hear about at university and think that's impossible, that's someone super smart that came up with that, I could never. And then recreate it in like the simplest way possible in Babra's You with blocks and stuff. It could not get easier than that. But figuring out and solving those problems is such an amazing way to reinforce your ideas and learnings of these more complicated topics that it's like, oh, it's easy now. And then it actually always was. It just wasn't taught to you in that kind of a way. So let's see. I really hope that we go into that and it's really interesting, and we'll go from there.
Today's game development experiment is a recreation of the award-winning puzzle game Babra's You. This innovative puzzle is so special because you can manipulate the rules of the game while you play it, changing how the game works entirely, causing some very surprising and unique interactions. This results in one of the most satisfying puzzle games the world has ever seen, and if you're anything like me, while playing this game, the only thing you could think of is how can we remake it too? The steps involved are to recreate the world itself with a moving player and other obstacles, adding the rules which determine how they all interact, and then allowing the player to change who they are with the is blocks while the game is running. By my calculations, level 1 is 33 blocks wide and 18 blocks tall, with each block being 24 by 24 pixels big. If we draw these tiles, center them, and change the colours a bit, you'll see it looks very familiar. It doesn't take much more time to draw not Baba to the screen. They don't look quite right though, so to make this the best recreation possible, I found the actual Baba assets from the real game and made them move around. You can hardly tell the difference. Now let's move over to the part we've all been waiting for. How does this game's unique puzzle mechanic really work? From the BabaRisU wiki, we have 4 distinct categories of objects to add: nouns, operators, properties, and collectibles. For this video, I'm going to keep it simple and stick to only what's in the first level. Nouns we have already added. They are anything that have the capability to be you: Baba, rocks, flags, etc. Of special note is that they also have the ability to become any other noun. We need their associated text form too, so we can use them to form the rules. Before we move them around to form the rules visually, we need to add the rule functionality in code. Currently we move Baba directly, but in BabaRisU, you only move Baba if Baba is you. You can just as easily move walls or flags or rocks if they are you too. Inspired by this menu in the game, let's add a rule dictionary and default the you value to Baba. Now when we go to move, instead of moving Baba, we move this abstracted you according to that new rule. It's now completely trivial to make you a wall and move that instead. The next most important rule is stop. When we move, we now get the noun which is currently stop too, and if a stop is in the position we want to move to, we just stay where we are. Unfortunately for us, pushing is a lot more complicated. And here's why. Take this level. When we move right, we want to move to where the rock is, and then move the rock over one to push it out the way as well. Okay, that makes sense. But what about now? As far as Baba is concerned, it can push the rock out of the way, so it's moved to where the rock is, but the rock is stuck because the wall is stopping it from getting out of the way. So Baba shouldn't have actually moved.
These are really nice. I can see my presentation and video editing is really stepping up with these explanations. I am loving this. I'm actually enjoying this video. I mean, even if I didn't make it, I think I would really enjoy this one. This is great.
There in the first place. What I think we really need to do before we move Baba is to check for a rock and then call move again on this rock in the same direction to see if we can move that too. If the rock moves, we know Baba can move, and if it doesn't, we don't. This works really well when the you noun is just one thing, Baba here pushing stuff around for example, but as soon as we become the walls, we immediately have another problem. Well played RV Taikari, you've scuppered us again! The issue is that if we move to the right with all these walls, if this one moves first, all the rest can follow one by one, but if this one goes first, well, we can't. My intuition is that if we always move the ones most on the right when moving right first, the highest when moving up, etc., this will fix the issue. We do this by sorting all the instances of you before we try moving them according to the direction we're trying to move in. I think that got it. We did find a new bug though with multiple instances of you where we're not checking for collisions with another copy of ourselves when we move. Oops, all fixed now and pushing is complete. Other than a literally unwritten rule we didn't realise at all. See, up until now, every rule can only be one thing. Baba is you or wall is you, but never Baba and wall are you at the same time. Not yet anyway. Pushing is different though because the rules say rock is push, but you can also push the rules themselves around too. Let's modify the rule nouns to have multiple nouns each. For testing, let's have push be rock and flags. Okay, winning is the last rule we need to take a look at for how the dynamic rule changing works. We will get to that in just a second, but I want to take a quick detour to show you how to remake the amazing genius of BabaRisU's unique animations. The sprite sheet for BabaRisU looks like this. In other games we would have this top row and a timer ticking at a steady FPS to move to the right for the next frame, be that for moving to the right, up, left or down. Baba is unique though because it also has 2 other rows of variant sprites. It's not just Baba in fact, all nouns have an animated appearance, that is, all nouns have 3 variants for each sprite which they change to every 150 milliseconds. We can add these variant sprites by adding a new variable I'm calling sprite variant. 0 here represents the top row, 1 is the middle row and 2 is the bottom. Right now we're always cropping the image at 1, 1, but we actually want to cycle between 1, 1, 126 and 151. Luckily for us, this can all be rewritten as this. After throwing in our new variable we said would represent 0, 1 and 2, we have our equation. This does nothing yet because the sprite variant is always 0, but in your game engine of choice there will be a way to set a timer for every 150 milliseconds and increase it to the next value mod 3 so it wraps back around. I already feel like we know a lot more than we did when we started about BabaRisU.
Not only do we know more about BabaRisU, we know more about Pygame as well, and I only could have made this project if I had made the previous ones that built on it. And this one really blew up, and this was a really amazing project, and I'm really glad it did well, and I think it deserved it. Like, it's a really fun recreation, but it only would have been possible if it was for the other ones that I made that didn't do so well, that were just me learning and having fun as well. So Yeah, never feel bad about any project that you think isn't good enough, because it will always help you in the future if you make another project again. It just does. In every way, I refuse to believe that's not true.
And the great thing is that the best bit is still to come. Back to the win rule. After we've tried to move, if we did move, we can add a new check for if we ended up on a winning noun. And because I'm not an amazing artist like the original, we can just end the game to see if it works. And it does. This is all the rules and mechanics we need to recreate Baba Is You. But the real fun comes from being able to change them dynamically while you are playing instead of just in the code. So with all the rules and
Yeah, here's the custom programming language time.
Xbox added, how do we make them manipulate the rules? Earlier on I hard-coded in some rules, so let's delete those for now, but remember what they look like for later. When the game starts, all the blocks are loaded in without any rules, so we can't do anything at all. So the first thing we need to do right away is add them back in. We look through every is block, and first of all try to find a noun word either on its right or above it. The noun this represents can then become one of two things. It can either become another noun with all the rules, for example, becoming flags, or it can gain a property, such as push, like this rock. To add the property rules like win, push, you, etc., we simply get whatever the name of the rule is in the suffix block, and add the noun which is the prefix block to the dictionary of rules we had before. For turning one noun into another, we get all the instances of the prefix noun, and then we add all of those instances to the other noun in the suffix. Running this on level 1 when the game loads gets us back to the default rules we had before, and updating the rules after every time we've moved allows us to push those blocks around and change them. One of the reasons I, and I'm sure you love Baba Is You so much, is that it's just so damn unique. And it's an amazing case study of a Steam indie game made with so little but achieving so much. I think this is mostly down to its amazing hook, and if you are looking to come up with new and innovative hooks like Baba Is You yourself, then check out this video covering all the secrets of game dev I wish I knew sooner, including my favourite way to come up with new wacky ideas in a short amount of time. Happy coding, everyone!
Awesome. Okay, so I guess I don't actually go into it, but I did write a programming language purely because I wanted to add if statements and and blocks, and I did actually do that and implement it. I just never released the part 2 to this, which this video is long enough already, so I think I will save that in for the future for kind of like unreleased videos. But if you would like that, I know this is incredibly deep, but please do let me know, because I would love to do what I'm doing again, and I've got even probably about the same amount of unreleased projects that never just made it, so you can see even more of my development going on. And I would love to release this one, the Baba Is You, but obviously I can't release it to actually play because I stole all the art, so that's unfortunate. But the how the programming language and the translator at runtime works, that's really cool stuff. So yeah, let's move on to the next one. But we're in like, I suppose, a new era now of like actually good projects, I think. As you can see, this one is all about Angry Birds in 3D, and so this is pretty much a first for me. I don't really make 3D games, but so Angry Birds in 3D, it was just another fun remake because I've done 3D games to 2D, so now I'm going 2D to 3D. And there's also a lot of emotion behind this one because Angry Birds shut down. That was what I ended up titling this video. While I was making this, like I started remaking it because I loved going and playing Angry Birds at like a local golf place, and it shut down while I was making this video, which you'll see. It's just crazy, like the whole Angry Birds, it just collapsed on itself because of greed, and it was so sad that I thought this is a really interesting story I can tell and actually have a real emotional and like actual storyline that isn't just making the game. So I gave that a go, and I was just interested to see if you think it worked or not. Whatever, but I think it'd be fun.
Angry Birds. I'm sure you've heard of it.
That was really cool. Yeah, proud of that intro.
If not, you're literally a fetus. So when I heard about Rovio's decision to remove Angry Birds Classic from the Google Play Store, it felt as if pieces of my childhood were being deleted. But Angry Birds is a game. I make games. Yeah, why not? I can do this. I can remake Angry Birds to reclaim my childhood back from corporate greed trying to take it away. It's 2009, Angry Birds are all the rage, and I'm 7 years old. This, ladies and gentlemen, is where my life peaked. This is where I began learning Scratch, and Scratch has come a long way since then. Remakes of Angry Birds in Scratch in 2023 are flourishing, and also really fun and amazing. The fact that people born after 2009 are the same age I was now when I made my first game in Scratch is terrifying. Wait, I'm terrified? I'm 20 and I'm terrified of being too old. People will remember how much they love Angry Birds and the franchise will be saved, right?
Yeah,
too slow, too fast. This is Paul. Say hi to Pull the Ball. Bye, Pull the Ball of Wool. Here, take some friends with you too. Repurposing this cannon code produces a slingshot. No one likes this though. This sucks. There are no birds and they're not angry. It's just a cannon. Do I know how to make it look like not a cannon? No, of course not. That'd be way too easy. How then? I found some great 3D models that fit the Angry Birds theme. Bird pigs and TNT should do the trick. The skybox and grass art can be lifted right from the original game too, and created as a skybox in the background. We do need the wooden and ice planks we can hit instead of the pigs though. So where do they come from? Well, the blocks I understand. We can just use the default cube and elongate it a bit. How do we add the wood texture? Actually make it look like wood. Pixelia is an amazing free resource to do this. You can search for what you want and apply it in Unity to the sides of the block, giving it the right colours. It looks very flat though, and that's because as it turns out, wood isn't flat IRL. We can replicate this with normal maps, which fake bumps and textures on the surface by reflecting light differently, giving the illusion of depth. For wood this works amazingly, but for the thin ice it looks, well, kinda just like blue wood, which sucks because ice and wood don't have the same textures, the same light properties, transparenciness and stuff, etc. Who knew, right? Luckily for me the internet is a big old place and some nice can be found in the same place as the birds. Giant magenta wood, oh my god. A Charlie's coming now! Building the structures is next, and you would think you just chop the woods and the pigs and scene together, press play, shoot them. No. That would be nice, wouldn't it? This is because they could just fall over by themselves without any birds hitting them, which is extremely boring. And this is all because I didn't build the levels correctly with flat surfaces and such. And I don't want to fix that the easy way, so let's fix it the hard way because it's more fun. Using code, we can group everything in a structure together, freeze it until a bird has hit them, at which point physics is turned back on for everything in the structure and it just explodes all falls apart. It's not perfect, but it works, so it's perfect enough. This iconic trajectory line from Angry Birds is easy. Every frame we pause, take a copy of the bird, see where it goes, draw it with the line, and then play again. This approach works amazingly other than the times it doesn't. I don't know why. And this has to work. It's the main mechanic in Angry Birds. Why are we doing this? This is like, there's better remakes out there already anyway. There's a 4K one and it's so much better than anything I could do. Maybe I should just stop. I don't know anything about 3D. I'm faking all of this with AI and pre-made code. I'm cheating and I don't know what I'm doing. I need a break. And this has to work. It's the main mechanic in Angry Birds. Why are we doing this? This is like, there's better remakes out there already anyway. There's a 4K one and it's so much better than anything I could do. Maybe I should just stop. I don't know anything about 3D. I'm faking all of this with AI and pre-made code. I'm cheating and I don't know what I'm doing. I need a break.
Yeah, so this is actually when ChatGPT started coming out, I think, when I made this project. And it is a really good, valuable resource, I think, for projects like this. Just learn things that you didn't learn about already, especially things that maybe you can't find tutorials for, just to have something. But it does take away from the fact that if you did sit there and figure it out purely by yourself, then you would probably be more knowledgeable at the end of that because you've had to struggle through and figure things out. So there's a trade-off there, definitely, and try not to rely too much on it. I mean, the landscape of ChatGPT and LLMs have changed so much since I made this video. Right now, I mean, it's crazy. I can't even imagine what it's going to be in the future. But I do still enjoy using them. I think they can be very valuable. They're getting better all the time, but just try not to be too reliant on them. I think that's probably my takeaway from this.
I took a long trip up to Angry Birds Adventure Golf, and I'd love to recommend it there. It was loads of fun, there was loads of references and inventive courses, and a Fresh Prince of Bel-Air was playing on a projected wall for some reason. But the day after I bought my tickets, it closed down forever. How is this happening to my favourite childhood game? I was lucky enough to go with my partner, but no one else my age was there at all. Why did we go wrong? We all loved this game growing up, and now it's nothing but a fading memory for most. Am I too old for this? Am I too old to be enjoying this game at all anymore? This question's keeping me up at night. Maybe I should just grow up, move on like everyone else, and not just stop loving Angry Birds.
It's funny though. That was John. Say hi. Still got him. Yeah, I love this little things. This is so great. Just seeing how I've used my plushies and everything around me to try and make the videos better over time.
Gaming, making games too. Find a real job everyone keeps telling me to get. I'm trying so hard but failing at every opportunity. I'm all by myself. Maybe this remake's all that's keeping me from bankruptcy too. After fixing a few more tiny bugs in the slingshot code, I want to build one truly great 3D level. Starting with some trees, I placed them around the shooting zone with some random variations in height, size, rotation, just to liven things up a bit and not feel like I just copy and pasted the same object, which I did do, but I also made some slightly different shades of green by manually editing the textures we found earlier using Sprite, and I think it looks pretty good, especially with this sun now as well. Next comes the structure with Sir Pig here, the cap.
Yeah, if I'd shown this, maybe not this big exactly, but that sun scene to myself 3 years ago when I made this project, I wouldn't have believed that I made it. And I know, for it's not that great, you know, it's very rough around the edges, but I'm proud of this project. This is my first, like, really trying to build a 3D environment properly. It's cool, it's cool.
Happy is he's just jumping, he just wants to be undeleted from the App Store, Rovio, you bots. You can hit them now, but where's the impact, the anticipation? Bam! Some explosion or something cool happens. This is anticlimactic currently. You should never build up the anticipation of something happening and then just cut. Particles. The cannon code also came with some shooting star particles, which look amazing, so
Damn, I suck. That was...
decided to adapt these by changing the star sprites into a new pig one. So when the pig explodes, more pigs go everywhere, and it's a whole thing. More pigs, more ball, more better ball, better. What? This didn't really have the impact I was looking for though. It still feels quite flat. Luckily for us, there's a few more polishing techniques that you'd want to apply too in your game. Number one, the whole idea is just wrong. In the original Angry Birds, there's a huge explosion. So let's have a huge explosion. To really sell the impact of a huge explosion, we also need to have a huge outward force to throw things everywhere, which we can then also apply to the TNT. Crazy mentalist, but who cares? This is fun now. The fun just to sell things even more, and I highly recommend you use in your games, is Screen Shake. Additional dust particles can also be made when the bird hits anything at all. That's kind of a smaller impact. This can go quite wrong quite quickly. So I don't know if I want to keep it. Just like the squash and scratch effect, which definitely does what it should. Yeah, I don't really know what this is. But yeah, I mean, I've done it before perfectly well in the past. 3D breaks everything. This is so silly. What am I doing with my life? Angry Birds is gone. I'm not helping. This sucks. During this project though, I've had to go back and play Angry Birds many times to learn how to remake it, and every time I had the biggest grin on my face. If I look back to that day of golf again, I may not have seen people my age, but I did see children beaming with my same joy. It's incredibly inspiring to see the new generation still fall in love with the same franchise I did a decade ago. All because a team of 3 uni students like myself made a lot of people very happy with their extremely Angry Birds. One Matilda at a time. I love you.
That was, I mean, it wasn't the best storytelling in the world, but that was actually quite good. And it's still crazy to me that it's gone. I think it's been replaced with like a cowboy thing now or something. Terrible. Throw it away. It's not Angry Birds. It's not good enough bin. But I'm proud of that video. That's actually, I'm touched. That was really nice. Yeah. Oh, I'm excited to see the next one because I'm clearly trying a lot more now. And I know I've been saying that for a while, but it's amazing seeing the actual progression really go. And I'm still learning new things in every one of these projects, even if none of them is a full released game. It doesn't need to be. It's actually blown me away that we've caught up to Tears of the Kingdom's release already, because it feels like that was only yesterday. But here we are. This is my recreation of the Ascend ability from Tears of the Kingdom. Now, I just want to preface this. This video was made in one day. Normally I spend weeks, but the game and the video were made in 1 or 2 days, I think, in total. So this is just seeing how far I've come to what I can do in such a short amount of time, because I never could have done anything like this video even a few years before this one that we've seen. They took ages. So 2 days on this, I am really proud of. But it does mean it suffers a little bit in terms of the actual game and video quality, of course. But let's just see how it goes. The one thing I do remember about this project before we get into it is that I did it in the dumbest way possible, and it is so much easier to remake Ascend than the way I did it. But this is just how I did it, and you can't hit the simple solution every time. You just got to keep trying. But no, let's watch it. This will be good fun.
I am exploding with excitement for Tears of the Kingdom, but that's not because I want to play it. It's actually so we can do this.
Banger opening, this guy. This is awesome. But I just stole the music or whatever. See, that's so cool. Look at that. Cass,
Let's make a groundbreaking mechanic better than $1 billion company, shall we? Ascend is the ability that caught my attention the most. Here's a quick recap on how Ascend works. But just like Link waking up after 100 years of counting sheep, I also have no goddamn clue what I'm doing. Current Link. This is great. Pretty much the same thing. If we add a little hangover wall thingy-majiggy thingy, we are incapable of getting around it to reach the absolute goat Cassidy. I love him. Why is he not in any of the trailers? Please, are you okay? Don't be dead. So here's the question to ask ourselves. How do we get from here?
And he's not in the game. See, that's why Breath of the Wild's better.
To here. Our first clue for solving any problem like this is to break it into smaller pieces. The first being, we're on the ground. How do we tell if there's a ceiling above us and what we can ascend through? Going to Tears of the Kingdom shows us that Nintendo is solving this problem as well. The rune symbol is red when it cannot be used, but goes green when it can. We need somewhere to replicate this. In my favourite Breath of the Wild remake, also known as Real Life, we can see if there is a ceiling above us by looking up and looking for the sweet sweet light in front of our eyes. Also a ray going from our eye source out until it hits its target. Luckily for us, ray casts are an amazing way to replicate this in code, starting at the top of the player and shot upwards, turning green if they hit something and red if they don't. What's next? Well, we see Link pop out of the ground directly above where he enters from below it, but there's a huge issue here.
Me kicking up the drawing.
So, okay, right, here's the issue, and it sucks. We have our player here, shoots the little ray upwards until it hits the bottom of this wall. We also need the top of the wall so we can take player here, so it's like this, and then we need to move the bottom of the player up here and to at the bottom. But we can't shoot a ray from this point upwards to here. So there's no way of getting the top of this platform. Let's try and figure out how to shoot a ray through a solid, which is ridiculous. Can't see through solid. It's kind of the idea of why you can't shoot through a solid, 'cause in real life, you know, you can't see through my hand. It'd be the equivalent of me, like, looking at my hand, trying to see through my hand to the other side of my hand, which is the exact same problem we're facing with this, and that's why it doesn't work, but we're gonna make it work anyway, somehow. So let's just make it think this is the air, and then we can just hit the top, and bish, we'll go, and we're good. I need something I can hold. That would... We found it! Look, he's here! He's safe! He's safe, okay. Oh, yeah, I actually need this for something. So, what is the solid and why can't we, you know, shoot the ray through it? Well, it's because it's opaque, you know? I mean, bleh, can you see my face? No, I can't see the camera, you can't see my face. No, it's not gonna work. So we need to trick the game into thinking that everything else, the air, is solid, so we can shoot a ray through the console, which is actually now air, where my hand is now solid, like this whole thing, because the whole surrounding is solid. If I shot a little tiny ray up from inside the switch, it would hit the air, which is solid, from inside the solid, which is actually air, and it would get the point. Right? I think that makes sense. And luckily enough, for another project I was just working on, Angry Birds, a few weeks ago, I did exactly this for some reason. I found some code online, what I just shamefully copied, and I will credit amazingly. Thank you very much. We can apply that code to our ceiling switch wall thing and go boop, but get the whoop. But it's all gonna be good. Teleporting to the top of this instantly though is no fun. Link gets an awesome swimming animation thingy in Tears of the Kingdom. I might not be able to swim, but I can do-tween and dive headfirst into a pool of terrible segues. Do-tween is an amazing tweening library, as in between, as it allows us to animate moving between 2 points. In our case, the ground to the bottom of the ceiling. Easy, done. Rotations and scaling to pop it in and out the other side. Boom, easy, done. Coding is great. We just saw this new feature, brainstormed how to solve it together and executed it all in a single day. How awesome is that? I love being able to remake things from the games that inspire me, and I just popped open a new channel to help you do just that as well. Let's learn programming the fun way, by remaking random games and mechanics step by step. We're going to get the whole thing set up, we're going to be teaching everyone amazing stuff, and you're going to learn how to be an amazing programmer by accident. This little trick is the only reason I know any of my programming ability. You just pick things up without even trying, because you're so passionate about the game you're trying to recreate. If you enjoyed this video, I know you're going to love learning it the fun way here as well. See you all in 5 months when I emerge from my Tears of the Kingdom-induced coma. See.
Yeah, so this is really true, and that channel, I just closed it down because there was no point. I just put it all on this channel instead. Like, why am I having 2 channels to do the exact same thing? No idea. But no, I'm really happy with the message I was trying to give there. You know, I'm sad and excited. This is the final big series, actually, of videos now. So we have 4 videos all about the creation of roles reversed cut the rope, and it gets introduced in this video. This is the first one. It's my biggest video ever. I'm really excited to look at this, see if it deserved it, see what I can learn from it as well. Here we go.
The GMTK Game Jam is back, and this is my favourite game jam to go absolutely crazy with weird ideas. This year I have just 48 hours, and I want to make Cut the Rope, but instead of cutting the ropes, you are the rope. Guiding Omnom along to the candies, we role reverse what it even means to make a game, because I have no idea if something like this is even possible. And more importantly, if it is, can we figure out how to make it in just 2 days? So we have to start with a small prototype to figure out how Omnom here isn't just going to be falling through space forever, as we somehow need to pull him towards the mouse when we click and create a rope. Immediately, I'm reminded of Heave Ho from a video game convention I went to a few months ago, where they springingly join everyone together for a similar sort of swinging that we are going for from Cut the Rope. If only Unity had a springy way to join things together. Oh well, I guess my dream game is dead. But not for long! After moving around where we want to swing and
Horrible History's reference.
letting go, that's all it takes to get some familiar looking rope movement. Now we need to see if we can make it follow the mouse, because right now even when we move the anchor point, it still just swings around the center. We make Omnom spring, target the orange circle automatically by setting it as the connected rigid body. Thanks Unity, that works exactly as advertised. The solution was one tick box. And although it's still broken because it's way too springy, it works now. The final thing we need to do before we can call the prototype a success is add the ability to turn the rope connection on and off. Just like how we could cut ropes in Cut the Rope, we need to be able to not cut the ropes in Not Cut the Rope. I met Yannick recently when we both spent a week in a castle making a game, and he famously made devlogs about this game Spider Doll.
So that's, as I was saying earlier, I alluded to a little bit, is that I had an amazing opportunity funded by my university to go to Latvia and Sweden as well to make games and take part in a game jam. It was mind-blowing experience. I couldn't even begin to believe it was happening, and 100% I'm going to make videos about them at some point. But to just quickly summarize it, basically just went to live in a castle for a week. We all got incredibly sick, but that's beside the point. It was an amazing, crazy thing, just living in a castle, making a game there around so many other amazing developers, which only became possible because because my university saw this, like my channel, was like, oh yeah, this is something you do. This would help you in your development and your goal of becoming a game developer. So yeah, we'll let you go, and this will be a great like send off or whatever for your summer holiday. You can enjoy it. And oh my god, that I never would have thought ever in a million years that starting this stuff 5 years ago, where I started, I'd end up in different countries making games and like having fun with these competitions and stuff as well. Absolutely insane. One of the best experiences I've had. It was mind blowing. I can't even. I don't even travel. I don't go on holiday at all. And the only times I've left the country, probably the past decade, has been for this. It's ridiculous. I'm so happy. It was an incredible experience, and it's really enriched everything I've made since then, and all the friends and the people I've met. Again, just building that network and understanding more and more of the industry. It's just fantastic. I cannot recommend it enough. If you ever get the opportunity somehow, please give it a go. It's amazing. And just any in-person game jam at all, because it was my first in-person game jam as well. So just anything, even if you don't have to travel that far, it's totally worth it. There's Global Game Jam potentially somewhere near you. There's these games jams every year. There's everything. The world is so open. It really opened my eyes to what's actually out there. Not everything has to be behind a screen. I know it's scary, I know, but
He doesn't mind if I'm stealing the mechanic he stole from Spider-Man of clicking to add the swinging points and letting go to let go. I had no intention of making a Spider-Man game, I think it's just kind of happening. With this we have full control over Omnom, but as you may have noticed, another problem has appeared. Turning the spring off works amazingly and as expected, but turning it back on immediately snaps Omni to the given distance from the mouse, which is definitely not the smooth behaviour that we want from this rope. Looking back at Spider-Doll, we can see it's not one straight line connection, but multiple smaller connections chained together to give the rope some flexibility. I was blown away by the side-by-side-ness, and I've done a lot of game jams, but reversing roles is maybe my favourite game jam theme ever, so I want to take it one step further and incorporate it not only into the gameplay, but how we're going to make the game as well. Let's reverse the roles and take the worst way of making art and turn it into the best. I know you know how much I love using my mouse today. What could possibly go wrong? With the art added and this web getting crazy, it's much more easy to see that this is way too many ropes and it's really confusing. So embracing the
This was a huge mistake. I really shouldn't have made the art with my mouse. You can definitely tell the art was made by the mouse, and it probably held the game back a little bit. I don't know why I did that. I really don't know why I did this.
Spidery omnominess of this. Let's limit the player to just having 2 ropes, one from each hand. Left clicking now controls one rope and right clicking controls the other, but remembering which is which can get very confusing, so we need an indicator for which rope it is at a glance. Now I know what you're thinking, it's slightly off topic here. How is Spider-Man related to making Cut the Rope game? You would be right, but missing a key reason for why I'm letting myself do this. A great way to make a game for a game jam is to reverse your expectations. Instead of making the game you want to make, let the game tell you what it wants to be through playtesting. So Ominomi moves right around now, but he's a bit static with this single sprite. Something that might be kind of cool to do is a bit like what? Organ jiggle physics, to make Omnom act just like jelly as he moves. And the fun part is that I have no idea how to do this. The problem is that Unity uses rigid bodies for all of their physics simulations, as in something super solid and hard that just goes bah thud on impact. It's rigid. We want the opposite of this. Something soft and squishy to deform on impact, like jelly.
I love also using the reversing idea of like the letters or the words or whatever, which is literally the theme. I'm trying to incorporate it throughout the video as well. I think it was really cool.
Cars. No, not that type of car. Jelly car, literally. Now this game looks absolutely brilliant, and intuitively enough, instead of hard rigid bodies, it uses soft bodies. Unfortunately for us, Unity doesn't have support for soft body physics natively, so we're going to have to make it ourselves. Surprisingly though, we can do this with the exact same spring component we've been using for the ropes, which blew my mind. How does that work? There's a new Unity feature in the sprite editor that allows you to add bones to the sprites. Now what does this do? Because that doesn't really make any sense, but if you consider the bones inside a human, when you move the bone, it moves the skin around you. Well, if we just consider the sprite that we have currently as skin, and we can put bones inside that, then if we just connect all of these bones together with springs, it just goes squish if I drop it, and it's awesome. And then this happened, and for some reason Omnom just leaves his skin behind. He detaches it from his bones. I don't know what's going on. I'm using a default Unity component, and it just doesn't work. And the sad news for us is that I do not have time to question what's going on here. We have 4 hours until submission. I'm gonna have to move on and hope we can figure it out later. We have literally no levels at all yet. Can we do this in time? If we go back to February 28, 2010 to the release release of the original Cut the Rope, we can see in this one level from over 13 years ago what I would call the definition of a perfect first level. It introduces that cutting ropes moves the candy, physics simulation being used for the game, and that you should try and collect the stars, and that you win by feeding candy to Hmmm or...
This is like an amazing level design crash course. I feel like it's so good. It's actually blowing my mind, and taking knowledge from just playing games because of this as well is also super useful. So you're going to learn things just by playing games as well. Because I wouldn't have known about this if I wasn't genuinely a fan of Cut the Rope, you know, and I could actually pick these things out from knowledge I have about the whole game.
In a single player interaction of cutting one rope. I want to emulate this perfection as best as I can, but upon playing what looks like a really easy level, I couldn't complete it because I realized the controls suck. It's the issue I was worried about before the future me who's now current me has to actually worry about. This rope snapping, where Hmmm just snaps to where the rope is automatically. If I make ropes with no tension to let you swing, then it'll be impossible to gain height after leaving the starting platform, but if I give all ropes all tension, then you just snap to the position, it's really difficult to control. What do I do? One solution that I came up with is to make left-clicking use snap ropes and right-clicking to use slack ropes. And this makes swinging a whole lot easier. But I've now just realized with this in place, you have unrestricted access to snap ropes, so you can just teleport to the end and do that. Yeah. Snap ropes therefore need to be restricted to only certain locations, and I'm already using this rope holder to indicate where we can place ropes, but what if we reverse its role and now use it to indicate where we can place a rope instead, giving us the lift and swing behavior we're after. However, when we have multiple snap holders, I don't want you to have to worry about perfectly clicking on each one that's such a tiny sprite, because things are going to be moving around so quickly that you're not going to have time for that, and it's going to be very annoying. So instead, when we click, I'm going to get the closest snap holder and just attach you to that, and I've just come up with the perfect level to introduce it. The snap point is behind the candy, and with a click of a button we can snap there, grab all the stars, and reach the goal. And because when you left click you snap to the nearest snap position, because there's only one in this level, left clicking anywhere is going to let you complete the level and win. Just like how you can always win no matter where you cut in the original level. It's perfect. But you know what, that's fine, we still have half an hour, that's plenty of time to add a few fun well-crafted levels, make the itch page, build the game once and have it fail because it always fails on the first try, and let itch crash because this is a GMTK game jam and it always crashes and DDoSes itself, and oh hey, yeah no, that's time up. I'm absolutely thrilled that a couple people are having fun with the movement mechanics. Please let me know if you want more. Everyone that's played it seems to say that they do, so let me know, and if you don't, then Ami will die of a lack of sweets.
An abrupt ending, but for once this actually does lead into a sequel, so I'm just going to go straight into it and hopefully we can just pick things up from there. So you can see already I really tried to upgrade the editing in this again. I tried a new style. I'm bringing the paper back, crazily enough, from the English video about the I before E and the language being broken. That's where this inspiration came from, using that as a kind of a new style. And I also, the challenge of this video is that I have to overcome the fact that, well, I just ripped off Cut the Rope before, so I need to actually make my own kind of art style in order for this game to be original and something that I can actually release for anyone to play. So let's see how we come over that.
Soft body physics are a game dev secret to make the most satisfying collisions ever. But they also have the potential to completely break your entire game if you aren't careful. I spent the last 2 weeks adding soft body physics to my GMTK game jam game, Roll Reverse Cut the Rope, where instead of cutting the ropes, you are the rope, to learn how to add this super fun soft body physics effect so you don't have to. It's a lot harder than you might think, but I'm going to share its secrets and explain why soft body physics breaking my game is actually the best thing that could have ever happened to it, and I am really glad it did. Before we can break anything, first we need a mini prototype to figure out how we're going to even add soft body physics to our game in the first place, and turn Hmmm here from a solid ball into a jiggly jelly mess on impact. In the real world, the less official name for jiggly jelliness is springiness. Springs deform on impact and bounce back into place just like we're going for. So how about we place springs all around Hmmm, let it bounce, and this is slightly more exciting, but it's lacking one more key feature. Sprite deformation. I got this incredibly right last time, as you can see, but my perfectionism was telling me that it could be done slightly better. Let me explain. If we take a box here, when something hits here, the only way it can move is by taking the whole line and shifting it to the right, which is just regular old boring hard collisions. However, in the last video, Rope showed us that the more points you have dividing your line, the more flexible it's going to be. The way sprite deformation works in a lot of other software is you can define some pins that you stick into wherever you like on the image, and by moving one of these pins from its original position, we get the soft body effect. Soft body physics is however called soft body physics, and not just soft bodies, and that's because we want these soft body pins to interact with the physical world the same way anything else does. Giving each one its own rigid body and sphere collider in a ring around the player gives us the effect we're after. And even movement works perfectly. Look at him go. This is pretty awesome, and I would be happy to stop here. But then let's just go ahead and add the ropes back, and just give me a second. This is genuinely some of the funniest breaking of a game that I've ever seen. As soon as I added soft body physics, I just sat for hours watching this all happen, and it was hilarious. Gotta laugh through the pain. Even with that fix though, you can see in this comparison that the soft body rope swinging is just so much worse even when it's working. I don't think there's anything that can be done about this. It's literally failing because dangling and moving, squishing, springing, center of gravity blob changing ball on the end of a rope is gonna interfere with the rope's physics. This is inevitable. Also, we thought. Last time it was a checkbox I needed to change. This time I just had to play around with this number a bit and I literally just and it landed on a random number and it happened to be the right one. Okay, well, that was fun. That was 2 hours well spent. It's now time to do something you're probably screaming at me that I should have done immediately. These ropes suck. They just magically exist, fully made and in the right position. What we really want is to shoot them out like Spider-Man into the right position. It didn't really matter before because this isn't exactly screaming polish and perfection, but now we have soft bodies. Anything harsh and snappy and just rigid and just on and off like this just does not feel right at all. That's another thing that makes adding soft bodies to your game really hard. Everything else now needs to fit around this aesthetic or it just won't be fun to play. For example, here's a version of the game where everything is a soft body other than the ball, and although you might not explicitly notice this, something feels wrong. Every time it collides with the walls, it's just missing something. Currently our rope code starts at the rope holder and builds out the pieces until it reaches and hooks onto the player. If we want the player to shoot the ropes instead, we need to do the exact opposite. Surprisingly, completely reversing how this part of the code works causes some slight issues. Once again, very weird. Reversing roles sucks. I don't know whoever had this idea, but they're an idiot. Everything we've has been because,
of course, being from the theme of the first game jam that spawned the whole game.
soft bodies is broken, and you might find this strange, but that makes me really happy. But not because I think it's going to be easy to fix these things, but because I think it's going to be impossible to fix them. Why on earth do I love the fact that it's impossible to fix absolutely game-breakingly huge issues with my game? Well, it's because this limitation forces me to come up with a creative solution instead. Creativity thrives under constraints, and the constraint of being completely impossible to fix is pretty much the most constraint you can get. Thank God I randomly made this little circle blue because it's given me an idea. Is it just me, or does this player look like a water balloon? Especially here when they squish all over the floor. Well, what happens to water balloons when they hit something too hard? They pop. Water sprays everywhere. And the exact same thing now can happen with our player as well. We're already storing all of this information in the springs of how far apart the points are because we're using them to bring it all back together again. So if at any point any one of them gets too far apart, then we can just break it a little bit. Just a tad. And although everything in this game has been broken, now we've gone through that process of having to remake it all, it's significantly better, and I wouldn't want this any other way. Which got me wondering, if we can attach a rope holder point and click to this, attaching to a moving platform, how's the rope going to interact? Are we going to fly away to victory, or are we going to do any one of the billion other things that can probably happen? And yeah, I'm not crazy though. In theory, this should work. Right now, if we pick up and grab the end of the rope and the inspector, everything moves around great. We just need to do it in code instead with a moving endpoint. Don't look at that. And this might be the first thing that's actually worked, and this is awesome. It gives us this amazing momentum effect that we can really use to design some awesome levels. I don't understand why so few game developers are using it, because it opens up a whole world of possibility. And trust me, we're going to explore all of them in the next video, where we take this to the next level with more art, more levels, and of course more softness. Happy coding, everyone.
And we actually do, so I can go again to the next video. I'm so excited about it. I mean, already you can see the huge improvement from the first art. You can see currently this on the screen compared to this new I kind of like drew and made all the vector art with all the stationery, and thought it'd be quite fun to just make it be set as if it was all drawn on paper, be like scribble notes or something like that. I'm not entirely sure, but that was the idea. And next video I go even crazier, and I think it's adding rockets to the game to just add a lot more mobility and a lot more fun. Yeah, and these videos, this series was also the first time ever that I actually released all of these videos, I think within a month or like 2 months of each other, 4 videos, which was a huge like commitment to me. It was during my summer holidays, so I just had the time and I went all in pretty much, just make all of these videos. I absolutely loved it, being able to just working consistently on one project for all of this. It wasn't even that much time, but just for multiple videos in a row to really expand the idea and just make it better and better every time.
I am 1 month into making my indie game Reversed Roles Cut the Rope, where instead of cutting the ropes, you are the ropes as you swing around an awesome soft body squishy environment to reach the goal. Today I want to share with you the past 2 weeks of development hell adding rockets to this game. I thought this would be a quick and easy fun new feature. I needed to solve a secret issue with this game I've been having. I've been too scared to tell anyone about this before, but instead it uncovered something that made me almost quit development on the whole game. Everything else in this game is themed around stationery, pens, crayons, tape, etc. So we need to find a thing that everyone has lying around in their office that we can use as inspiration for something that can let us fly through the levels. That's right, a Vulcan Centaur Advanced Cryogenic Evolved Rocket Launcher thingy. See, I knew I had one of those lying around. I took some inspiration from some paper plane designs, but just as I was about to give it a go, I rotated it to see how it would be if we launched it in a different direction, and bad. But it's pretty good. Bad, no, it's terrible. Yeah, I understand why all rockets in games look like this now. After some slight remodeling, I think it's a really nice cross between the two. Without the inspiration of context, it does look a bit weird, but I'll deal with that in a really clever way. It's my game, I'll make it look however I want, even if it's terrible, shut up. Dropping the art into the game and playing with it for a few seconds is a fun way to procrastinate, but we really need to be figuring out how this rocket should actually work, because there are so many options. We want to start with a simple prototype and build up all the craziness from there. So, here's the rocket in its own sandbox environment, and first we need to get it moving. And as simple as that might seem, this is already a huge problem that I don't know how to solve. Do we want the rocket to be physical objects that can bounce around off the level, one thing onto the other in different directions? The other idea would be to let the rocket shoot off in any direction, but not interact with anything, kind of like a superpower. With no collisions, it just flies away to victory no matter what. Starting with the easiest of the two, I'll come back to the impossible one later. The super rocket needs gravity turned off and to simply be told to move in some direction with some speed when it's made. We fought hard earlier for rotatable rockets, so just probably fix this as well, please. Now, to attach this player to the rocket, we have another problem. Currently, the code is set up to only allow you to hold ropes onto what I have called rope holders, but now we want to hold the rope on a rocket, which definitely looks a little bit different, and I'm not quite sure the game would think they're the same. And it doesn't, because clicking to attach onto this rocket does absolutely nothing. No! However, the solution to this is actually really fun. The current rope holder is really a thumbtack that I have told the game is what a rope holder is. You might think this is fine, but if we're being all pernickety about it, you're probably doing this in your games as well, but this is actually wrong. This rope holder isn't a rope holder. It's a thumbtack that has the ability and just so happens to be able to be the thing that can hold ropes. Now you can see the rocket is also a new thing that can hold ropes. So let's just look for these things that can hold ropes instead of just the thumbtack. Last video we saw an example exactly like this with a moving rope holder when we made the flinging tape flinger. So everything with a rocket should just work fine without any additional effort. Best I can
Yeah, this was a nightmare to get working, and this whole video, I think, and this kind of the whole series just turned into like a fun like sandbox, just throwing things in with the squishiness and the ropes, just see what happened. And I have so much more planned for like kind of this game and this environment, but it just kind of stopped because I went back to university and I didn't have the time anymore. And also for other reasons, which we'll come back to in the next video, which is the penultimate video on the channel, which is really crazy. I can't believe we've got through it all.
tell here is the Wisp Spider-Man grabbing this poor rocket and pulling it towards us, instead of the exact opposite that we want where the rocket pulls us towards it.
Mind you, this isn't the worst thing I've ever done. I don't like this solution at all. It's only because it works that I'm even remotely considering this. I hate this so much.
Luckily for me, I don't have to like how something works. I just have to like that it does. I do get to not like that this doesn't work, however. I swear, I think I'm getting something working and I break 10 other things in the process every time. The problem here is pretty obvious though. The rocket flying through the rule and the ball not going through the wall is a problem. Luckily for us, if you look at the ropes here, they give us a clue about how to fix it. The ropes, although they can wriggle and twirl around, they can't grow and shrink. And as soon as the rocket gets too far away, the rope is pulled so far it comes off the player and it's no longer visually even connected to it anymore. I'm imagining this rope is probably under an insane amount of pressure, so what can we do to put it out of its misery? Well, almost poetically for the game this game was inspired from, we need to cut the rope. This took a few attempts of hilarity because of how bouncy everything is, but I'm really happy with how it turned out. Are we safe from more problems now, please? I haven't seen my family in 3 days. You can see why I almost quit. Here's another problem we just caused with a potentially game-changing issue. We can no longer make it up to this rope holder because ropes break through walls, which is absolutely the right thing to do. No issues there. But we still need to actually get up there somehow. Okay, so let's add this rocket to take us up there, and we used too much juice and it's long gone before we even get the chance to click on it. Get good is certainly a solution here. I'll design the levels however I want, and if you can't beat them, then that's your problem and no refunds, thanks. And hopefully you'll agree that's not the best solution, especially when I've thought of one that's much better. This rocket isn't broken. I've just introduced a new type of rocket that waits for you to attach to it before it goes anywhere. So remember earlier when I said this rocket type was the easiest of the two? I wish I was joking. First of all, we now actually do want to Spider-Man grab it to make it move. So my favorite bug fix has to be undone. Oh no! What we're going for here is to make the rocket rotate around the player and spin with them around the thumbtack. Is this possible? I have no idea, but that has not stopped me before. Let's give it a go. It turns out that the main reason the rocket doesn't act very rockety is that the weight of the rope itself is weighing it down. If we make the mass of the rope close to 0, you can see the rocket flies off just as it should do. We also have the issue right now of when we attach a second rope to something else, we don't rotate the rocket at all. It just moves weirdly and gets stuck or completely tanked by the weight of the longer ropes. I think to combat this, we need to give the rocket more power when it's carrying more stuff. This seems intuitive and like it would make sense, hopefully, but maybe being able to drag rockets down is actually a good thing. I'm not sure. I'd love to hear what you think, but personally this is exactly what I had in mind for the rockets and I love it. For the physics rocket that doesn't start until it's attached to, I don't think it makes sense for it to be stuck in place like the other rockets. So I'm going to turn gravity back on for it and see how it goes. I've been really looking forward to this, and of course we need to know what happens when you attach two opposite rockets, very cut in half style. Maybe as expected here, the rockets have equal power and nothing much happens other than them falling to their doom. And a pretty fun new level idea swinging off this rocket. How awesome is that? Attaching two super rockets though is where it gets really interesting, because nothing we do to them stops them from pulling us apart until eventually the first rope breaks. Just give it a minute. The code we wrote earlier should absolutely work here for when the ropes get too far apart and too much tension and they break. Okay, what the fuck? They're not breaking, I don't know why. I mentioned earlier that I'm adding rockets to this game for a reason I haven't told anyone yet. The truth is, I'm scared this game isn't fun. I love messing around with squishiness and the physics and all the swinging, but I'm not sure how to pull this into a cohesive game for someone to actually enjoy playing. Sometimes you'll spend hours trying to fix a bug, and then realize that the game would be better off if you didn't. What do I mean by that? Because that sounds insane. Because I got so caught up trying to make the ropes break when you're holding two rockets, I forgot to ask if we should even be able to hold two rockets in the first place. You may initially think this is a cop-out solution, but really think about it, and I think you'll realize there is not a single situation or a level design that I can come up with where you'd actually want or need to be able to hold two rockets at the same time. It's really important to take a step back for some perspective sometimes, and I'm really glad I did, because now I can move on to the actually really fun part of game development and everyone's favorite when adding new stuff to a game. We really want to make...
I couldn't have said it better myself. I guess I did. But no, that was pretty much perfect. I don't want to add anything. I just think having a sandbox to play around and you just try things out, and if they work, they don't work. And also step back and think about why you're even making it in the first place. And yeah, I think it was the right decision to just remove it completely.
These rockets feel powerful, so I reused this amazing particle pack from the time I made Angry Birds in 3D and modified it to work for 2D for this amazing smoke train they called Fire Breath. It may be a bit overkill, but it is awesome. We also need to remember that the rockets have to fit the soft body theme and squish a little every time we attach or detach from them. Does it make sense for a super rigid metal rocket to squish like this in real life? Absolutely not. And that's why I did it. Imagine, if you will, you're an Omnom, all excited for its big launch in T-3, 2, 1, boom! It's the biggest moment of your life, everything is going amazingly, and then you suddenly realize you've made a huge mistake as you fall back to Earth. As you eventually squish so hard into the floor, you explode into a million little pieces. First of all, who is leaving all these super powerful rockets lying around their desk? I know at least one idiot. And secondly, but most importantly, how can we save Omnom from this new rockety doom? I am of course talking about a parachute, a new ability that slows your fall for a graceful landing, inspired by the increased air movement ability of the paraglider from Breath of the Wild and Tears of the Kingdom, stuff like that. Just like in those masterpieces, the parachutes need to be freely available whenever you need it, so it's no good if it's on the ground like this when we need it all the way up in the air. That's the whole point. I decided to map them to the spacebar for now, so anytime you're in the air, you can press space to abandon any ropes you currently have and glide to safety. After adding HmmmSpace to make this parachute always available, a really interesting question that follows from this you might have been asking yourself is, what else can we put in there? Maybe when you press spacebar you could spawn a rocket that saves you instead. This game still has so much potential, so please consider subscribing and following the game with the link below to help it launch into orbit. And if you just can't wait until the next video, then check out the last video and adding all the squishiness you saw in this one. It's a personal favourite of mine, I love it. Look at this, boing 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 boing. Happy coding, everyone.
Awesome. Okay, so yeah, this is pretty much how it's developing. I wouldn't have really changed much. I think it's just a really nice, fun project. Or at least it was. And unfortunately, I think the fourth and final video is going to be a little different. It covers some different problems, some different topics. It's kind of a very different style. And also what's exciting about it is that it's my first ever full video sponsorship. This was an entire dedicated video. So I'm actually kind of excited to watch it again and just see, although I do know that it did impact the quality of the video, which is a shame. And yeah, I mean, I was excited. Of course I was. I had the opportunity to get sponsored by Myro, which is something that I've used previously in my other videos up until now. So I thought, yeah, this is great. Of course I want to do this. And I tried to make it as good and enjoyable as I can, but I do think I missed the mark a little bit. So I'm wondering what you think definitely about that. And also just if I ever somehow manage to do anything like this again, how I can learn from that in the future. So it's a different kind of learning potentially, but we also do have some amazing changes to the game itself, which I'm really excited to see. And weirdly enough, even though this is the most recent video, I don't remember it at all. I don't actually know what I changed in this one. I can see the saw blades though, so I'm a little bit excited for that. Let's see.
I'm 1 month into developing a rope swinging remake of Cut the Rope, where instead of cutting the ropes, you are the rope.
Ooh, fans.
And I'm offering $100 to whoever can blow my mind with amazing whack.
Okay, that was really cool animation, and I did actually do this. So the person that won this competition did get paid, although I never made a follow-up video to this because I just kind of killed the series because I just wasn't enjoying the game anymore. And also when the sponsorship kind of didn't work very well because the video failed, it kind of put a bad taste in my mouth about the whole experience. I just wanted to get away. So, but no, they did get paid, so that was very nice. I hope you enjoyed it, and thank you so much for helping out as well with your challenges and your idea. Hopefully, I can get it on the screen right now, so I can at least use it in some way, even just for this, and then maybe come back to it one day. But no, this project is just full of so many bugs that it's really more of a learning experience. I could never actually release it, I don't think, which is a real shame.
You sell your stupid idea.
Wait, so what you're telling me is that to add the best idea I've ever heard for this game, I have to basically delete it and start again?
Oh, yeah.
I don't know if it would be possible to do this alone, so I've given myself 3 phone-a-friend lifelines. The first amazing idea was in the comments of the last video about adding rockets to the game, where someone commented I should add grappling hooks too. We need a prototype grappling hook to figure out what we want it to do. Although seeming complicated, a grappling hook can be broken into 3 simple parts: finding the target, reaching the target, and then pulling whatever shot the hook to the target. Step 1 is...
I forgot about this. I'm really excited about the grappling hook. This was a whole thing. I've always wanted to make a grappling hook, and it just seemed like the perfect game to add it in. I don't remember how it turns out, but I'm really excited again to see.
Easy. We allow ropes to attach to whatever the nearest rope holder is already when we click. However, grappling hooks aren't actually so easy. I lied, I'm sorry. In all of these examples, they aren't being shot to a specific thing that is allowed to hold a grappling hook. Instead, the grappling hook is basically free to attach to anything it wants. It could have gone here or here or here or anywhere. It doesn't make any difference. So cool. We don't want to limit that freedom to just a holder. But this new freedom introduced a game-breaking bug that I couldn't have thought of myself, so I really need some help.
Hey, sorry I'm late. I know we had...
Here he is again. I honestly think I need to dedicate more than half my channel to what team basically just wouldn't exist without the collaborations together. It's insane. Thank you.
to work together on Myra, but I need to get a pizza. You know how it is in Italy.
Huge thank you to Mara for sponsoring this video. Let me be honest with you, this tool is amazing. And you're going to see why, because without it, I couldn't have got my help from my phone of friends, and this grappling hook would probably still be breaking my game right now.
Say I have a grappling hook without cooldown. What prevents me from just doing this? Beep, beep, and keep shooting against the ceiling?
Oh. And then you can just move along the ceiling.
Exactly.
This breaks everything.
And well, what do you do when someone breaks your entire game? Cheese. No, I'm being deadly serious.
I love this editing. Oh my god, I'm blown away. This is so much better than anything else.
Imagine all the walls in the game as soft cheese. Then the grappling hook's going to be able to attach to it because it's nice and easy to get stuck to. Then to avoid this ceiling riding issue, then we just need to add a few objects that grappling hooks absolutely cannot attach to. Maybe a metal ball, or a sheet of metal, or anything metal. Yeah, that's all we could think of, but you get the point. I think this strikes a perfect balance of still having the freedom with the grappling hook, but also it not being completely restricted to only certain very specific points. Opening your game up to infinite possibilities is always a really easy change to make, and pretty much always works without any bugs at all. Another thing we can all agree on is that grappling hooks have to be shot to their destination, none of this instantly appearing nonsense. So for reaching the target, I put the player in slow-mo and quickly animate that movement, which is especially fun for moving targets. Step 3, however, we have ourselves a really interesting problem.
Let's say this is your level, and you have your pin here. Here you have your classic spinny blade. Can there be a puzzle game without a spinny blade? I don't think so.
The way this level is designed is a perfect example of why grappling ropes are completely overpowered. To complete this level with ropes, you have to time everything perfectly to get right in between the saw blades. But if you can just use a grappling hook to hold on to these rope points, and get there in a much more controlled way, then what's the point of swinging? The solution is really obvious in hindsight now. We make grappling hooks completely destroy themselves when they've reached the end, so you could never just use them for safety to hang somewhere.
If you got here, you would just go all the way up here.
They will just throw you in whatever direction you click in, and if it hits a saw blade or it's wrong, well then tough luck.
In this case, you might want to release early and then throw a regular rope at the pin.
And although yes, this is kind of annoying for the people that just want to use grappling ropes, we need to have some differences between the ropes. Otherwise, just throw the whole game in the bin.
Oh, that is so cool. That slingshot thing is so cool.
Here's another idea someone left for me, which was adding a fan to the game. And I just have to try this one because this video is literally about adding fans' ideas to my game, and this fan's idea is a fan. In an unbelievable turn of events, the fan also ended up not even being possible to add without the grappling hooks already being in the game before this, which sounds ridiculous, but I promise you it's true, and it will make sense later. I'm not so excited by the fan's fan idea, I accidentally left mine on, but a little bit too long, and it blew me all the way to Cornwall. My bad. I'm definitely going to need to use another lifeline to save me while I'm just completely stuck here. Luckily for me, Mario's mobile app still works here somehow, and I can get help from another fan and game dev all the way on the other side of the country. But first for the fan, let's add some particle speed to see if it's working correctly. As we increase the fan speed from 0, unfortunately we can see that it definitely does not. I think this is because the game uses soft body physics. Say it with me everybody, soft body physics break everything. Woo! If we fan the rotation of the player, it goes back to acting as it should. We can also see now that the wind is actually awesome and allows us to clear the gap. However, this fan is actually wrong. Fans don't actually push the same all the time. If you get really close to it, it blows a lot harder. In the game though, we just have this harsh cutoff where on the left you get all of the fan's power. Just a centimetre over, you have none of it. But blank, does this really matter? Yes, actually, it does. I don't think you could look at this and think anything is wrong necessarily, but when you see and feel it working correctly, it's a surprisingly obvious improvement for very little effort into changing it. Sometimes the smallest of things can make huge changes. Speaking of small things leading to huge and really hard changes, I noticed that my real fan needs to be turned on before it starts blowing, but the game fan is just blowing all the time. I can definitely imagine some levels where a fan that only blows sometimes would be really cool. So how do we do that? Well, this is where things get hard for the dumbest of reasons again.
I have no idea how to turn the fan on or off.
What are you on about? We use a simple button over here.
You're right, there is a button. Okay.
You're so
I'm
silly.
so sorry.
Just use the button.
Okay, how do we hit the button?
So you've added the grappling hooks. Those zoom off to the destination, right?
Yeah. Okay, where are you going with this?
Okay. Steal the code and add a new rope shooter that does the same thing, only this time you aren't carried with it.
That's amazing and sounds an awful lot like a
rope gun. Now all we need to do is make the fan detect these electrical ropes and toggle its state when it's
Wow, I can't believe I forgot about this. This is a really cool ability, I love it.
hit by one.
completely accidentally. If you look at the player when I shoot, it kind of like, I don't know how to describe it.
Oh, that is so cool.
It's such an accidental thing, but it's so awesome. Oh my god, that deforming is not...
I love the rope gun so much that it also allows you to turn rockets on and off with it too. But wait, we've still got one ticket left. That's right, and this time the helper is you. Please leave the best comment you can for an idea for this game, and if you want to win a share of the $100 and collaborate live with me on Myro to make this game better, sign up to Myro today with the link in the description and get in touch, let me know, and I'll add you to the project. And while Myro isn't sponsoring the $100 competition, it's worked out quite nicely because I get to use them in order to run it. So don't hold back, go absolutely crazy with your ideas. I hope you've enjoyed. Happy creativity everyone, I'll see you next time.
Oh, that was actually really good. I'm completely wrong. I misremembered that massively. I remember that being not so great, and I think I just got jaded by the fact the video didn't perform as well. But I really liked that project. I think the additions were amazing. The ropes, the new ideas, the inventiveness and creativity, the working with other people again. I think I can't actually complain. It's really been good to go through this and just be positive about everything again. I don't know why we don't do that more. Okay, well, this is a very, very, very exciting video. It's the last one. We've somehow managed to catch up to my most recent project. Most recent released project, anyway. And I am so excited. This is essentially a new era for me in the kind of more conversational style video, and also the fact that this is now post-professional game dev experience. I had an internship at Introversion Software, which are the people that made Prison Architect, which I think I'm about to reference here. You can see this is from the makers of Prison Architect on their new game, The Last Starship, which I absolutely love, even just playing now for fun after I finish my internships. And that was a huge new piece of experience for me to learn and to take forward in just forever. I will always carry that with me, and it is such an honor to have been able to work with them. But I, again, wouldn't have had that opportunity if I wasn't confident explaining my ideas in interviews and how I think through problems, which is a skill I only developed from this channel and every video that you've seen so far. Every single one of those videos built to me being able to get essentially my dream internship, which is from ever now I'm going to have that experience and knowledge for the rest of the videos I make for the rest of time. And I am really speechless and just happy and amazed that that was even ever possible. Because before I made these videos, I couldn't even really speak to anyone. I mean, I still get incredibly nervous speaking in front of people in real life, but I couldn't even speak even to one-on-one people. I was very shy, quiet, and I still am, but this has really helped build my confidence over this years, and seeing where I've come from and where I've got to now, it's amazing development, and I'm really, in both game and personal, I meant personal, but yeah, games as well, of course. And it's really exciting for me to get to see where that's led me to now, and just the final iteration. Well, not even the final, but the current iteration, because we're never going to reach the final. I'm going to keep doing this for life because it's been so enriching and so helpful, and so many doors have opened throughout the way. I just cannot wait for what the future holds. And I'm a little nervous to watch this. I don't want this to end. So here we go, the last video in my I'm not finished university yet, but post-professionalism university experience day. I'm kind of an adult now as well, which sucks. I can't even get my head around that, but here we go. Here is the time I recreated Superliminal with crazy footballs that you know, I can't even explain it. You're just going to have to watch it. Let's go.
So it's Friday, which means my game dev internship is over for the week, and I can finally focus on my favorite game jam of the whole year, GMTK 2024. I had just 4 days to make Superliminal, a forced perspective football flicking arcade game, which combines the mind-bending mechanic of having objects grow and shrink in front of you without even noticing, and the beloved mechanics of paper toss, flick, kick, football. We have to shoot things into targets, goals, bins, anything. But most importantly, I want to tell you how it all works so you guys can make it too. To understand how Superliminal's mechanic works, we need to understand 2 really important concepts, which this joke from Rick and Morty actually does surprisingly well. Think just like any other time you've seen a planet and a ship, that because you have a preconceived notion that planets are massive, the fact that it's this small compared to this ship must mean that it's really, really far away, and then they fly into it because it's actually not and it's tiny. This introduces the idea that scale and distance are very linked when it comes to how we see the world. And in fact, this football on the screen has actually been moving the entire time. You just have to look at things from a different perspective to notice. But how? Well, it's actually rather simple thanks to a clever trick. I have 2 very differently sized footballs here, but if I take one far enough away from the camera and another one close enough, they look exactly the same size. So, small thing close and large.
And I think giving a physical, actual demonstration in the real world is just such a perfect way to get my point across here, because I can animate it as much as I want on screen, but until you see it in a physical person, an experiment that you could do yourself with whatever you want as the size changes. This is something that you can physically understand, which makes the ideas much more tangible, and the communication of ideas much better if you can give metaphors or grounding in ways that people will understand. And even if you're not looking for jobs or whatever, but maybe you're in a team with game development or looking for ideas, in order to be able to communicate those better, you need these skills. So I think as well, just taking that as an inspiration idea for your future, you'll never go wrong. And of course, I'm no expert at it. I'm still young. I'm still very silly, but I hope to at least be developing at least all the time. And it's gotten so much better. So that's the main thing. It keeps getting better over time, iteratively, one by one. Slightly, hopefully.
Thing far can look the same size, and anything in between these 2 can look the same as well, as long as we make it bigger at the same time as we make it further away. Even though I know that's what I'm doing because I just coded it, this still looks really weird to me, and that's why I love it. Now, to recreate Superliminal's effect, we need to be able to pick up the footballs and move them around. Then we can randomly move them from the camera, and as soon as we turn back on the scaling trick, when we let go, we have no idea if the ball's going to be massive or teeny tiny. But you might have noticed there is actually...
It's such a cool effect. It's so simple to make as well. I'm blown away by how amazing this is. I mean, obviously I didn't come up with it, but just thinking through how it works.
Way to tell what's happening to the ball, and that's its shadow. This was admittedly a bug, but I think I actually quite like it as it gives the players some hope of controlling this ability. Speaking of controlling things though, now
I was lazy, I didn't want to fix it. But it's not a bug, it's a feature, it's a good way of fixing things. Ask most AAA studios right now.
To figure out how we can actually kick around the footballs. However, the football flicking mechanic was unexpectedly actually one of the hardest things I ever worked on, and I thought the Superliminal thing was going to be hard, but that turned out to be easy. I started off with a very basic applying a force to the ball when you move the mouse, which kind of works as we can curve the ball for sure, but we have a few small problems too. We don't want that much control over the ball, and much more importantly, it needs to be kicked upwards. In fact, what really needs to happen is the ball needs to start at some point, go all the way up, and then come back down again, instead of just this. I mean, what's this? Fortunately for us in Orange here, curves are pretty much magic because all we have to do is shoot him upwards and gravity will bring him back down for us. There we go, okay great, but now we've lost the ability to change the direction of the ball by flicking and dragging midair. And this is a vital component of flick kick football, it's really fun. So the next step is to add some kind of target which the ball will always be directed towards. Now this target won't actually be visible in the game, but it's actually just a little secret trick from behind the scenes which will make the ball always hit this target. The only problem is I can miss. I have no idea how to do this. This is now actually the most insane amount of bugs I've ever seen. I really added myself today. So I've completely broken the curve, but the balls at least have a pretty cool fighting swarming thing going on when I move the target, and on the positive side, the shot balls do change course to the target, which is what we wanted. This actually looks kind of cooler than the game I'm making, hold on. I then thought I had the curve back.
It really does. I think this is just somehow bring it back, I don't know.
It crashed.
5 times. I then managed to make a perfectly stacked sphere tower, and you might be thinking right now it's fake or something, but nope, it does actually fall over. It really did just stack the spheres perfectly. This is not helpful for the game at all, but I thought it was fun. Okay, we're making good progress now with curves and the tracking. Although this victory did not last long, because I've now invented flying footballs. Yay. Hey, at least this is better than the ones that don't even reach the target anymore. Okay, now this version works perfectly. I can move the target anywhere I want, as long as that desired position is only horizontal. Back to work. I was getting really desperate, so I even tried a BUDZIA curve. And what is that? Well, clearly I don't know, because to my credit, this is the worst thing I've ever done. Let me be honest with you, I have never been so stuck in the game yet. Ever. This is just banging my head over and over again. Everything I'm trying is just not working. We just need to use the best secret weapon that a lot of people forget about during game jams. Sleep. After the usual explosion of mistakes, also somehow needing to remove the floor because the footballs decided to become Australian for a minute here. I fixed things for up and down, however, curving the ball this way kind of feels really unnatural. So I reversed the curve. I got the same problem, just on the other side. So now I could just ban lefties from the game, or we can fix the problem, making the curve force depend on the direction we kick the ball. Watching this almost had me in tears. I'm gonna be honest, because this was really a struggle, which shouldn't have been because it looked so easy. But I dug in. Trying and learning something new is the only actual goal I care about for these game jams. And we have done it. Yes. This is a huge victory, and we can now get to making by far the thing I've been most excited for, and the entire reason I struggled through making the targeting system in the first place. Being able to move the target around to different places. How do we let the user do that? Well, clicking now sets up a new drag window. Anywhere you drag inside this box gets converted into a position for the target on its wall. The brilliance of this approach is that I can change them both however I like, and it'll still track everything. And even better than that, I can drop us into any environment of any kind, in any position, in any size. I only need to make a few very basic tiny changes and it will do anything I want. However, I only realized after doing all of this for hours that it's pointless. And I really screwed up. The way the Superliminal mechanic works, if I'm in an outside environment and I look upwards, it's just gonna go and go and go and go and go and break everything. So this pretty much solidifies in my head that this mechanic has to be done in an enclosed room. So what do we do? What am I gonna, how do I put football in a nice big stadium I have to throw away? Okay, yesterday proved taking a break can be really helpful. Let's relax, play the best game ever, and see what tomorrow brings.
Easy.
No way. No. So I set about actually designing an internal level this time. I thought an arcade setting could be really fun. One big problem I noticed, as soon as you don't have infinite balls to kick around, they can just get stuck at the other end of the room, which is really bad. But luckily, taking inspiration from the arcades, they all have return systems. You know, the basketball games or well, the basketball game have a system where it gives the balls back to you after you've thrown them, so I added one of those as well. But originally I made it only come back in a straight line, and it doesn't work if it goes near the edges because you'll just miss it again. So what we really wanted to do is make it come back and shoot towards where you actually are. I woke up on day 4 with an email from GMTK saying, warning, warning, danger, you haven't submitted yet. I know that, stop reminding me.
Yeah, it's just turning 5, which means my workday's over. But that means we've also only got an hour left of the game jam.
It's not happening. This might have been for nothing. This is the first time I've missed a GMTK jam. I am actually quite upset.
But you know what? Just because I missed the deadline doesn't mean this game doesn't deserve to be finished. It doesn't.
Exactly. Stay positive, please. I don't remember what I did, but we got this.
Doesn't mean that I don't want to finish it. So, the only major thing that I think the game is really missing is the actual game. So let's do that. I found a really cool target model, and it made it randomly spawn around the wall. And as soon as you hit it, it'll just go somewhere else. I think this looks pretty cool, actually. And then just like flick kick football, whenever you hit a target, you get more points depending on how close you were to the center. So 100 for being right in the middle, and then tapers off to about 10 at the edges. I'll be the first one to admit, this merging mechanic of these two games didn't work. The one time where it did work was last year's GMTK game jam, where I reversed the roles of cut the rope. Where instead of cutting the ropes to feed candy to Omnom, you have to guide Omnom by adding ropes to the candy. It turned out really well, and I really hope you like it. Happy coding, everyone!
Oh, that's it. I'm so happy I signed off with a happy coding, everyone. This has been absolutely fantastic. I really hope you've learned something from looking at all of these different games that I've made over the years. Hopefully there's some inspiration. I think there's a lot of really good knowledge in here somehow. Hopefully compiled it all in one place so you can take a look back, but also just to skim through and see where
where you start and where you might end up if you're where you are yourself in this kind of progress. Where would you put yourself along my timeline? Are you at the beginning? Are you somewhere in the middle? Are you better than me now already? Probably. But I can't wait to see it. I absolutely love being able to do this. And hopefully in another 5 years' time, I'll get to do this again. Maybe even 10,000 subs by then? Who knows? 1,000 subs a year? I'm okay with that. I am very happy with that. Even one a year. It would be too many, to be honest. But no, absolutely loved this and loved everything about making all of these videos. Thank you so much. I hope you have an amazing day. Happy coding, everyone!